This is Dolynny TV, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and welcome to the channel as we get set to cover the last day of this entire crazy journey we've been on for about the past month and a half as we lead up to the NHL Trade Deadline this afternoon. Friends, I'm Tyson. Glad to have you along today as we get set for what will be a long shift of live streaming here on the channel today if I have it my way. Obviously, life dictates things from here, but hopefully we are live the rest of the way home, ready to rock and roll, talking about maybe the Oilers making that extra move, maybe the Oilers getting another defenseman, another forward, something to add to the mix here prior to the NHL trade deadline coming to a halt and finishing off for the end of the season here this afternoon. So, meaning welcome in, and again, friends, welcome into the stream. And it's going to be slow. It looks like it's been slow so far this morning. Not much movement other than overnight. It sounds like Nick Bonino was traded to the Pittsburgh Penguins. So that's where we're kind of sitting right now. Not really much to really add to the whole conversation as of yet, but as it comes down, we've got about 5 hours and 58 minutes to the NHL trade deadline. We are just about there after all this time, all this talk about trades and trade targets and rumors and all that. It's all about to come to an end for the time being. Looks like Derek Pouliot was placed on waivers yesterday by the San Jose Sharks, so it'll be interesting to see what they do there. And obviously Jean-Francois Berube and Evan Fitzpatrick were also placed on waivers by the Panthers yesterday. So there's a ton that we can do to catch up here, and we will in a matter of moments. But as we get just started this morning, I'd like to kind of welcome everyone in, let the stream get fired up here, and get things kicked off the right way this morning. It's obviously a little bit of a rough start for me. I'm not even usually at work till 8 o'clock, so bear with me if I'm a little tired this morning, but we'll get through and we'll manage, as I'm just going to turn the lid around on my tea here as we get set up for, like I said, what I'm planning on being a long day of live streaming, and we'll obviously see. Hopefully that stays true here today. But again, friends, welcome into the chat, welcome into the stream as we're just getting set here today. It's been a pretty productive day already on Dolynny TV. That Oilers trade's still coming. The video is doing absolutely fantastic. Thank you to everybody that's tuned into that one so far. Didn't expect it to do as well as it has, and it's just absolutely been blitzing along, so that's fantastic. But as we get set here, I'm just trying to fire up the old Twitter machine, trying to fire up everything that we need to know about the NHL trade deadline. I will pull up, obviously, if I can just quickly here, do Sportsnet. Maybe I should save this project first. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Nope, looks like that was saved as a project, so we're good to go. We can type in Sportsnet into the old browser bar, and we can sit here and get started with recapping some of the trades that have already happened. We'll go take as much time as we can, take as much time as we need, more or less, to cover that all there. And the trade tracker, every deal ahead of the NHL trade deadline. Looks like I said, the Pittsburgh Penguins have traded for Nick Bonino. The Sharks' return is to be decided at this point. The Dallas Stars last night trading Max Domi and Dylan Wells to the Chicago Blackhawks in exchange for Anton Hudobin and a 2025 second-round pick. So that was the last one that officially went through last night. There was a trade between Anaheim and Chicago yesterday as well. Dylan Sikura for Maxim Golod. And then the big one for us Oilers fans here yesterday, midday, about just after lunch, Nick Bjugstad at 50% retained, and Cam Dineen for Michael Kesselring and a 2023 third round pick. Looks like we also somewhere in that shuffle missed the fact that Andres Bork was traded from the Buffalo Sabres to the Chicago Blackhawks for future considerations. And then yes, the other one as well yesterday, Mr. Johnny Quick heading to the Vegas Golden Knights at 50% retained for Michael Hutchison and a 2025 7th round pick. Jakub Voracek, another big one yesterday, for a 6th round pick going from the Columbus Blue Jackets to the Arizona Coyotes in favor of John Gillies, and then the other massive one yesterday. This was the one that kind of shocked everybody. Tyler Bertuzzi traded to the Detroit Red Wings at 50, or from the Detroit Red Wings at 50% retained, to the Boston Bruins for a protected 2024 first round pick and a 2025 fifth round pick. So that's the story of how we got here as of yesterday, but we're just waiting for now things to obviously kick off today and see what we can kind of crush off on this live stream as we go throughout the day. As it is right now, friends, good morning to Alex, Darcy, Bill, Mr. Jangles, Darcy, again, sorry, screwing that up, and Mo, welcome in as well. But we are just getting set for this day to start. Obviously, we're still seeing a ton of people flood in here as the time goes along on the stream, so I'll give ample time for that. I don't expect too much to happen here prior to at least 8:30, so we got plenty of time to just sit down, wake up, talk to each other, talk it out, and get this trade deadline started. And right away, there we go. The first one on the board is some speculation around Minnesota's Jordan Greenway. Teams continue to call, but the return isn't where it needs to be for the Wild to move on from the big forward at this point. That from Darren Dreger of TSN. Of course, for me, I've got access to both TSN and SportsCenter, or Sportsnet, so I've got the old TSN Trade Center on my TV screen right now, just watching it away, making sure we stay up to date with everything. They're interviewing Pierre Dorion right now on the live stream, so that's where we're just kind of sitting waiting for that to wrap up, and hopefully we have to break a trade. Maybe Dorion's got something up the sleeve that he's going to break while he's live. I don't know. You just don't know with this kind of stuff on this day. You never know how it goes. About Licorice, welcome in. And Epiphany, welcome in as well. But as we're sitting here waiting for this one to get underway, let's go recap March 1st now and kind of what happened there. Michael Granlund went to the Pittsburgh Penguins in exchange for a 2023 second round pick for the Nashville Predators. And then as well, Vladislav Nemeshnikov at 50% retained by the San Jose Sharks by the Tampa Bay Lightning. Sorry, I'm reading this all backwards. Went from the Tampa Bay Lightning to the San Jose Sharks in exchange for Mikey Eyssimont. And then the Vegas Golden Knights traded for Teddy Bluger from the Pittsburgh Penguins for Peter DeLibator. Oh man, that's a handle. And a 2024 third round pick. The Kings also received on March 1st, Eric Portillo, and a 2023 third round pick went back towards Buffalo. And then the big one on March 1st, Jacob Chikrin for a conditional first, conditional second, and a second round pick in 2026. So that's what you need to know there. And obviously, too, the Vancouver Canucks traded for Philip Hronek for a 2023 fourth round pick as well in exchange for a conditional first and a second round pick in 2023. Carolina picked up Shane Gostisbehere from the Arizona Coyotes in exchange for a 2026 third round pick. And then Lars Eller also went to the Colorado Avalanche at 31% retained for a 2025 second round pick. Columbus, obviously, is how they got Jonathan Quick. Johnny Quick, a conditional first and a 2024 third round pick for Vladislav Gavrikov and Jonas Korpisalo. So that was a pretty big trade there for them, and they pretty much turned Korpisalo more or less because of the ask of Gavrikov into a seventh and Michael Hutchinson. I don't think they really did good there, but I guess teach to their own. And the New York Rangers receiving on February 28th Patrick Kane at 50% retained. Arizona retained 25%, and also getting Cooper Zek from the trade, where Chicago receives Vili Ciarvi, Andy Walensky, and a conditional second round pick and a 2023 fourth round pick. Arizona received a 2025 third round pick. And Minnesota, this is another one on the board as well. Gustav Nyquist for a fifth round pick for the Columbus Blue Jackets. That's one of those things. Nyquist's obviously injured for the next little bit. That's the alarm in case I overslept. But Other than that, we get back down to the rest of the trades, but we'll kind of chill out for a minute from that and take a second to recap everything as we just continue to get rolling into this live stream here today. It's been a pretty good, obviously, little week in Oilers land. The Ekholm trade, the Puljujarvi trade, and the Nick Bjugstad trade, which we have yet to see on the ice, but we'll see that on the ice in a few days' time. I don't believe he'll be ready for the game against Winnipeg, but might be ready for the game against Winnipeg on Saturday, so we should be good to go. Brady, welcome in as we get things started off here on the chat this morning. We're absolutely kind of roasting along at this point as it just kind of all comes together bright and early. It's the earliest live stream I've done in a dang while, and of course we'll have another live stream early on at the end of March here. Actually, first day of April, we'll have an 8 a.m. live stream on Dolynny TV. So plan accordingly, but that's just kind of where we're sitting as of right now. I'm just going to line up a guest here if we can. Let me see what Patrick is doing to see if we can get him on board to get some views. Just try and get that going. There we go. Sorry for the dead air, but that's where we're at right now. We've got Patrick a text message over, and we should be good to rock and roll into obviously what will be the next little bit of this live stream. I pretty much planned we'll get through about the first half hour of the stream, probably with nothing happening. We'll get Patrick in here from the Oilers Fanatic to give us more of a breakdown of what he's looking for out of the day, and then we should be good to kind of get going. But it looks like the St. Louis Blues have acquired Jakub Vrana from the Detroit Red Wings in exchange for a 7th round pick and a 2025 pick, that is, and Dylan McLaughlin. So that's where you're sitting. The first trade of the day is on the board. Let me see if I can screen grab that for you, as that would be a pretty good idea. Let's try and see. I can't seem to grab that right now. Let's go to and see if we can't screen grab that, as we'll go here, and oh, froze it there. Sorry, that was my bad. And let's see if we can get this window capture going here. And I can't seem to pull it over, so my apologies, friends. Can't seem to get this to work the way I need it to. Nope, that's me moving. So I guess the window capture doesn't want to move today, so we'll just let it be on its own thing. But unfortunately, that's where we're sitting at. I don't know how the technology is going to line up for today, but it is Jakub Vrana going to the St. Louis Blues from the Detroit Red Wings in exchange for a pick and what looks to be a prospect. So that's your first big move of the day, and for some reason TSN Trade Center still hasn't talked about it. It doesn't look like there's anything more to it. So there you go, the first trade of the day on the board. The Blues send forward Dylan McLaughlin and a 7th round pick in 2025 to the Red Wings, and that seems to be the exact trade here as TSN retweets Chris Johnston as he throws that tweet out as he's just getting on that on the live television. So the trade breaker is getting it going. Jakub Vrana traded to the St. Louis Blues. That's your first big trade of the day. And there we go. We are off and running. Roger, good morning. Dean, good morning. Tutton, good morning. And I don't think we've missed anyone else as we get things started. But yes, indeed, the trade has come through as Jakub Vrana is the first man realistically officially traded on trade deadline day, as that kind of comes together for it right now. And Billy, don't I have a day job? Yes, I do, but that's the benefit of working somewhere for as long as I have. You can book days off, and it's exactly what I did today, friends, to break the trades for you on YouTube. I took the day off so we could just sit back, sit in the basement, and enjoy a great day of a live stream, that's for sure. But we are on the board. That is the best part about it. As Jakub Vrana is now on and off the trade board. So let me see if I can just get this to just not work there. There we go. We'll just screen grab that later. That just doesn't want to work for some reason. But Jakub Vrana traded to the St. Louis Blues. TSN trade board number 6 through 10. Vrana was number 9. So he is the first man out of the top 10 off the board. John Klingberg is 6. Jordan Greenway is 7. Philippe Zadina is number 8. And then I believe there's someone else. Connor Sheary is number 10. Nick Seeler, Andrei Athanasiou, Sean Monahan, Adam Henrique, and James Reimer are 11 through 15 as we get this day started. That's just where we're sitting right now. Is they're talking about Nick Seeler, I believe, right now for the Philadelphia Flyers, as we'll kind of go through the trade board, I'm sure, throughout the course of the day. It'll be a long day, so we got plenty of time to get things going today, that's for sure. And then Andrei Athanasiou back on the trade market for another trade deadline. Obviously, it was only 3 years ago that the Oilers traded for Athanasiou from the Detroit Red Wings for those 2 second-round picks that continue to haunt Oilers fans to this day. Looks like the NHL has retweeted it. Looks like the Detroit Red Wings have tweeted about it, and that is all we really have. A slow-moving day to start this trade deadline, but that's fine and dandy. We will not worry about slow moving. I think, of course, it should be a pretty slow moving day overall. So with that, I'm just going to fire up the old fireplace down here, move the hat off the floor, and just so everyone knows, there is rumors that there's going to be a new version of the Dolynny TV hat coming available here in the next few months, so stay tuned for that if you're a big hat person. But as we get set, friends, good morning to everybody. Early rise for me, Brian, you're absolutely right. Chaotic, welcome in, and EZC, that's the best way I'm going to go it. Well, good morning, and Eric, will the videos die down in the morning, or in the summer? So it's way too early to start talking about the summer, but if anyone knows me, I've kind of got a pretty good little schedule throughout the year, so we should be good to go. And I think too, I've actually killed off the videos quite substantially over how I used to do them before I came back. I was doing prior about 4 to 5 videos a day some days, and now we're down to about, I don't know, 1 to 2 at most. So that's where we're at. And yeah, Patrick waking up this morning to see his numbers on his channel, and I'd like to try and get him on here so as we can push him up over 4,600 subscribers on the lifetime mark. Hockey, welcome in. Dre, welcome in. Yes, it is a big start to the day, as we already have Jakub Vrana headed to the St. Louis Blues. The Oilers, obviously, too, getting a good job out of things. T.S. Ekholm, a big addition, and right now they still don't have Nick Bjugstad, so I don't know if this is if this already hit or not. As you got to think, we have acquired 4 players in only shuffling out 2 roster players, thankfully, but 2 of them are depth pieces that will be in Bakersfield next year, so that's just kind of where we sit and roll. And Eric, do I grade moves? I don't know. If you know anything about my philosophies on hockey, you probably don't want me grading anything, but I guess we could probably figure this out. Obviously, if you want a real quick trade grade on the Jakub Vrana move, I think it's an A+ for the Detroit Red Wings to just get anything for him, and B, St. Louis gets a player that I think is an impact player in the lineup no matter where he's playing, so that's another one to keep considered there, Jakub Vrana, and it's at 50% retained as well. So there we go. We're trying to get things rocking this morning, and I think having a trade on the board this early, I think when I watched the trade deadline with a buddy in Crossfield way back in 2020, it took till about 9:30 to get the first trade of the day. So if Vrana goes and moves early to the St. Louis Blues, we don't mind seeing that. And thankfully for us, we're off and running to start the morning, that is for sure. Other than that, if anyone's got some questions or anything you want to throw that in the chat, I think we're going to have a pretty early start to the day, or a slow start to an early morning, sorry. So we could definitely come together and get this done, I'm sure. But as it just does that, trying to set up Patrick. And let me get going there. Bingo, perfect. So yeah, that's just kind of what we're doing right now. The Oilers slow starting in the morning too. Haven't gotten anything going as of yet, in which I don't think we expect realistically too much out of the Oilers today. That's kind of the thing is I think right now for the Oilers they are probably most likely done. But of course, there's always, you can dream, you can always hope, and I'd like to see the Oilers make one more move, as long as it doesn't cost too much, I guess would be the exact question. The Oilers can go out there and get this done, that's for sure. And we've got a request for Jakub Vrana's stats, which of course I can't seem to find on Sportsnet, so let me go over to Cap Friendly and just quickly pull up Jakub Vrana's stats, because that'll be the quickest link to click on. And as we go to Jakub Vrana here, just so you know what's going on with him. He's kind of had a down year this year, 2 points in 5 games. He's been, I believe, in the player assistance program, had 11 points in 17 AHL games. Played 26 games with the Detroit Red Wings last year, had 19 points. So he was pacing really well before things kind of fell apart for him. Had 11 points in 11 games the year prior with the Red Wings after the deadline. 25 in 39 with the Capitals earlier that year. So that's kind of where you're at. It never really worked out for Jakub Vrana in Detroit, and as it currently is, he's got another $5.25 million at the cap hit next year and this year as well, but at 50% retained. I'm sure the Detroit Red Wings will eat that with pleasure, just to kind of try and get rid of what was a problem contract for their team. Here we go, Epiphany. A good question here, friends. I guess the biggest ticket item we're looking for as hockey fans in Alberta. Okay, this is how I would phrase this one. As hockey fans in Alberta, we're looking for the Flames to start selling today. That's what we haven't seen. Obviously, the Flames have been having a rough go of it, and just I'll kind of open another tab so as I can have the standings up and available as I need them. But entering play today, the Pacific Division actually has some separation 1 through 5, and with the the Calgary Flames being number 5, you look at how this shakes out in the Pacific Division. It's Vegas, LA, Seattle, all separated by 4 points. The Oilers are in the number 1 wildcard spot, separated still 4 points from the top. Then have Winnipeg in the second hole, and the Calgary Flames with 67 points, who are now on a 4-game losing streak. They've lost 2 in extra time, so they've got points in 3 of their last 5. But when you're talking about getting 4 out of a possible 10 points in a race where the Oilers have 6, the Seattle Kraken somehow managed 2 wins in a row, the LA Kings have points in 4 of their last 5, and the Vegas Golden Knights swallow 4 of their last 5, 2-1-2. That is going to start kind of taking away the Calgary Flames' ability to win hockey games and obviously get points in the column, and that's where they're sitting now going into action on Saturday against the Minnesota Wild. The Oilers play tonight against the Winnipeg Jets, a very key game. Obviously, the big part about the Nick Bjugstad trade is that we didn't have to take away any roster pieces to be able to acquire him, so we have still a full roster prior to tonight's hockey game. But for the Oilers, as it all comes together, friends, that's kind of our main concerns today, is what does Calgary do? Maybe what does Winnipeg do? Seattle's one to watch as well. I know there's been talk about Seattle selling despite being in the playoff spot they're in, but I think they will be very well ready to retool on the fly to make things happen to continue their division chase. LA, is there an upgrade out there for them still? I don't know. And Vegas obviously picking up Johnny Quick. I would assume Vegas is done at this point. That would just be my understanding of Vegas's cap situation, but I believe too they do have a little bit of cap space left and will probably look to add. And Bill, you're talking about all the Oilers new players being genuinely happy to play for the team. Well, that's, I think, the biggest asset the Oilers have this trade deadline is they are a great team looking to do great things in the playoffs. Now, a great team doesn't always win. A great team doesn't always mean they're perfect or the best team, but this is the best Oilers team we've had in a dang while, and the fact that we've got guys coming in to bolster that roster is a huge get from Ken Holland as well. And yeah, Mo, you're saying that no matter what with Ken Holland making these trades, we are a better team going forward. I would tend to agree with that. I would absolutely say the Oilers are a much better team with a Matthias Ekholm on the blue line. It was our biggest need at the deadline, and obviously adding a right-hand shot centerman to play at 5-on-5 and the penalty kill is not a bad get at all either. And just as we try to calculate this out, friends, we've already crossed our first 10 hours watched on the live stream. We've been live for half an hour, so we are crushing along this morning. Cups won since 1994 out east. Pittsburgh, Washington, Carolina, Tampa's got 3, Dallas has 1, you've got 3 in Colorado, 2 in LA, 1 in Anaheim, and 28 cups, and Canada has not won one since, so that's where you need to know right now. But Canadian Cup droughts, 1980 to 83 was 4 seasons, 36 to 41 was 6 seasons, and 94 to 22 is 28 seasons at this point. And Jack, your question there about the Sens spoiling Kane's first game as a Ranger. 5-3 Sens 4 points out of a playoff spot. I guess we should. The reason I'm picking on that comment is I think right now as we wait for the next trades to roll in here, we'll refresh Twitter. I don't imagine too much is breaking as of yet. What would the return be for this guy? Can't be expecting much. Sens, oh, here we go. Sharks get a 5th round pick and a 7th round pick for Bonino and flip a 5th round pick to a 3rd team broker. So that's where you kind of get everything going there is things come together for the San Jose Sharks in the Bonino trade. And is there anything else we need to know here? There really isn't. So we're crushing along this morning, and I should just take a check. When do I want Patrick in there? I'm going to ask him if he's good in 5-10 because that would be about the schedule we were running. But just before that, as Patrick spends the time to reply, just to take a look at the Central Division, 79 points for the Dallas Stars, 76 for the Minnesota Wild, and 73 for the Colorado Avalanche. You're kidding me if I would not love to see a Colorado-Minnesota first-round series. That would be fantastic for hockey, I think. Pittsburgh and the New York Islanders in the wild card position. But to the point about the Ottawa Senators, there are 4 teams tied for 3rd with 66 points. Buffalo, Ottawa, Florida, and Washington, with Detroit back just 1 point at 65. So that's where you're sitting. There is a race for 6 points to the top of the wild card standings. Nobody in that wild card, I think, is touching Boston, Toronto, Tampa in the Atlantic, and Carolina, New Jersey, and New York Rangers in the Metropolitan. For Tampa, though, really the only thing that remains to be decided, do they have home ice against the Toronto Maple Leafs, or do the Leafs melt down in Game 7 on home ice for another season? That, friends, is a question we will answer later. O'Malley, what's my take on Jack Campbell? I think you don't need him to necessarily improve by playoff time. You know he can win you a hockey game. Whether it's pretty or ugly, that doesn't really matter. Playoffs are a whole different thing. But when it comes down to it for the Oilers, is you have 2 goaltenders that I'm comfortable winning us hockey games. Just I'd like to win a bit more comfortable, and I don't know what the impact on Jack Campbell is with Matthias Ekholm and a guy like Nick Bukestad in the lineup for different game scenarios. I feel like that was a cop-out, if I'm being honest, but you get where I'm going. Renegade, could we get Edmondson as depth for less with retained salary. Now the deadline is coming to an end. I think no matter what, when you look at Joel Edmondson, it's just going to be too much salary for too little addition. The Oilers are probably looking for just a right-hand shot guy that's going to fit in there and be your 7th, 8th defenseman, depending on what you do with Vinny Desharnais going in the rest of the season, and depending on what you do with, obviously, Philip Broberg and everybody else involved. But is the stream buffering for anyone? Let me know if the stream's buffering. But yeah, that's just where we're sitting. I really don't think there's too much to really add in terms of big name. And I think for what we've been conditioned, Edmondson is a big name for us. So we'll stay hopefully off the board there and get it rocking and rolling. But friends, bear with me. I'm going to try and cue this up. I'm just waiting for Patrick to reply to the text message here I sent him. And then we should have a little bit of the Oilers Fanatic and Dolynny TV live coverage here for this trade deadline for you in a matter of seconds. Let me plug in my headphones and put them both over the ears, and we should be good to go. And Mo, I think you read my mind exactly. I think the only guy that really fits the bill for the Oilers on the blue line the rest of the way home at this trade deadline is a guy like Trevor Van Riemsdyk. I know there's plenty of players like Trevor Van Riemsdyk, but that's kind of where we all come together on it. Is just big names like a Joel Edmondson kind of shuffled away, but a guy like Trevor Van Riemsdyk, I've even seen Matt Benning mentioned. That's the kind of guys that that you should be targeting right now with a 7th, 6th round pick and maybe something else. But friends, good morning. I see we're just having a ton of people tune in. I assume that the 7:30 crowd is coming in here because everybody just got to work, threw me on, or is just getting up in the morning to go to work for 8 o'clock. Some of you have the luxury of living in the town you work in, and I can appreciate that all day. But as we just kind of come together, the big trade so far this morning is Nick Bonino to the Pittsburgh Penguins. That happened overnight, but it is confirmed now. And then Jakub Vrana, at 50% retained, went to the St. Louis Blues from the Detroit Red Wings in exchange for Dylan McLaughlin and a 2025 7th round pick. So we're sitting right there to start the morning. Nothing too exciting as of yet. Obviously, too, things are still very excitable in Oilers country, just saying that, because you look at kind of what Patrick and I did last night with our late videos. Patrick getting his recap plus summary of the day up, the Oilers rundown, and the Fanatic rundown as per normal every day, and obviously that one doing some absolutely unreal things yesterday, just to say. And this kind of the thing, I love looking at views because it kind of shows the general excitement is for being late to a trade by over 6 hours or thereabout. Patrick puts up 8,400 views on his Nick Bugstad video. That is phenomenal. That is absolutely unreal, and that was really exciting to see. And then last night too, myself putting up 6,500 views into the morning. We're coming together, absolutely making some noise here on YouTube the past couple of days. North, welcome in, and Maxwell. I just I don't see how the Oilers can afford to trade Jack Campbell if it's not for another goaltender. And again, I think if the Oilers were going to trade Jack Campbell, they would have done it prior to this trade deadline. So I think any talk of Jack Campbell being traded this season is over and done with for the time being until we get into obviously into the off season. Was just grabbing coffee, no worries, I'll queue you up. Alright, here we go, let's go over. We're going to take away the NHL standings for the time being to head over to the old live video portal that I have between Patrick and I, as we'll get things set up here and see if we can't get things started. Just give me a second. There's a dog wearing a hat on my timeline. That's fantastic. Let me see if I can get this going here, and we're just gonna go to video. Sorry, the internet is well taxed right now here in the Dolynny TV headquarters. Got the TSN live stream, got 6 tabs open is what it is, and we're gonna go for tab number 7. So we'll give him a call here and see if Patrick will indeed answer. I think I've got the desktop audio muted, so once he gets in here, we should be good to go. I can hear him there, and he can see me on the camera as well. And we'll see if this answers. No answer as of yet, so we'll wait for him to call me back, and we'll see what ends up happening there. But we're still on schedule. Obviously, nothing too crazy of a schedule, so we don't have to worry too much about missing anything as of yet. And Patrick staying home as well today, enjoying a great day of live streaming. So let's see what's going on. Patrick now calling me here, so let's get this going. Let's accept this call, and we will at least just yammer on until he knows that we are live and can get things rocking and rolling. And it looks like we are good to go, my friend. Good morning to you. You are currently on mute, so let me do the transition play here, and let's get this rocking and rolling here so as we don't mess this up like last time. Alright, there we go. Let me see if I can pull over my camera. And why can I not seem to get this window capture to work? Yes, there we go. There you are. There we go. Joining us live from home is Patrick, the Oilers Fanatic. You see him give you the salute there on camera. And I'm just going to load him up there and see if we can't center you up a little bit nicer. There we go, my friend. If I've got this recording, you are off mute. How are things going this morning?
Not too bad so far. Just dragged my butt out of bed not too long ago. A little bit of a later night than I thought it was going to be.
Well, that was just it. Both of us just prior to heading to bed last night, you send that text message about Nick Bonino giving James Reimer a hug outside the Sharks locker room, and unfortunately, when you're less than 24 hours away from the deadline, that's going to send guys like you and me into a little bit of a frenzy.
Yeah, well, it looks like something was happening there. Apparently he's going to Pittsburgh or something.
Yep, Pittsburgh for, I believe, some picks is what it is, and it looks like there is a third-party broker involved as well in that deal, so we're kicking along so far this morning.
Mm-hmm. And you mentioned the Trevor Van Riemsdyk news already, too?
I believe somebody had just commented that he's staying in Washington.
Yeah, so that's too bad, because he was a guy I was hoping they were going to target today.
Well, that was something we've talked about quite heavily over the past 37 minutes, is just who do you target? Edmondson's name came up, but I think you'd agree with me on this one. As an Oilers fan, you'd pretty much say on the Oilers front, it's little names just for depth at this point, right?
I would think so. Like, to get anything big, obviously, you got to move a lot of contracts out because, as we've said, they have $0 here, so it's really, as the term we've all heard in oil country here countlessly, money in, money out. So.
Yeah, and I mean, even sending Devon Shore down to the minors to create, I think, upwards of, what can you do with it? I think you can get a contract that's worth $3.4 million. I don't see anywhere that the Oilers find this magical guy worth that kind of money on the trade market that's really going to be an improvement over anything on the roster.
Yeah, no, I think I'd like to see a depth right shot defenseman if they can make it happen. Obviously, the dream is Radko Gudas. Not sure what exactly is happening with him, if the Panthers are moving him today or not. The price is right and everything, so.
Yeah, and that's with Radko Gudas. That's something, for those of you watching back home, Patrick and I have both talked about Radko Gudas, not so much lately. I think we've kind of mentioned it in passing over the past month, but I think you go back a month or 2 months ago, there was quite a bit of talk there for about a week's time where we just kind of kept mentioning Radko Gudas would be a solution. In terms of maybe off the board, right? Radko Gudas is someone we've talked about. Trevor Van Riemsdyk officially off the board. Who would you be looking at if you could almost dream scenario that depth right-hand shot D-man?
Well, my name was probably Radko Gudas, but Trevor Van Riemsdyk was the other name. Trying to think who else would kind of jump to mind there, because there's got to be someone that's not too expensive too, right? And who's like who? Well, I guess if you're saying dream, it could be almost anyone, but because I don't know, like obviously it depends who's available too, who they're move.
Too hard of a question first thing in the morning.
Well, there was a name I brought up to you the other day, but I didn't realize how bad of a name that was to suggest. Because, the name I mentioned was Justin Hall with Toronto, but apparently he's a locker room cancer, as they say.
Well,
So
I no, I wouldn't say that. I think what I was getting at was he's just a guy that Leafs fans hate.
okay,
Yeah, but yeah, it's fair enough. Either way, you're not winning with Justin Holl, from what I understand from Leafs fans. But um, yeah, sorry, I cut you off there.
no, okay. Well, I just think because like he was the $2 million right shot.
Hmm.
That's why I was thinking, no, that might be kind of like the ideal. And he's a UFA at the end of the year too, so you're not tied to him going forward.
Sorry, I'm just getting this going. We got Oilers source in the chat this morning saying good morning to us, so I think we better make mention of that. Partner
Morning
in
talk.
crime.
I don't know about Kulikov again. I didn't really like him last time I was here, but I don't know. Maybe second time's the charm.
Yeah, that's kind of one thing that I mentioned to you is I said anybody but Kulikov, and I don't think I said it quite that nicely, but I think we kind of agreed there pretty quick that Kulikov was not on my board at all. I'm just trying to see. Sorry, this is the hard part for those of you watching back home. If you've ever watched a live stream where I've either linked in Brandon or Patrick into the live stream, is it's not as clean as I wish it was, and what ends up happening if I switch tabs, you somehow see my Facebook or something. So I'm just reading through the comment section here on my chat to try and find anything to ask Patrick, maybe that I've missed. Um, I think actually I want to ask you about Dr. Carpy's comment here, something that you had brought up in a video. The hope that the Oilers might have been able to bring in Mike McLeod from the New Jersey Devils. Just a thought, if such a guy is available, would you still be looking to do it? I don't know if you have the numbers on Mike McLeod, be able to share a little bit there.
I can bring those up one sec. Yeah, I know he's right shot center.
Okay, fitting that bill.
Although they did just bring in Bukestad, though, so I don't know if the from my understanding, what maybe third line center, but probably more ideally fourth line. But another name I was just seeing suggested on Twitter, I don't know if there's any legs to it at all,
Okay.
is Matt Benning with the Nashville Predators bringing Benning back.
That's a name that I did float right before I got you on. Actually, I was like, hold on, wait about Matt Benning. Just as somebody had mentioned the name Trevor Van Riemsdyk going off of the board, but yeah, no, I would be in on Matt Benning. Obviously not as a top six, but as somebody to just have around in case.
Yeah, the death guy for sure. So yeah, McLeod's right shot center. 975K, so definitely a number the Oilers could make work there, especially with sending Devon Shore down if they had to.
Yep.
Because I don't want to knock Devon Shore too much because he's played extremely well lately, but I think Michael McLeod would still be an upgrade on Devon Shore there.
Absolutely. I think any Oilers fan can appreciate what Devon Shore has done over the past 5-6 games, but I think too we'd all love to upgrade on Devon Shore if we could.
And he's looking at 4 goals, 19 assists, 23 points overall, and a +7. So
19 assists.
Yeah.
As a guy that we would like to add to our bottom four, that's it's not a bad addition. I think now I can see even more so how such a thing would fit, and especially prior to the Nick Bukestad trade, that would have looked very good. Okay, so that's Michael McLeod. Let me see what else. I guess question to you on Kyler Yamamoto. You have probably the same information I do. It's not a concussion as of yet. Obviously being reevaluated today, but chances he moves today.
I still think they're pretty low. I'm not expecting. The trade I thought he might go in was the Ekholm trade. That was where all the speculation was. So since he didn't go in that trade, I'm not discounting the possibility at all, but I'd say it's probably pretty low, 30%. I'd say, my guess.
So if he does indeed end up with a concussion, do you think the Oilers activate him to the LTIR and attempt to make a bigger move, or what do you think the sense is overall in terms of big splash coming from the Oilers. If it's not Yamamoto going out, just a big splash in general.
Well, I know there's quite a few people out there that would love to see Jack Campbell go, but I don't think they're going to touch goaltending today. So I'd say give up on that hope if you're hoping they send Campbell out. But there's not really any other big, like, you'd have to move multiple guys. You'd have to move a Fogle, a Yamamoto, maybe a Cody Ceci. I mean, now that you've got Brett Kulak in your third pairing, is that too low for him? Do you want to move him somewhere else? Because let's face it, like, next 4 years now, Nurse and Ekholm are your top four on the left side, unless one of those guys takes a big dip here and then Broberg takes over or something like that. But I don't know, maybe some of those guys, but that's going to take a big trade to move all those guys, and with only a few hours to work with, I think, unless it was something they'd already started the groundwork on, I mean, probably be hard to pull off today.
And that's kind of the sense, right? Is for the Oilers. I think you and I would both agree that we're probably done here, other than one little, as we said off the top, little depth piece move. But I think the most exciting part about this trade deadline is, given how long we waited to make our moves, like legitimately, what was it, Tuesday this week we started making moves. We actually still have pieces like Yamamoto and Fogle available should we choose to move something prior to today's trade deadline. So that's exciting, but I think too, you and I would probably both agree that it's probably pretty minor from here on to the afternoon.
Yeah, I'm guessing. Saw Toff put a couple good suggestions out there. Maybe Justin Braun.
Okay.
Braun's with Braun back in Philadelphia now, or he's still with the Rangers? I think he's back in Philly.
I think, yeah, he's back with Philly. Yeah, Braun would be a good one. Sorry, I'm just reading through the comments here. And I'm hearing my dog choke on thin air upstairs. And I'm seeing Dre also float Duclair. So Duclair's another guy that kind of fits that portfolio of, on double retention, you could get him by sending down Devon Shore. But I don't think. Yeah. Sorry?
Braun's. I was just gonna say, Braun's only $1 million. So.
Yeah, so that's where especially for the others. Sorry.
50%. Make him 50% retention, $500K. Be even easier to make do.
And that's that. Then even still, if you send down Devon Shore, no, if you send down Devon Shore, that leaves us with $750. We're short by $50K. Dang. But yeah, I guess that would be 1 year, $1 million. That wouldn't be too bad. Actually, I guess I should ask you this update. Just seeing this name pop into the chat, Carson Soucy. What do you? I won't even ask based on the Oilers trading for him. I'm just gonna ask because of all the hype we've had leading up to Carson Soucy is likely done in Seattle because he's a UFA, and for some reason they're looking to trade him. I don't know, what's your latest sense on Carson Soucy and a potential deadline deal?
I think there's still a strong chance they move him, because if you're not going to re-sign him, and because I think they got, what was the guy they got from San Jose, that Jacob Magna?
Yeah.
I think he kind of considered like a possible replacement for Soucy there. So if they're, I think it depends on what they can get. If someone's offering probably I don't know if you can get a first-round pick for him, but maybe a couple seconds or something like that, I think the Sharks will consider it. And basically, if the Sharks don't like, the Kraken don't like the offers, they'll hang on to him. If he's with the Sharks, he'd definitely be gone.
Yeah. Sorry, tea's tasting really good this morning. Trying to finish it off before it goes cold. Yeah, I don't know if there's anything really else to ask you here. I guess the real big wrap-up question before I let you go, so as you can maybe get breakfast in you and stuff this morning, is just how comfortable would you be with the Oilers being completely done here right now, this moment? Ken Holland comes on to TSN Trade Center, says, we're not doing anything the rest of the way home today, don't call us, and the Oilers float into the next several games last 20 games of the season actually with the current roster, just Bukestad and Ekholm added.
I'd be good with it, but I think they have a special opportunity here just to put the icing on the cake, like really go for it here. But I think with adding Ekholm, we saw the impact he had already in the Toronto game. He did, like I think Jay Woodcroft mentioned, completely stabilize the defense, kind of put everybody in the pecking order where they should. And adding Nick Bukestad, you got your right shot center, can play right wing as well. So you got the depth forward. We know the Oilers have no trouble scoring whatsoever. If they added a Patrick Kane or something like that, that would have been amazing. But pretty much consistently here, we're scoring 4, 5, 6 goals a game. It's not really a problem for the Oilers to score. That's why I'm thinking if they do one more thing on defense and just really push the defense over the top, help out Campbell and Skinner in that regard, I think we'd be really cold. But I'm happy with what they've done so far, so I won't be angry if I find out they don't do anything today. But like I said, one more move would just be amazing.
Okay, last question for you. I just thought of it because you can see the old Oilers Reebok jersey corner right here. I don't know how much of an actual view you have of my room compared to those watching back home, but
Yeah,
the Yes Puljujärvi jersey has moved. Now, as some, it's not off the wall. It's just been moved over so it's less in the shot. But as somebody who was there when I bought that thing and told me, probably tried to convince me that it was probably not a good idea. On a scale of 1 to 10, how bad did I screw up buying that jersey?
I don't think you screwed it up. Like he's leaving here for with a lot of people a beloved person. It's not like he left in a bad way. So I don't think there's anything wrong with having Jesse Puljujärvi jersey.
So then, what you're saying? Oh, hold on, cut out. You cut out there.
Oh, sorry. You don't want to see the collection I have in the closet.
Well, that's where my next question was going to go. I'm just going to keep asking stupid question after stupid question at this point. But Puljujärvi, you sent me the collection at Ice District Authentics there. How good would a Tyson Barrie jersey look right here?
Like I said, it belongs there.
And it's 50% off. How can you go wrong?
That should be your thing. You just basically turn that wall into Oilers and just keep like a McDavid up there for relevancy's sake.
Well, what I really should have done is gone down to that fan store day at Rogers Place and picked up that Carson Soucy Oilers jersey. That
If I was there, I would have bought it.
Oh, I still can't believe that happened. All right. Well, anyway, Patrick, I'm going to let you go out there and enjoy breakfast, enjoy the morning, and I'll try and check in with you here at about 9:30ish if that works for you.
Sounds good.
All right. Thanks to Patrick for tuning in and joining the stream here this morning. My friend, we'll catch you in a little bit.
See you soon, guys.
There we go. Bing, bang, boom. My friends, I'm just going to quickly scroll myself back over, and there we go. We are off and back to the live stream. This is just, as I was saying, the nature of the business is it's kind of hard to read the comments while doing this, but thank you to everybody for sticking with us there as we get Patrick on as well. Comments coming in very fast here, so let me try and get everybody back in here. As I'll just say to Christoph, good morning. To Eman, good morning. Corb, good morning as well. True, good morning. Chainsaw, good morning. Everybody joining the chat here, good morning. Nameless as well, good morning. And let's see what else we got going on here. I did catch the video there that TSN did to some extent, so there we go. And I'm sorry if I've missed your comment here on the stream. There's been a lot of, and they're still coming faster than I can count right now, but that's where we're at right now. And yeah, that's the well-loved but gone collection by Tyson. That's what we could do there, Toff, that's for sure. And you think about it too, I still got to get up to, and this is a big part of my schedule for the rest of the year, I got to get up to Ice District there. I guess at the Ice District store, they actually do embroider jerseys, so I can get that done. Let's quickly update the trade tracker here and see if there's anything we have missed as of yet. The Toronto Maple Leafs deadline roster looking pretty acquisitioned there. TJ Brody now has a new D partner in Jake McCabe, Eric Gustafson, and Luke Shen. And as of 9:10 a.m., that is the last deal, Jakub Vrana. So let's quickly head over to Twitter and see if there is anything going on. So it looks like if I would have checked Twitter prior to getting Patrick into the stream here, we would have been able to see his retweet of Elliot Friedman that said, oh, by the way, Mr. Trevor Rand Riemsdyk is off of the trade market. So who's left? A staggering 34 players who have appeared on the trade targets this season have already been traded. That according to Frank Saravelli, and there doesn't appear to be anything else. As it is, Washington dealing with current injury situation on the blue line. There are rumblings player and team have discussed a post-deadline extension, but that is unconfirmed at this time. Oiler fan, welcome in as we get things going. Dacky as well. What did Stastny sign for in Carolina? I'm not sure. I think it was a very cheap contract, to be honest with you, and that's where we're at. So, friends, we're just rocking into this mid-morning situation, and let's me see what is posted in the Nate RTA alumni chat this morning. Looks like something as of right now. The Edmonton Stingers have some job openings for any media-trained folk in the live stream here today that would like to get to work in Edmonton in the professional sports, amateur pro sports. That is an option available to you. Friends, just as we get things rocking and rolling, I don't know why my live stream's so far behind. For some reason, it's still playing from the 16-minute mark, but that's fine. We'll not worry about that too much. And 6.3, and bing bang, my friends, we are already up over 55 hours watched on the stream, so that's something I'll be paying attention to all day, trying to give you updates as to what we're putting home. But Patrick enters the chat, so off your screen and into the chat, Patrick goes from Jeff Merrick, unless something comes at them out of the blue, the Oilers are done. So, friends, that may mean we will have a very slow day of news here, especially when one team at 7:57 in the morning is declaring them potentially done. But yeah, we'll sit back and just continue to relax and enjoy a good day. Great day to have a day off, I think. Obviously, for any real guy that grew up or in my shoes over the years in Cold Lake or a place like Edmonton, St. Paul, Bonnyville, anywhere in the Lakeland, kind of east of Edmonton, Lloydminster as well, you would kind of know that trade deadline day used to, back in the day during the middle school era and the high school era, usually mean that, you know what, you have the day off anyway because it's a snow day. The good old Alberta snow days. So that was a fun time, and obviously now taking the day off work, having to sit back and take some time off to get it done. But when you got a few weeks of holidays, it's not necessarily the worst thing. And of course, so far today, things coming together pretty well on the live stream, so we can't complain too much. Let me see what else we got. As Francis here talking about what it would take to get Logan Couture. Unfortunately, the Oilers just don't have the space to make that work. And Epiphany's rumbling about potentially Tom Wilson being available in the market. I know I did see that somewhere myself, but again, I just don't know if that's going to be something that necessarily comes to fruition on a deadline deal. If you folks, you missed the video last night, it's linked at the top of the chat. It's titled Preview for Today's Action. It essentially lays out my theory on how the Oilers can create upwards of $3.5 million of cap space should they so choose going into this deadline. That really means not much here if the Oilers are indeed done, but I guess on the same situation is just, unfortunately, no matter what the Oilers do, the most they can create is $3.5 million of cap space, and that means there isn't really much else to glean from the Oilers today, because obviously if they feel 3.5 isn't enough to get anything done, there's a reason. There is signs that the Oilers are indeed done today. Friends, I am sitting here yammering on about nothing, and I think that means we are done the first hour of the live stream already, so that will take me to my first commercial break here. I will plead to you, if you're new to the channel right now, you've gotten to meet Patrick from the Oilers Fanatic, a great great guy to have in the community here talking about the Oilers. Definitely, if you don't have if you have a chance today, click on his name in the chat, go over to his channel, check it out, hit that subscribe button. He's closing in on 4,600 subscribers, which means 400 away from 5,000. We'll get him there here soon enough. But if you're new to the channel here on Dolynny TV as well, I'd love to have you consider hitting that subscribe button and sticking around for more NHL Trade Deadline action today, but also more Oilers action down the stretch. It's 8 o'clock sharp, friends. I'm going to take a quick break upstairs, send you a quick commercial, and I will be right back. Alright, sorry friends, just kind of a quick break there. My apologies for heading out, but just needed to quickly run upstairs and grab myself some water, as it was just a quick little snack as well. And as we get things going here, let me refresh Twitter and we should be good to rock and roll. Nothing much here. This game in Calgary Trade Center hit from Vancouver before 6 a.m. local for Mark Masters. He is a hurting man this week. And I don't think there is anything else now up on all platforms. Now breaking news as the Sportsnet has acquired Ryan Getzlaf ahead of obviously trade deadline coverage. So that's exciting for them to have a star like Ryan Getzlaf on the broadcast panel today. And obviously too, Kevin Weeks now currently on the TSN panel, so that's where we're at. But as it is right now, friends, let me just kind of give you an idea of what's happened in the trade deadline space over the past little bit. If I can just quickly take a look here, as St. Louis Blues have acquired Jakub Vrana from the Detroit Red Wings in exchange for Dylan McLaughlin and a 2025 7th round pick. Jakub Vrana retained at 50% of his salary, so that's good for St. Louis. They're able to fit things going. And just to give you an idea too here, let's go quickly over to Cap Friendly today and get ourselves an idea of where this Oilers team sits, and of course where every other team sits going into this, as the Oilers are officially, completely, and utterly out of cap space at just about operating $8 million over top of the cap. The Vegas Golden Knights have $2.9 million in cap space, so they can still make things happen. The Montreal Canadiens have $4.1, so they can do some things. Washington's got $7.3 million in cap space, so if they were really feeling good about themselves, they could add at the deadline as well. Tampa Bay only 507, so they'd have to find some ways to move some bodies if they want to make another move. Vancouver with 3.7. Toronto's still got $4.7 million in cap space. So when it comes to teams that aren't done yet, I think Toronto and Carolina with their 2.6 million would come to mind. Boston as well with 1.26. So should have the Oilers been in the market to add another move, you would have thought that they'd be competing against teams like Boston, Carolina, and Toronto for those moves, especially to the Vegas Golden Knights. But as it is right now, Jakub Vrana is 2.625 against the St. Louis Blues. Trade deadline cap space, so that's where we're getting right now. Trevor, what's going on, my man? Coming in, we've got the boys tuning in from work this morning. Even that's fantastic. Thanks so much for tuning in, Trev. I knew you had mentioned that you were gonna possibly mess with me a little bit, and I appreciate that a lot. Because I couldn't have drank that water any more awkwardly. But yeah, no, it's a day off of work for me, as I just took the day off to sit here and live stream to all of you this morning, keep you updated with the NHL trade deadline. Might as well sacrifice my day of work for you guys to be able to go to work and stay up to date, especially if you don't have TSN or Sportsnet on the go, at least to get some kind of live reaction out of it. And fighting, do I think that Ken Holland can pull off an Erik Karlsson trade? And would you give up Bouchard in the deal? That will be pushed off until post trade deadline, so in the off season, sometime probably after the draft, I would assume, is when Erik Karlsson becomes an Edmonton Oiler. If he becomes an Oiler, it's kind of been said that he's no longer an option for the trade deadline. So for the Oilers at this point, having traded Tyson Barrie, you now you have to end up getting out there and just wait until the off season for it to happen. Oh, and I'm up way too early. No, I'm up on time. 8:06. I'd already have worked 6 minutes of the day, have fired up my computer, have gotten through the warehouse and kind of gotten things going. So instead now we're sitting in the basement for an hour and 6 minutes. We've been live since 7 o'clock this morning, friends. And just for some reference, I'll give you some numbers here in a moment, but we've put up quite a big live stream as of today. Yeah, friends as well. Epiphany coming at you a little bit hot in the comment section there, yelling about the likes. If you've been enjoying the live stream so far and haven't had a chance to leave a like on the stream, I'd really appreciate that. That just is kind of a way to let people know that this is a decent live stream. They can come in and get what they're looking for, and they aren't getting really fooled eyes. Clickbaited or anything like that. So definitely if you could leave a like, that'd be greatly appreciated. We'll refresh Twitter here, and then I guess we'll open the floor to more questions. I don't think there's too much else to really glean from the NHL trade market as of yet. I guess there's photos of hitters being in trouble at the Baseball World Classic as Hugh Darvish and Shohei Ohtani get going. There's nothing else here. Here's a few key points to remember about the trade deadline. Let me just read this out. This from Cap Friendly. This is their points to remember. As of midnight, the 23-man active roster limited was lifted, allowing teams to carry as many players on the roster as they desire, so long as they have the cap space to support it. And the salary cap upper limit, clubs must continue to respect the salary cap's upper limit and cannot surpass or circumvent it. Once the season is complete, there is no longer an upper limit, and a team's playoff roster can consist of any players eligible for the team's roster. Signings: any player who signs an NHL contract after 1 p.m. Mountain today, excluding players already on a club's reserve list, are ineligible to participate in the playoffs for the club with which they've signed. As of today, there are 42 days left in the NHL season. So that's what you need to know there, right? We've got the rest of March and then a few weeks in April. Recalls and loans post deadlines. Each team can make 4 regular recalls after the March 3rd deadline. Emergency recalls do not qualify, and teams can recall junior players once their seasons have completed. So a guy like Matvei Petrov, potentially for the Oilers, if he is done his OHL season by, say, the last game of the year, we could technically recall him and give him his NHL debut to close out the year. That is a thing that could happen. And the 3 p.m. deadline is the deadline to loan players currently on the club's roster to the minors. So a player who's on a club's active roster on trade deadline day cannot be loaned to their NHL club for the remainder of the season other than a handful of exceptions. So that's again with the waivers and call-ups, send-downs. And then as well, most trades that occur post-trade deadline are for AHL or ECHL players or for a player's signing rights, which is college signing rights. And clubs can continue to place players on waiver past the trade deadline up until the last day of the season. However, players claimed after the deadline are not eligible to participate in any regular season or playoff games with their new club until next year. So this is kind of a depth add piece for it for the trade deadline. They've got Bruce Boudreau on the TSN talk right now as Bruce Boudreau will try to take us through. As Bruce, here he is their big headline there. Great to see him back out there as well. And I believe I know who TUW is in the chat, but we'll just leave that one alone as well. And yeah, as we get going here, I don't think there's really much else to really add, as obviously Jakub Vrana has been traded today. That's really the only big trade as of yet. You kind of see how this all comes together for right now. Stay tuned for coverage of Leafs optional practice at 5 p.m. Eastern today. Oh my goodness, that's going to be a whole thing. 3 p.m. Trade deadline day means anxiously refreshing your Twitter feed over and over again. I think I can agree with that statement. That would be something that we're going to be doing quite a bit. And again, just to refresh your memory, it is Jakub Vrana, the first deal of the day, from the Detroit Red Wings at 50% retained to the St. Louis Blues, and Dylan McLaughlin for a 7th round pick. So that's where we're getting to get going. So yeah, that's where we're at. It's just the start of the morning, and we're just kind of getting out. I guess might have to flip the screen around here and get on the bike and a little bit of exercise, a little bit of that. I don't think you want to hear me heavy breathing though, but for the Oilers, the big news today is that we are most likely done. I'm going to just go through the TSN trade board right now. And Magic, to your point, the big trades have happened so far. So there really is not much that can realistically happen today. Unless guys like Adam Henrique, James Reimer, those guys get traded. Obviously, Andres Athanasiou, another guy as well. And that's the problem of starting the morning with a tea, to Epiphany's point, as opposed to starting with water. The voice does sound a little grovelly, but that's fine. We'll survive. As Trevor and I believe TUW could usually agree, is that I don't sound too great in the morning to begin with. So we'll battle through and we'll make it happen. Trust me, it's a long day ahead. And somehow magically we're already at 8:13. Like I said, just took that break at 8 o'clock, and just waiting for confirmation here to see if I can line up my next guest. Let's see if there's anyone I can scroll through my Facebook friends list here and potentially reach out to see if they want to head on before we get Patrick back on here about 9:30 this afternoon, or this morning, or whatever time of the day it is. Let me see if there's anyone that would love to come aboard and would be actually free right now to come aboard. Let me see quickly if we can add anybody right now. I don't think there really is anyone else to add. I don't really think there would be anyone that would be available on a Friday morning at 8:13 before going to work or already at work. That's the beauty of having Patrick in the Oilers space, is he's smart like me and booked the day off. But as it all comes together, we'll just kind of just wait it out right now. We'll see if we can get Gillis TV in here after we get Patrick in on 9:30. Gillis TV, though, as if anyone knows him, situation is dictates that late nights are a regular occurrence and early mornings are not. Text me went up. Cool. Good to go. And John, good morning as we'll get things going. We'll turn back to the chat for a few moments here, friends. As let's go see what we got. Sukoden, welcome in. And what else? Darcy, would I trade Tyler Benson to Chicago for a salary dump? So Tyler Benson, this is the thing that I think a lot of folks I've seen talking about Tyler Benson since he was sent down have confused is Tyler Benson does not count against our salary cap. He is not a guy that's actually hurting us at all. He's a minor league contract at this point, 750,000 against the books, but not against the cap. So there's nothing really to concern there for Tyler Benson and the Edmonton Oilers. But as we keep going here, friends, let's quickly refresh the trade tracker. I don't think there would be anything because I haven't seen a trade break trade on TSN, and that's kind of the nice part about TSN. They get to it pretty quick. As Jason Greger reports, though, McDavid has a 28-point lead for the Art Ross. He's on pace to be behind only Gretzky for largest lead in a scoring race. Could he extend it to 40 points? Well, that's the thing, is as long as he gets above 31, he gets past Mario and gets it going there as well. And it looks like we've got some comments and some Twitter stuff coming in. I don't think there's much else here, just a new follower on Twitter, and that's really all we have to add to it. Trade Center friends are the best. Farhan Lalji and Mark Masters both hanging out on the same day. That doesn't happen too often. And Pierre Dorian says Jacob Chychrun is healthy and will make his home debut Saturday against Columbus with a lot of friends in the stands. So that's Jacob Chychrun. And obviously, too, you kind of look at the big trade deadline guys available. It kind of all comes down to fruition. As I just want to quickly reply to that tweet. So now things are starting to pick up in the morning. Give that a like, and away we go. I don't think there's really much else to add. Big, good morning. As that will be the dog going off. I was going to say I heard the claws on the floor beforehand, and unfortunately the dog then goes absolutely ballistic because the garbage truck is going past the house. This always confuses me. Every Friday morning I stay home. Not that I stay home too many Friday mornings, but generally speaking, the dog loves to go nuts as the garbage truck passes by. Alright, if anyone's got anything they're seeing, let me know. I don't think there's really much to really add to this trade deadline as of yet this morning. The Flyers are looking for a third-round pick back for James Van Riemsdyk. Vegas, Winnipeg, and Seattle among those interested. Calgary has inquired as well, but no longer seem to be in a buying frame of mind. So there you go. The first big insider report on the Calgary Flames today, saying that they are not looking to buy at this point. So that is another big get for us Edmonton Oilers. And Corb, if the Mr. Connor McDavid can get another 2 goals tonight, he's in the history books, I believe, as a guy that has done that all too rarely in the NHL. Yeah, I don't really think there's too much on the line in terms of history books tonight other than that for the Oilers and Jets, which is good because hopefully it just evolves into a big game. And Harbuck, you're hoping that the Oilers are able to make one more move. Kane coming back will be awesome and like an addition, as Mr. Ken Holland said. That is true. But if we can LTIR Yamamoto or move him, we have to do that. Too injury prone. Well, here's the thing for the Oilers at current is, as we understand, they are done. That's what was reported by Jeff Merrick this morning. The Oilers are done. There will not be another move made. However, it seems like I think the appetite to make another move is there for us should we so choose. So that's the thing. The deadline isn't going to be over until it's over, and there's plenty of time to make a move if the Oilers can find a fit that makes sense. As it gets going here, Corb, again to your comment, I guess we'll return quickly. Thoughts on a potential first-round matchup against the LA Kings? I think you look at it. We went to the NHL standings a moment ago. For those of you just tuning in now, we'll kind of go recap the standings one more time here. And we'll do it very much over the course of the day just to kind of give you an idea of what we're looking at, and that was really dangerous to leave that desktop audio open, especially if I had to drag the live stream back over here. But just as you get going, the Oilers are 4 points back of the LA Kings, but tied with the Seattle Kraken for that third spot in the Pacific Division. And when you look at this right now, and wild card, let's go here and see what we can get going. As right now, the Edmonton Oilers 74 points, the Seattle Kraken was 74, and that would put us into a situation with the LA Kings. Hey, there we go. The first text message of the day on the board. This is something that normally happens at the start of live streams, but with this one starting at 7 o'clock this morning, it's starting a little bit later, but 83 folks already tuning into the stream. Man, that even amazes me. But yeah, it's been a good start to the day. And the nice part is, right now we're just kind of rolling along and making things happen here as the trade breakers try to get going. But yes, the LA Kings first round matchup, very possible at this point. And obviously too, Mr. Jonathan Quick no longer a member of the LA Kings. And LA and the Vegas in the first round would be a matchup as well. So there's tons of combinations of how the Pacific could come down, with LA being number one, Vegas being number one, Seattle being number one, or Edmonton being number one. And don't forget too that the fifth team in the mix, the Calgary Flames, very well and could still make the playoffs, as the Winnipeg Jets as well are on a 4-game losing streak to boot. So both teams sitting there in the 2 and 3 holes in the wild card are on 4-game losing streaks. The Oilers play one of them tonight and will accidentally, on purpose, I think, help the Calgary Flames, because you're going to purposely win and you're going to accidentally help the Flames catch the Winnipeg Jets that much quicker. But friends, as we get going today, I'd just like to send a big shout out and a thank you to everybody that watched the channel coverage in the month of February. Just for frame of reference, friends, it was my best month ever on YouTube. I've been doing this whole gig 9.5 years. Not the Oilers gig, but this Dolynny TV Yak City Gaming gig. I've been doing it for, like I said, 9.5 years, and it was fantastic to see that 9.5 years later I put up my best month ever. Obviously that is what you're hoping to do 9.5 months later, but it was kind of a real special milestone to hit. And secondary to that, we're already off and running with being on pace for the next best month ever, which would be this month here in March. And obviously this live stream will play a big component in that. And obviously what I'm hoping for out of this one today is just to expand the reach a little bit and get the watch time up, as things are looking really good in the watch time. Just to give you an idea of how things looked yesterday, the crazy part to me is 657 hours, okay? That's what we're talking about in terms of watch time yesterday. I know I make a lot of mention of it on live streams, but 657 hours in one day is equivalent to 27 days of stuff watched here on Dolynny TV. So that's, again, thank you so much. And to everybody that tunes in today, know that you're making an impact. You're making an impact directly in my life by tuning in today, and I really, really appreciate that. If at any time you don't feel I do, please remind me of why I'm here and what I'm doing. But let's go quickly into the comments section again as we get going here, just to keep rocking and rolling. I don't think there's much else. We'll check Twitter. I guess that's something I gotta remember every time I go on a tangent, to quickly check Twitter. Darren Radish has been assigned to the AHL by the Tampa Bay Lightning. Happy trade deadline day to those who celebrate. And let's see, if my team was competing with someone else and that team acquired James Van Riemsdyk, I wouldn't be able to care less. That's World Hockey Report. And that's all we're at. I don't think there's much else there. TSN retweeted Chris Johnson, so that's where we're at. Let's see where we're at right now. Owen, we've already covered your comment. Another comment there from Harbuck on the Vegas and LA meeting. And then Oiler fan, you're saying the Oilers will pull through and win the West. Well, that's the thing. If we get on a hot streak here, the West is wide open. I guess again I referenced the standings, but that's kind of more or less what we're going to be doing all day today is doing standings math. The Oilers with 74 points, the Dallas Stars with 79. So it's not like anyone is necessarily running away with the West as of yet. The Oilers could very well be number one in the Western Conference by the end of time tonight. Season, sorry. I don't know why I keep saying things. Brain gets kind of squirrely once in a while. And then Del Reyada, we need the Flames to be in there. Well, I'll tell you, I would prefer the Flames to be out, just so as we don't somehow see the Flames squeak in and then beat us in the playoffs. That would be embarrassing. I guess to give you an update on the scoring leaders, it's McDavid with 18, Draisaitl with 90, Kucherov 87, Pastrnak 83, Thompson 80, and then you've got Kachuk at 79, Carlson at 78, Marner at 77, Robertson at 76, and Elias Pettersson tied for 9th as well. Let's see. Is there anything here? Korpisalo. To your point, Tony has had the Oilers number. Well, again, too, I think there is something to be said for when the boys want it in the playoffs, they go out there and get it. And I think that's what we'll see Connor McDavid do against a guy like Korpisalo, should we have to face it. Epiphany. The comments I get sometimes. What can you say? Magic, the Oilers' defense has been Achilles' heel, so if we manage to resolve that, we could be seriously dangerous. I think for the Oilers, it's just a matter of allowing easier assignments for Darnell Nurse, taking Cody Ceci and Darnell Nurse off the ice for hard-pressed minutes in their own zone when you can, and really allowing this team to kind of have that pecking order. That's kind of what we've heard, so that would be not a bad thing if the Oilers really start evolving defensively a little bit. Smurfy, you're saying the Flames aren't going to do anything today. Well, I think there is potential that they sell. At worst, they sell. That's kind of where we're at. Let me see here if we can get things going, but just give me a sec here. Actually, I did have a thought. My brain's starting to wake up this morning, so there's a bunch of things that I want to take care of over the course of the day, and now I'm starting to realize what I need to take care of. So let's just quickly let me do that and we can get going, as there isn't really much to the trade deadline as of yet today. So let me go over to Patrick's channel, youtube.com/OilersFanatic, and let me get this pasted over here in the chat for you. Subscribe to the Oilers Fanatic. Bing, bang, boom, and there you go. If you haven't had a chance yet, friends, if you're in the chat, definitely make sure you're subscribed to Patrick over at the Oilers Fanatic. We had him on earlier this morning to chat things over with us in terms of trade targets, who you'd be interested in, rating the pickup of the S. Puljujärvi jersey from 1 to 10, talking about potentially picking up a Tyson Barrie jersey now that it's 50% off. You kind of get the gist of that whole joke that I'm making, but that's where we're at right now, is just going through the morning and trying to make a whole production of it. And I just like spend a little bit of time doing some good in the community today, and of course getting Patrick some very well deserved new members to his community, as well as he's closing in on 5,000, and trust me, it's been a big year of milestones for the both of us, and I'd love to see it continue here throughout trade deadline day. And unfortunately for Patrick, I think he took the day off in part to hopefully be able to break the news when the Oilers made a move, and instead the Oilers choose early on in the morning to instead be done. So that's kind of sucks to see, but I know we'll have a full recap and stuff, and we're looking to try and get something up together tomorrow. I think we'll get that up over on his channel, and then we'll just kind of use him to off-spell me having to talk the full time here on Dolynny TV. Still coming on the guest list is Gillis TV at some point today, and I think too there is somebody else I would like to try and get on here if we can. A good start so far. So anybody in the boat to trade Nugent Hopkins and McDavid for Lars Eller? if anyone's in the boat to do that, let me know. As for some reason, Patrick has just popped up on my live stream screen now. So I'm just going to drag this live to the last moment we're that. And if there is anything else, who was I going to text message? Not much realistically in terms of trade deadline stuff. Stars Matt Murray. If you haven't seen the tweet about Matt Murray of the Dallas Stars, his mask, definitely find it on Twitter. It's a great story honoring some fallen Humboldt Broncos from that unfortunate and a very tragic bus accident several years back. So great moment to see that in the NHL, make it all the way there. Then I went to commercial, so I'm watching a dozen and then I'll hop back in. I like it. All right. Sounds good. Kind of queuing up. And obviously that, my friends, if you hear the dog barking now, would be the recycling truck going by, despite me not having the recycling bin outside because it's kind of one of those things. There was a box pop put in the recycling bin and that is about it. If I can say anything here right now, just as we get going, thank you for spending your morning with me. Patrick has now crossed over 4,600 subscribers on the refresh. So he's there now, and obviously the excitement here on YouTube is about to die down a little bit over the next few days. I remember how exciting Trade Deadline 2020 was, and then how much it died down right after, but obviously that was really by no fault of anybody other than the reality that came to fruition at that point. But as we keep going here, 90 minutes from now, 12 p.m. Eastern Time, live on the Daily Faceoff YouTube show, there will be Frank Saravelli available on YouTube, so you can watch that as we get going here this morning. But I will continue rocking along. And as we get going, Littlest Cat is obsessed with trash men like that. Toff, you're saying, I always know when they come because he stomps on my sleeping head and jumps into the bedroom window to see trash men. The cats and the animals. I will tell you, you think about this, and this is something as a pet owner who spends a lot of time at home on the weekends, but is rarely ever home on the weekdays. And when I am, you kind of get to see their ebbs and flows of the day of how much you screw them up when you're home when you're not supposed to be, right? They own the house. You can own the house, you can rent the house, but when they live there 24/7, 365, they own the house. And obviously, right, my dog has a routine, I'm sure, every Friday mid-morning of barking at the garbage truck and the recycling truck as it goes by. I know my one cat, pretty much, he will come down and eat. He'll find a chair to curl up on until I leave. And then if I don't leave, by the time I'm downstairs working here or upstairs in the office working, he's in my bed curled up until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. You do not see that cat till 2 in the afternoon. So, yeah, it's actually interesting to be home during these days. Like, I haven't had too many of my cats come and visit. I've got 3 of them, but not too many of them have come to visit as of yet. And yeah, that's where we're just sitting right now, friends. We'll give you a second check of the watch time here in a matter of seconds. Super welcome in as we continue to get things going. 6.3. So friends, we've already crushed off our first 101 hours on the stream. Kind of the goal today is to try and end up with over 915 hours watched on the stream. If anyone knows what that means on Dolynny TV, you're pretty good at guessing, but that would mean my best watched day ever. So that's kind of the effort today, is to try and get there right now today. And just for reference, we should have a backup way of getting there, to tell you that much at least, is when it comes down to it, since uploaded, yeah, we've got about 170 hours sitting somewhere else. So we can pace pretty well, even if the Oilers don't make another move today. Let's see. To just kind of wrap it down, is Corb, yes, the only move today so far is Jakub Vrana to the St. Louis Blues from the Detroit Red Wings. It was a pretty minor move, realistically, given what Vrana's done this year, but it's the only move we've got, and it's the biggest move we've had, as Nick Bonino in a 5th round pick and a 7th round pick going back to San Jose for Nick Bonino headed to the Pittsburgh Penguins. And that is really all we have. I guess Bonino's trade was official last night, but it was announced this morning at 7 a.m. Eastern Time, so 5 a.m. this morning, when Elliot Friedman got out of bed and started the day of violence on Twitter. That's where we're sitting, friends. It's a slow day, so realistically, I guess to go through what I've got planned today, I've got a couple of great stories to tell you as the day, if it continues to be slow, will make it happen. But you see here, if you've tuned into Dolynny TV on the regular, the S. Puljujarvi video or jersey that is now sitting here, normally during videos would sit right here. I've moved it over to allow the Oilers to be a little bit more front and center. The reverse retro, which anyone that knows me very well would know that the Edmonton Oilers reverse retro jersey came to me at a time I really need to do something for myself. The secondary reverse retro jersey is right here, and looking very good, and still needs to be plated up with either James Hamblin or Stuart Skinner or somebody. And then secondary to that, the Connor McDavid jersey all the way over here, as you can't see it because I'm blocking it, but that's where it is. And for anyone that doesn't know too well, I guess you can see it when I move over. I've got the Bakersfield Condors away jersey from a couple of years back, and then my Team Canada jersey from the 2018 Olympics as well up on the wall. So that's the jersey collection as it currently stands. You pretty much have the entire collection, and then my pride and joy, the longest serving piece of Oilers merchandise I have, my Oilers flag right there. Felix, welcome in, and as we get going here, and yeah, that's where we're at, Toff. It's going to be a day to be very, very bored. That's the unfortunate part here for us Oilers fans, especially because the Oilers have said they're out on doing anything today. So as we get rocking and rolling, I'm just going to just quickly check Twitter, and there really is not much. There's not even any rumors of anyone going anywhere, so it could be, to your guys' points, a very, very, very quiet day today, and I could just be talking myself in circles for absolutely no point. I feel like it'll be a day that I spend drinking a lot of liquids. I think that's not even to make a joke. I've already dummied a cup of tea and dummied pretty much a full cup of water. But it's 8:37 on the clock, and friends, we just need to find something to happen here because it has been rather silent to begin. Bonino before any of us were out of bed, and now Yakovrana just as we were getting the live stream started up, and that's really all that we've had all day. And maybe to give you an idea, as I did in that video last night on Nick Bukestad, let's just quickly cover off what we've got for the Oilers in terms of points scoring. There's a ton of things we can do to get this whole day to be a little bit more interesting, so we won't be creating any music videos. We could potentially play "Oh for a Rip" by Dolynny TV back from the day on the stream, but I'd prefer to just link that so as the views go up a little bit more, to be a little selfish. But I guess we could probably play some old videos if we really felt intrigued enough to do as such. But give me a sec here, friends, as we'll load up the stats for the Edmonton Oilers, and I need to sneeze quickly. There we go. That's good. So Connor McDavid with 118 points in 62 games for the Oilers. Leon Draisaitl with 90 and 60. You've got 73 and 62 for Ryan Nugent-Hopkins. 71 and 61 for Zach Hyman. And then it drops all the way down to Darnell Nurse, who's having a resurgent season at 32 points and 62 games played, and a plus 18, by the way. You also then have Evan Bouchard with 21, Matthias Ekholm with 19, Evander Kane with 19. You got Ryan McLeod with 19, Warren Foegele with 18, Matthias Janmark with 17, Klim Kostin with 17, Brett Kulak's now up to 17 on the year, Derek Ryan with 15 in 60 games. Yes, Puljujarvi finished the year with 14 points in 58 games. Kyler Yamamoto with 14 points in 38 games. Cody Ceci 11 in 62. Dylan Holloway will finish the NHL season more than likely with 9 points in 51 games. Philip Broberg now up to 7 points in 36 this year. Devon Shore 5 points in 34. Vinny Desharnais 4 points in 17. There was a time he was averaging, well, point per game almost. Ryan Murray will finish the year with 3 points in 13 games. And obviously Benson, Hamblin, Malone, and Niemelainen all pointless in their seasons thus far with our Edmonton Oilers. There you have it. That's the goal scoring standards for the Oilers so far. And as we keep going here, I think we've had the chat about the Oilers where it really, really sucks right now to see the Flames losing, but it also really, really, really rocks. You like to see it. As we get going, just to see here, I'm still slightly hoping for Braun Toff. That's not a bad hope to hold on to. If the Oilers can somehow find one more way to upgrade, I don't think any of us are going to mind that too bad at all. And I think that's the exciting part here, is there still is technically room for the Oilers to upgrade should they so choose. And that's where we're sitting. But Michael, how would I rate it if the deadline was truly done? If the deadline is truly done for the Oilers, as reported by Jeff Merrick today, I would say, honestly, it's exactly what you needed, right? You need a right-hand shot, big body in the bottom six. You got that, Nick Bjugstad. You need to get rid of Puljujarvi and stop this black cloud that's hung over the Oilers. Bang, done. And you got a 6'4" defensive defenseman in Matthias Ekholm who does have the ability to chip in points. Done. Boom. So that is pretty solid there as well. So friends, give me a second here. I'm just going to run upstairs, grab another cup of water. I'll be right back, and we'll keep continuing to chat here in a matter of moments. But just ran out of water, so give me a moment. Alright, there we go. As we are good to rock and roll in here, friends. What else do we got? Is there anything else we can really add to this trade deadline coverage as of yet? I don't think there is much. As the Twitter machine is surprisingly dead, to be honest with you. You'd expect things to be buzzing, but right now, as it sits, there's really not much else to do. But Bob Stauffer talking about the Oilers trade deadline before the season even started on October 9th. And this is a day that I was hanging out with my sister, actually, as we headed into Calgary for the day. The Oilers made a subtle trade which was worked out well. Klim Kostin has made an impact, 10 points, or 10 goals, 7 assists, 17 points, plus 11 in 40 games this season well, providing size and sticking up for his teammate in the process, quickly becoming a fan favorite as well. Yes, Clean is him. Um, is there anything else? Sorry, I keep saying and I feel like a complete idiot for it, but I'm just worried that we're missing something, but it's actually been such an easy day so far. Uh, and I don't mind that at all. It's actually never a bad thing when you can sit here and enjoy a very nice and easy day for the Oilers, obviously, too, right? I don't mind not having to worry about the Edmonton Oilers doing something massive and then obviously creating a frenzy at some point in the day, as I believe they are officially done. But when it comes down to it today, friends, right, it's just one of those things, is hopefully the Oilers do still do something to give us a little bit of excitement. Troy, go Avs, go. Of course, friends, if you don't know, I've got a quite, I think the term is eclectic, group of friends that have very diverse teams they cheer for. I've got Canucks friends, I've got Leafs friends, I've got Flames friends, I've got Avs friends, I've got Pittsburgh friends, I've got Detroit friends, I've got obviously a lot of Oilers friends, I've got Jets fans, I've got. It's crazy to see just how well spread out my friend group is over the span of the NHL, and then Troy being one of the first hardcore Avs fans I met outside of my cousin's wife growing up. But yeah, no, it's great to see, and especially too for Troy, right? If the Oilers couldn't win it last year, at least the Avs did. Just sucks the Avs had to beat the Oilers to get that done, but neither here nor there. Worried about Yamo and his injuries. Well, here's what I would say about Yamo and his injuries is if there is any actual physical worry about Yamamoto's injuries at current, he will be shelved for the LTIR, and I could see the Oilers making another move. But if Jeff Merrick is out there, if Jeff Merrick is reporting the Oilers are done, I would assume that Yamamoto is healthy and good enough to keep going this season. So hopefully that is the case, because as anyone would know, I am as big of a Yamamoto fan as it gets out there, because Yamamoto is a guy that I kind of raised my hockey career on to some extent, broadcasting my first ever WHL game way back when with the highlights on Nate Broadcasting. And there we go, Aaron. I think I hopefully just answered your question there. If you're on the stream delay that normal people are, you'll have heard the answer there, hopefully. And Troy, to your answer on the Avalanche going back to back, if the Avalanche sweep the Oilers in the third round again, I am not complaining much at all, as long as the Oilers put up a good fight like last year. And Cashton, you're talking about liking the Oilers. Well, I think the general consensus in the chat today is we're all Oilers fans, which is pretty fantastic. And Michael, you don't see an upgrade being available on Janmark or Fogle. Well, when it comes down to the trade board, I think there would be guys available, but unfortunately they're all having down years. So realistically, just because a guy's having a down year, he can still be an upgrade, but points-wise, a downgrade, and that's a problem when you're talking about upgrading in oil country. As we found out with Barry for Matthias Ekholm. Anything else here? Ethan, you moved to Virginia from Edmonton 3 years ago, and I think I may be the only Oilers fan in my city of 85,000. All Canes and Caps fans around here. I'd be surprised, because you know what? The one thing I expected was a lot of Flames homers down here in southern Alberta. And whether it be just because I was an Oilers fan or because I was meant to find these people, I've found, or Oilers fan, did I say Oilers fan? I hope I said Oilers fan. I've found some very good Oilers fans down here, some very good friends that are Oilers fans, and through that I have been able to expand my social network quite well down here in southern Alberta after moving from Cold Lake, Alberta. So I guess right now, if I could play you guys some clips, I would, but I just don't know how to fully set it up so as I don't screw up the bringing into the broadcast that I have with Patrick and everybody else. So, yeah, it's a long time ago that I've been doing this whole YouTube thing, and sorry, the lights are already starting to bug me, but as it is, it's been a long time on this whole YouTube thing, and it's fantastic to basically still be doing it and just kind of sit back. And a day like today is a great day to show off what I've done over the course of those years, but we'll try and save you from that, as it's quite cringeworthy if I'm being quite honest. But as we get going here, Matt, can Jack Campbell find his game? Tuning in from Australia tomorrow. I should say you're tuning in from Australia tomorrow. Is Jack Campbell, I think, has found his game. He just needs to make sure he keeps it up. And Mick, you're coming in supporting Radko Gudas. I would not mind seeing Radko Gudas. We had Patrick on earlier, and to see Radko Gudas join the team would be a pretty welcome addition on my part. You have Gudas back there, you have Desharnais back there, you have Ekholm back there, you have Nurse back there. Don't mind me, that sounds like some winning hockey to me on the playoff side of things. And Darren, welcome into the chat as well. You live in Edmonton for 6 years and then Lethbridge for a bit. Back in Nova Scotia now, though. Okay. So that's the thing. At some point when it gets real slow, and I mean it is real slow right now, we might have to play the where you're tuning in from game. Just going to go through Twitter. Is there anything we can cover off? And I don't think there is. Nope, there really isn't much there, so we're good right now as we'll continue along and just continue to see that things are adding up to a very nice little morning so far. I've turned down my computer brightness, but I think I might. Hold on, I'm going to try and turn off this light that's just really bugging my eyes. Give me a sec. Alright, there we go. A little bit more, a little bit less bright in here, but a little bit better on the eyes, I guess I could say. It feels a little bit better. The camera's going to blur out a little bit there, but you can see the bags under my eyes are a little irritated by the amount of light we had in here, but now nice and under control, I guess you could say, as we get going. But it got a little dark in here a moment ago, but there we go. We got a bunch of folks just joining us for the first time here today by the looks of it. Matt, again, we wish we still had Oscar Klefbom leading the D. I actually don't mind not having Klefbom. It's kind of nice to see the Oilers were able to survive not having him and evolve a little bit here. And knowing that he's happy and getting healthy back home is a big get for me. Rory, to your comment first, you can't see Yamamoto getting traded unless it's for another right wing. Well, I don't see Yamamoto getting traded at all at current is what I would say. And Tyler, to your comment, I follow a lot of baseball. In football season, the NFL, I'll follow the NFL loosely as I hang out with my friends more or less. And that's really about it. I don't really have much time to watch the NBA or do any of that during the NHL season, so unfortunately that's where you're going. And Ethan, did I hear about Stephen A. Smith's comments on the NHL not counting? Yeah, I did. Do I really care? No. And that's kind of the best part about it. I really don't care what that man has to say. And I do not know who the dog is barking at now, friends. Normally I would, but unfortunately I do not. And Epiphany, to your comment, they get a heavy set blood tech to basically dump. Yeah, that's that would be a good sign, that is for sure. And Hazarock, our defense lately has gotten much better. I think, as the Oilers would say, it's been an improvement over the course of the year. And the post situation is looking good. Okay, hold on, friends. We've got a situation developing on Twitter. Let me go over there and let me see if I can pause this. And sorry about the dog barking. You know that this is just a regular occurrence. Let me see if we can get this going. Watch Patrick's update. Let's throw that in the chat if you have a chance. I was talking about linking videos. It's in the chat right there. Patrick has got your morning update here on this here on YouTube over on the Oilers Fanatic as we continue to bring you coast-to-coast coverage of this NHL trade deadline. About an hour and a half, or just about 2 hours into the live stream this morning. It's been a tough morning with only 2 trades technically going down. Gage, good morning. I'm really not sure what my dog's freaking out about. That's kind of upsetting me, but it is what it is. And we're just cruising along. Realistically, there is nothing happening in the trade market. You know it's a big day when on trade deadline day I can see a guy like Patrick pop up first thing. And that's my biggest, most exciting news. Obviously not to diminish Patrick in any way, but when an update about the Oilers being done at 9 o'clock in the morning is the biggest news, we have got a little bit of a problem in my opinion. Flames fans finding out their team plans staying put at the deadline is a picture. Yeah, that's going to be that for sure. And friendly reminders that Puljujarvi and Aho playing together is a world championship thing or a world juniors thing. Sure. There is nothing. There is absolutely nothing on Twitter right now for coverage, so that's why I'm saying you definitely have to go check out Patrick's take on things. And the Oilers just tweeting their game day tweet. The Oilers end their 3-game homestand with a Friday night tilt versus the Winnipeg Jets, and the man of the hour is Clean Costin in the game day post today. Alright, that's where we're at. And Aaron, what's your views on Arizona's tanking situation as it seems to be cheating the salary cap? I wouldn't even really call it a tanking situation. They are just trying to commit to building the best team available for when they get that new arena in Arizona, right? They're kind of the problem right now is they don't have a good arena. They've got a 5,000 seat arena and they really got nothing substantial to work on in Arizona. So if they can get a whole bunch of draft picks, when the word is go, they can just start trading them. They can just start drafting them, whatever they choose to do, and really make an impact here in either a year or 2 from now. So that would be kind of my situation. And is there not a way where you guys can co-stream? So Troy, that is something that we tried to figure out for weeks leading up to this trade deadline, Patrick and I. And unfortunately, to make it really worth it for both of us in terms of making sure the day off gets paid for, more or less, is we both have to be able to get views on our channel because of it. And unfortunately, we could not find a way where we broadcast the same stream to both channels. We could really only do it on my channel or on his, and so he has chosen the path of doing the video updates, which I think, as you know, Patrick, that will serve him very well as the day goes along. Just to give you an idea as to what Patrick's probably achieved already this morning by doing his video just a few moments ago. He's already up to 30 views in 4 minutes, so I know he will be very happy to see those kind of numbers on a Friday morning as we get going. And obviously too, it'll be nice to have somebody covering the video portion of the day as opposed to my live coverage of just the day as we go along. If the Oilers do make a trade, I'll record a video, but as it currently sits, we're full live stream all the time today as we roll along towards the deadline, friends. To your point, Matt, do I think I will ever join Tyler and the boys of Oilers Nation? No. So I don't know how much you guys know, but there is some stuff in the works here that Patrick and I would like to see us go out there and create something a little bit similar to Oilers Nation maybe, but that's maybe a year or 2 down the road yet. So there is hopes that we will kind of be doing our own thing here quite soon. And then Rory, to your point, and Gage, no and no. Both Rory and Gage, your answers are no and no, as far as I understand. Tempe might have voted on the arena, but I don't think we have anything concrete. And Holland should call Calgary for Huberto. JCLV choosing violence today, that is for sure. And there we go. That's really covering off the chat. We'll go back to Twitter to refresh things quickly, as I don't think there is anything. Honestly, I'm hitting refresh and there's nothing popping up. And it is just another quick like on my tweet from the other day about hitting 11,000 subscribers. So just so as you guys know here, when it all comes together, is this has been the best hour of the day view-wise here on Dolynny TV, and I'm sure watch hour-wise as well. It's been a pretty solid past 12 hours here on the channel. And just to kind of give you an idea here as we close on the 9 o'clock hour, hey, I haven't asked for it as of yet in the past hour, so if you're new to the channel, friends, and you've been tuning in here in this past hour, I'd love to have you aboard. Really, a subscription is free to Dolynny TV. It costs nothing. And the second best part is you get a full rest of the NHL season and playoffs where you get notifications for live streams and stuff like that for when we get things really rocking and rolling to crunch time here in the year. This is obviously the biggest deadline of the year for the NHL teams in terms of trades, but we still got 20 games to go and a full playoffs to yet rock and roll. So I'd love to have you aboard for that. With that as well, I will just send you a quick commercial as well. We haven't done that as of yet in the past hour, so trying to do only a commercial an hour here, as I'm sure we're getting enough views to make it worth its while. Yeah, engaged to say there will be no trades for the Oilers today. That is the premise of which we are operating under today, is that there will be no trades from our Edmonton Oilers today. And now just to give you an update on the watch time as well, 1283 times 6.6, and we are up to 8467.8 hour or minutes watched, sorry, so that equates out to 141. Friends, I'm going to take a quick bio break, and I'll be right back with more coverage here in a matter of moments. Thank you for tuning in, and we will be right back in about 4 or 5 minutes. And there we go, friends. Let's get back to it here and quickly refresh Twitter as we move into the 9 o'clock hour. I'm told he's working on some visa issues. Well, look who's still on the ice in Oilers colors this morning. I believe that is Nick Bukestad, as he's waiting to try and get the work visa issues sorted out for the Edmonton Oilers ahead of tonight's game. He may be in the lineup by the looks of that. What do we got else going on here? You guys are just chatting more and more so amongst yourselves here in the chat as we keep going here today, as there really is not much to add, friends. It is a slow. And yes, it's wait, that's Puljujärvi skating in Edmonton. Sorry. Well, look who's still on the ice in Oilers colors this morning. Sorry, yes, Puljujärvi. Sorry, I thought that was Nick Bukestad, big man out there, right-hand shot. But that is yes, Puljujärvi on the ice as he's still working out in his Oilers colors, a Carolina Hurricanes product. But there you go. Yes, Puljujärvi still some capacity a member of the Edmonton Oilers in some weird fashion because of some visa issues to try and get down into the States to go with the Carolina Hurricanes. I guess to give you an idea of where the Carolina Hurricanes are over the next few games, where yes, Puljujärvi could be potentially joining them. Obviously, that's kind of the scramble up part of this all. Friday, March 3rd, the Carolina Hurricanes are in Arizona at 7:30. So while it seems unlikely, it may be Daryl Cates flying Mr. Yes Puljujärvi down to Arizona and then getting Nick Bjugstad back up in return on the same flight. You just never know. And then on Saturday, are the Hurricanes back in action somewhere else on the West Coast? I would assume maybe. They are not, so Sunday we'll transfer over there and see what's going on. They are at home against the Tampa Bay Lightning, so there's really not too many opportunities for Yes Puljujärvi to get on the road with the Carolina Hurricanes, but that's just where we're currently sitting. And now, all of a sudden, we've got a insider text coming. And it is indeed about Yes Puljujärvi. So yes, there you go. As he's pulling the Wolf of Wall Street move there. I'm not leaving. He's still out there on the ice with the Oilers. That must be a weird situation seeing him in the hallways. But as we update friends, just a quick update of the trade board here this morning. No trades happening in the past hour. It was Jakub Vrana to the St. Louis Blues this morning at 9:10 Eastern Time. Detroit retained 50% of the salary, and Dylan McLaughlin and a 2025 seventh round pick, went back to Detroit. In exchange for Nick Bonino, the San Jose Sharks picked up a 5th round pick and a 7th rounder. So that's the deal as well there, and there you go. That's really all there is to the trade market so far today. Bruce Garrioch now on our television screens for the Ottawa Senators coverage. There really is not much else to add to that, as he will just talk quickly about the Senators and go over some ins and outs of their day upcoming. And I think, too, I would say the sense is that we are pretty much done here, even though GMs aren't about ready to admit it, as Puljujärvi has an appointment Monday to get work visa worked out and will join the Hurricanes Tuesday in Montreal. There you go. That's the news, as Pierre LeBrun has tweeted it today. An updated trade bait board as James Van Riemsdyk, Brock Besser, Joel Edmondson, Connor Garland, Dmitry Kulikov, John Klingberg, Jordan Greenway, Philip Zadina, and Connor Sheary alongside Nick Sealer, all lead this trade deadline. But realistically, when those are the names available, I don't imagine there realistically is much to come from the NHL trade deadline today. Oiler Alert, a Twitter account that I was telling you need to be following. Tweet note, just some thoughts here. I see no reason why the Oilers should be done. Send Shore or Broberg down, and you have the ability to add one more depth piece, potentially more if you can get retention. Both big holes left to fill, either by tomorrow or in the summer, or by today or in the summer. A top 6 right winger, and of course a top 4 right hand D. Both moves likely to be taken care of, as mentioned, in the summer. Seg, welcome in. Good morning. As we get set here, thoughts on the Bjugstad trade, W or L? Big time win for the Oilers, that's for sure. As we'll just kind of go back up the comments here quickly. Treliving would lose his job before he could sign. Troy, there's a lot of things we've said Treliving should lose his job for, that's for sure. Gage, to your point, Oilers versus Jets, who will win Saturday or Friday or both or none at all? Can I say I'd like to see the Oilers win both? Is that not too biased of an answer? Because I would love to see the Oilers win both. Keep the Jets' misery going. I mean, I do respect Peg City Hockey a ton for his live streaming of the Winnipeg Oilers series in 2020, but to say that I want the Jets to win would be pretty bad of me, and to say, too, that I don't want the Oilers to win would be pretty bad of me. As we get going here, TUW, Ngatata, right back to you, buddy. We obviously probably got some good news today, I'm assuming, and that is definitely in definition of a Mangatota on the stream, because get back to work on Monday, and it's going to be a pretty good Monday at work if I'm seeing that in the stream. Good morning to those of you just joining in this morning. Really appreciate everybody being along for the ride, right? It's been a slow day. That's realistically, all there is to say to things today is it's been a very slow day on the trades. Like, I'm refreshing the tweets, and it's like two at a time, two at a time, two at a time. So there really isn't much. And the biggest news in Oilers land is that yes, Puljujarvi's still on the ice for the Edmonton Oilers today, despite being traded to the Hurricanes a couple of days ago. So that's pretty crazy to say, but that's where it is. Let's see where we're at as you guys just continue to go back and forth. So I'll get to Seg's comment here. Is Ekholm one of the missing pieces to go to the finals? I absolutely think so. A big left-hand D that can eat the minutes from Darnell Nurse. That is a much needed piece for sure. And Gage is going to the Oilers game on Saturday to support the Oilers in Winnipeg at the Canada Life Center. That's still a game I have to catch one of these days, is getting down to the Canada Life Center, even if it's not to watch the Oilers. I have a good buddy that lives in Winnipeg and a guy that's a huge mentor to me in my life on YouTube. I think I'm very proud of what I'm doing now because I've taken a lot of lessons he taught me back then, and I'm turning them into a lot of gold now, and it's really, really awesome. So that's fantastic. And Kirby, I think, as Max has corrected you in their chat, Domi has been traded to the Dallas Stars, as Seg had also said there, and to say as well, Radko Gudas is on the top of the board for both Patrick and I. As I think now, thinking of Patrick, we should try and get him back in here for a few minutes here. As let's go quickly. I'll ask him if he's ready in about 10 minutes as we continue our wall-to-wall coverage here, and we'll get Patrick in on the day. So officially, according to Jeff Merrick, the Oilers are done, but just to give you an idea here, as Patrick is blitzing up 165 views in 18 minutes on his stream or on his video, just to say that's public facing views. So I think Patrick's having a good start to the morning on a Friday morning here in Oilers land. Don't mind me at all seeing those kind of numbers come out for a video like that for sure. And Kirby, yeah, no worries at all. And eating minutes to keep Nurse energized. Casey, to your point about Matthias Ekholm, was night and day last game. Absolutely is. And the big thing is, I don't think Darnell Nurse played any less minutes. It's just maybe lesser situational minutes, I guess is the word I'm looking for. Yeah, that'd be what I'm looking for. Avery, welcome in. Good morning to you as well, and I think good morning to everybody joining the chat. It's now 9:11 a.m., so that means we've got folks from BC joining in just shortly after 8 if you're getting to work. And secondary to that, I guess, as it continues to be very quiet this morning, before we get Patrick in here and before I refresh Twitter, I guess maybe we should do a quick round table chat of what we got going here. Give me a sec. Sorry, Patrick replied, and then I saw Edmonton in a tweet. Some chatter with less than 4 hours until the deadline. Pittsburgh is still looking to add. Edmonton is likely done. Ottawa could add a bottom six center. Believe Chicago and Vancouver checked in on Turcotte, and Washington's Shiri has generated interest. Eyes on Klingberg, Kulikov, Grant, Henrique in Anaheim. That according to David Pignota of the fourth period. So friends, as we get going here, if you'd be so kind, if you're just tuning in this morning or you've been in here for quite a bit of the morning, I'd love to get to know where you're tuning in from. I know Matt let me know he's tuning in from Australia. We have quite an Edmonton contingent in here as well. That would be as expected here on the channel. But if you're tuning in from anywhere kind of remote in the world, anywhere exciting in the world, let me know. And if you're tuning in from the farm outside of Ardmore, Alberta, I want to know that as well. So let me know this morning. Go Oilers tuning in. And Eric, this morning, has there been an update on Yamamoto? Not as of yet in terms of health, but as it seems, it doesn't look likely that he will be placed on the LTIR. Segel's hoping that the Oilers move a couple down to Bakersfield to make a hard push, need the wins. Well, I highly doubt that the Oilers will be giving up any roster pieces to go on down to Bakersfield at this point, but a trade could change that. Dude tuning in from Grand Prairie, and that's another hotbed of Oilers action. Let me tell you, there are a lot of Oilers fans up. You start going that Whitecourt, Grand Prairie, Dawson Creek, and Fort St. John direction. There are a lot of Oilers fans up that way. Bill, you're tuning in from Courtney on the Vancouver Island. Matt's tuning in from Melbourne, Australia. And the fun thing about this, if you haven't tuned in to Dolynny TV lately, it seems like I've made a joke of it, but it's actually really interesting that the folks tuning in from Australia, New Zealand, Fiji, all that, are tuning in from tomorrow. This is the beauty of it. I have a friend who recently moved to New Zealand, and it's kind of fun now texting her every once in a while saying, hey, welcome to yesterday where I'm absolutely crushing it, and I hope tomorrow's just looking just as good. Let's go. Sled tuning in from Drayton Valley, Alberta. Drayton Valley is not a bad little town. I do have a couple of friends in my life that have come from Drayton Valley, a classmate in college and a good buddy that I tend to catch up with every trip up north to Cold Lake or up to Edmonton. I always try to catch up with them for dinner, for ball. We did play ball in the summer, went out and hit the ball with wood bats. That was a weird goal for me, that's for sure. And as we get going, Fruity's going, tuning in from Nottingham, Robin Hood country in the UK. Like to see that as well. And Segal is visiting family in Australia right now. That's pretty sweet. Troy tuning in from Crossfield this morning. Don't mind that as well. And as we keep going here, Gage, I'll get to your comment as we get going. Thinking this trade deadline of the NHL will be very quiet this year, and all the big trades are sadly done. That's hence why we're playing with 97 folks tuning in at 9:15 in the morning. That's why we're playing the Where You From game. Ash, you're tuning in from Perth, West Australia, Australia. And Matt, it's 3 a.m. Saturday morning here. Wow, that's dedication to the cause. I like that. And Lenny, welcome in as well. Casey saying Back to the Future. McFly, yeah, it's kind of crazy to think how that all shakes out as it goes down. And let me just see if there's anything here. They're paying tribute to the Vancouver Grizzlies here, the Grizzly Truth, on Sportsnet. And it doesn't look like what we got going here. As no work visa yet for Yes Pugliarvi, so interesting to see there as well. And as we keep going here, Patrick is ready to rock here in the next 4 minutes, so we'll get him going as we'll just continue to see everybody tuning in. And friends, I guess that's the question. I always get this question every time. It's like, oh, where are you tuning in from, Tyson? I am tuning in from the farm, acreage, whatever you want to call it. I guess acreage is more accurate. Out about 30 minutes northeast of Calgary. Moved down here a couple of years back. I was in Crossfield alongside Troy there for a while, and now I've moved out into the acreage area here in northeast Calgary section. Just living up the farm life, but farm country life more or less, because obviously don't have any cows, don't have any chickens even, so it is what it is. Max, you're tuning in from Munich, Germany. Like to see that as well. I believe it would be mid-afternoon, late afternoon in Munich, Germany right now, so thank you for spending your afternoon with me. Gage tuning in from Winnipeg. And what else we got? Anyone else tuning in? I don't think anyone else is tuning in. Dude guy is saying his stepdad is from Australia. He's become a hockey fan when he came over here. Unfortunately, he likes the Flames. Could you imagine becoming a hockey fan after moving from Australia and choosing to like the Flames? Is there a more disappointing story I have heard today than that? Like, the Oilers being done with the NHL trade deadline is disappointing. But that, my friends, dude, you take it right there. That is disappointing to hear. And just living outside of the cities in Alberta is such a blessing. Magic, you are not kidding me there. That is for sure, because the city's literally half an hour away, and I have every amenity you could legitimately ever dream of. And plus, I work in Airdrie, so I have some pretty sick amenities there as well. As we get going here, we'll wrap this up with Peter being from Winnipeg and Ladd being from Australia, being in Perth as well. And I believe I have a friend that I want to say is from Perth. Pretty sure from Perth. I'm really terrible with knowing where people are actually truly from, but we'll take that from there. Troy could probably text me that answer there that I'm looking for because he knows who I'm talking about. But all right, let's quickly get back over to the old Facebook Messenger chat here and bring in Patrick into the darkened studio because now my eyes are functioning much better this morning. It's a little hard on the eyes having all that light. I love the light for when I'm doing the videos, but it it was a little rough this morning, I guess you could say. All right, let's get Patrick in here and let's just quickly ask him some quick questions here as we're out on the trades as of right now. Let me see, make sure I've got that muted. Yeah, I've got him muted so we can get him in there and just quickly go over here. And we are a minute ahead of schedule this morning, so there we go. Patrick joining the chat right now. Can you hear me, sir? Oh, calling him. Okay, can you hear me? Perfect. Let's get this going. We are back on getting the Oilers Fanatic in here. And friends, just let me shift my camera over. We'll flip back. And we're starting to get a little rhythm going here, Patrick. We're starting to get a little rhythm going. Let me, before you respond to that, let me unmute you as we know that's a big concern here. So, number one, I guess for those of us that haven't been able to tune into your video as of yet this morning, was there anything groundbreaking in that 2 minutes and 10 seconds about the Oilers being more than likely done today? I was gonna say I looked at it and I'm like 2 minutes and 10 seconds. So essentially, it is the most disappointing morning update we could get as Oilers fans, and especially the video's up pretty early in the morning, the news up as soon as we finished. We finished just prior to 8 o'clock there, and legitimately you entered the chat about 5 seconds later. Jeff Merrick says Oilers are done. So that's, I guess, to your question that I'm trying to ask you. Is there anything that might change that here for the Oilers, or are we looking at watching TSN spin circles the rest of the day? Oh, hold up. I double clicked the mute button. Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry, folks. Let's start this again. Patrick's going to kill me one of these days. When he gets up to see me in Cold Lake at the end of the month, he is probably going to strangle me for sure. So, we're talking about the fans back home heard the question. You heard the question. You want to give me that answer now? Let's go for it.
How far are we going back? Like the sad video?
Yeah, I guess sad video number one. How 2 minutes and 10 seconds of the worst news in the morning is doing for you this morning on trade deadline.
Yeah, well, I'm sure that'll be a pretty sad video reaction wise. I mean, I wish I had something exciting to report, but basically it's looking like radio silence this morning. Yeah, Sportsnet, TSN, all saying expect nothing from the Edmonton Oilers so far unless there's a surprise move. Unless someone comes to Ken Holland and says, hey, you want to do this? Because, well, like we said in my earlier segment, $0 cap space, so contract's got to move out. So,
okay, so on that front, have you thought of any other names that you're seeing now pop up? That's the thing. I haven't seen any new names pop up as being available, so I'm not sure if I should be saying to you, like, have you thought of any new names based on seeing anything? Because I don't think there are any new names.
Yeah, based on everything I'm following on Twitter, like, it's not just quiet for the Oilers. It's pretty quiet overall. I mean, we had the Nick Bonino trade, but I think you and I were looking at that pretty much last night. We knew he was going. It's just we got the confirmation on that this morning. So, yeah, it's been quiet. But, I mean, typically trade deadline is usually pretty quiet in the morning. It's around like noon that things really start to pick up as we close in towards the trade deadline. So don't think Oilers fans should have absolutely no hope that anything's going to happen, but keep your expectations low.
Yeah, I think that would be very fair. And there we go. I think everybody was saying, can't hear him, he's muted. That's the old Dolynny TV classic, but now we've fixed that. You can hear Patrick, no problem. As we As we get going here, friends, if you have a question for Patrick, throw it in the chat. I'm thinking he'll be able to see that and answer that too as well if you want to throw a question in there for him. But realistically, like, I expected to be able to bring you on for the 9:30 segment and have something to talk about. And thankfully, because you posted a video, we do have something to talk about, but talking about legitimately nothing.
Yeah, just basically a video saying keep your expectations low. Just giving out the information that we got from Jeff Merrick. So, and like I said, Bob McKenzie also reporting that it's looking like nothing for the Oilers. I mean, it's obviously not a total shock when we look at their situation. If they had any cap space left, or I think Mark Spector was just saying in the Sportsnet segment on there, yeah, the Oilers can't just, we'll take this player for a 5th-round pick. Well, no, we can't. We don't have any cap space to do that. So it would have to be an extremely cheap player. And does an extremely cheap player really make a difference overall? I mean, I know we got Nick Bukestad for pretty cheap yesterday, but I don't know how many of those guys are left out there that we could really bring in, and they're going to be a huge difference maker. And the further you play down in the Oilers lineup right now, the less chance you're going to get ice time anyway, right?
And
big dog time.
I think I want to ask you one other thing too, is in terms of adding a depth piece for a draft pick. Obviously, you can add somebody to Bakersfield if you so choose. I would be interested to see if a guy like Jason Demers comes up in trade conversations for any other NHL team today, looking for maybe like with Washington, their injury issues, looking for a veteran guy to just fill out the lineup for the time being for real cheap for 7th or future considerations or whatever. We did sign him to an NHL contract. Just because I can't really pull it up while I've got you live, are you able to pull up Cap Friendly and let us know how many contracts out of 50 the Oilers have signed?
I can do that. So they are currently at 45. So they could bring in 5 more contracts.
So there is potential, I guess, to Patrick's point, to get someone super cheap. That someone super cheap, like a Tyler Benson or whoever you want to think of, James Hamlin, Brad Malone on the farm, would have to just kind of fit on the farm, and that'd be the really only upgrade. But I think, as far as I understand the Condors situation, they're not really in a situation where they're looking to bolster that roster for the depth run either. So, yeah, that's where we sit. I keep saying and ah a lot this morning because you think there's something to talk about, and then you have to actually think about it, whereas on the normal broadcast there's actually nothing to think about. It's just keep calling, keep calling, keep calling. Yeah, is there really anything that you'd like to add or anything you'd like to ask a question of at this point as to what is to come the rest of today, and maybe into even at this point the next segment's going to be about the game against Winnipeg?
Yeah, I mean, we almost got to take the whole week off coming up to trade deadline. Taking trade deadline day off doesn't do much of anything. Everything, like, we would have had a ton to talk about over the last couple of days, but very easily. And when the Oilers were still in, we could have been talking about the Jacob Chikrin speculation and all that. But yeah, it's pretty quiet today. I saw there was a question in the chat there where I get this shirt from. So it's from the 780. They have 3 or 4 locations in Edmonton. I think they're in Wested, Southgate, at the Outlet Mall by the airport. So, yeah, check them out. I love these shirts. I got a whole bunch of them. So,
And
I think they're
sorry, how much?
I think they're reasonably priced. I think they're around like 25 to 30 bucks. So,
Okay.
not crazy. Yeah.
Well, that's pretty solid. Secondary too, I do want to give a shout out here. Talking about merchandise pieces, is I believe you've still got your store active?
I do. Yeah, I have shirts, and you can order. Yeah, you can order shirts, and I also have a few more of these hats left if you're interested. So that's theoilersfanatic.net is where you can find all the information there.
And do you want to add any other detail? I know you've got more details on that, but I don't know if you want to add that or just leave it for the website to speak for itself.
Yeah, well, pretty much right now it's just the hats and the shirts I have. I mean, I can always expand it if there's demand, but yeah, so yeah, if you guys are interested, let me know. You can always reach out to me on Twitter at OilersFanaticYT, OilersFanatic@gmail.com, and yeah, happy to answer any questions you have.
There we go. So that's one thing I wanted to cover off. And the other thing I want to cover off is we still can't officially announce the details of what's actually happening at the end of March. That's frustrating the heck out of me because we continue to go through negotiations trying to figure out, okay, X, Y, and Z, how the presentation and broadcast is supposed to work. And until then, we can't actually announce anything. But we're getting closer by the day. We're officially um, 4 weeks out from being done, more or less. The prep work and actually starting the broadcasts on the Friday up in Cold Lake, hopefully. But the Thursday night before, should we fully be able to get up to Cold Lake, should we be able to do it, I just want to make mention with Patrick live with me here. We have a little kooky plan coming to fruition here, hopefully, for the Thursday night. There's something that happens down at the Cold Lake Energy Center every Thursday night, and we're looking to capitalize on as a marketing opportunity and bring a first ever live show. I think, Patrick, as you would know, in the style of the oil stream on Twitter that Dustin Nielsen does, kind of what do you think we got to talk about that day?
Well, we won't have any trade rumors or anything to talk about that day, but I guess we can be discussing the full effect that Matthias Ekholm and Nick Bjugstad have had to the lineup, and maybe another acquisition today, and see how the team is doing at that point. I mean, they've definitely turned a corner since Christmas, like Jay Woodcroft is saying, but they have given away some points here to lower teams, so I'd kind of looked for some more stability to happen. How's Jack Campbell looking at that point? Has he kind of turned a corner? Because he's kind of been up and down this year. So I think we'll have a few topics to cover at that point. And yeah, the speculation should be all gone by then. But maybe we'll have some early speculation for the summer, as we talked about last night with certain Erik Karlsson.
That just kills me, and that's another great point that you bring up. That's Friends, if you're tuning back home right now, I would love to apologize heavily for the mass amounts of Erik Karlsson news that I have pumped. I know Patrick, by the eye gesture, probably apologizing a little bit too. But that is the nature of the business when the Oilers suddenly, in the month of January and February, decide to, hey, let's talk about getting Erik Karlsson.
Yeah, well, now the talk is that well, I shouldn't say they're going to probably attempt to get him at the NHL draft, when I guess it's easier. I mean, it's still a difficult deal. He's still got all those years left on his contract. I mean, I don't know how I mean, I guess the Oilers will be out of LTIR, hopefully,
Yeah.
at that point, or anything else happening here. But yeah, they'll have Clefbaum and Mike Smith off the books, so they'll have a bit more wiggle room that way. But yeah, just like today, contracts are going to have to go out the door. It looked like Tyson Barrie was going to be the big piece in that Erik Karlsson trade out for the Oilers, so that's probably a large reason why he went in the Matthias Ekholm deal, is the Oilers were probably already looking at moving him. So when they switched focus to Matthias Ekholm, I'm sure Tyson Barrie was just the starting point in that deal. And obviously, just because he had that $4.5 million cap hit, so that's just money that would have to go out the door for the Oilers to make it work. So, yeah, we'll see what they can do at the trade deadline, or not the trade deadline, at the NHL draft, sorry, and see how the Oilers finish out here. Are they going to fall just short of a Stanley Cup, or are they picking up Erik Karlsson for another Stanley Cup run in 2024? We shall see.
All right. Well, I think I could keep asking you questions. We 100% could keep doing that, but I think unfortunately with absolutely nothing to really add to the full day's conversation, I should probably let you get back. What was for breakfast? I know I made a ton of that in the last segment. Was there some cereal or some oatmeal, or I'm
Oh,
interested.
nothing. It was a shake.
Oh, a shake. Okay, there we go, going off the board. I don't even know the last time I had a shake. Probably a vanilla milkshake from McDonald's sometime last spring when I went to a Flames game.
Yeah.
Yikes. But Patrick, thanks for joining us here again this morning. I know I'll be calling on you shortly after 10 o'clock this morning. Hopefully, a lot more to chat about then. I know it sounds like you just refreshed Twitter. Is there anything there on the odd chance?
Well, I thought I would just look one more time just before we signed off, just in case. But yeah, nothing new for the Oilers anyway. So,
All
and I
right.
don't see anything for anybody really. So,
Okay, well then I'll let you go. I'm going to put you on mute again. So don't say anything breaking when you're on mute. And we'll talk to you in a few minutes' time, my friend.
sounds good. See ya.
All right. Oh, that's moving him. Let's move me back over here. And let's let Patrick go off of Facebook Messenger so as he doesn't have to listen to me ramble twice over. All right, bye, buddy. And there we go. Done and dusted, friends. We're still on the trade deadline chatter. Obviously, nothing groundbreaking happening as of yet today. Jakub Vrana to the St. Louis Blues for 50% retained, and a prospect and a pick coming back. And it looks like, believe the Tampa Bay Lightning, according to Frank Saravelli, are among teams that are monitoring the price today on John Klingberg. They're running low on assets, as we all know, but could clear enough cap space by getting the NHL Ducks to take back Felipe Meyer and run Klingberg's salary through a third-party broker. And that is where we're at right now. That is the biggest news currently. And as it comes down, just an idea of what Craig Button's roster looks like for Team Canada in the year 2022-2023 is Carter Hart, Tristan Jarry, and Darcy Kemper, Josh Morrissey, Cale Makar, Shea Theodore, Dougie Hamilton, Devon Taves, Alex Pietrangelo, Darnell Nurse, Drew Doughty, Zach Hyman, Connor McDavid, Braden Point, Pierre-Luc Dubois, Nathan McKinnon, Mitch Marner, Brad Marchand, Sidney Crosby, Patrice Bergeron, Nugent Hopkins, Scheifele, Stamkos, I should say Rocky Nugent Hopkins, my friends, and Bo Horvat and John Tavares on the 13th, 14th assignments. So there you go. That's where we're sitting as we'll catch up as we will get going in here. And let me see, as the chat is just going to catch up here with me in a second. So we should probably hit that refresh button here as I'm just still seeing the can't hear him chats. And what I'm loving about this morning, I'm going to have to text Patrick here in case he didn't notice it, is we've actually had a kind of weird phenomenon here this morning where every time Patrick joins the stream, we get over 100 viewers live at once. It just happens only when he's in here. So, I mean, yeah, now we're at 100, but we didn't hit it for the past hour until Patrick got back in here. But definitely send that as that will send on over, and might be Klingberg to Tampa as Patrick comes in again. This is exactly what happened last time when we signed off Patrick from the last interview segment. Was the Oilers then were announced by Jeff Merrick to be done at the NHL Trade Deadline. And for those of you wondering, I did see the question in the chat there. About the Oilers, why are they done? Well, why are they done? They are done because they do not have cap space. They would have to clear the roster or clear a player off the roster in a trade, something to make a trade happen. So the easiest thing to say is we're full, we're done, we're good, we're over it. And that seems to be the way this may very well go. And will Lavoie get a look this season? I would not mind taking a look at Lavoie, and obviously we only get 4 call-ups the rest of the year, so you have to be very, very careful about that. Philip, you're looking at the odds on the Oilers to win the Stanley Cup. I don't know what good odds look like, and I would not take betting advice from me. And was Sekera 1.5 million on our cap hit? Yeah, I believe so. So give me a sec here. Here's the Oilers' current cap situation according to Cap Friendly. I'll bring that up just so as you know what we're looking at here today, friends, as just kind of what's holding the Oilers up. Their projected current cap space is 0, 0, 0, 0, and that looks like the over-under today is under this evening. And let's see here if we can find anything. The Oilers have a second-round pick, a 5th, a 6th, and a 7th this year, so that's kind of unfortunate. We don't have a lot of draft picks, but we have more players. We have 7 or 6 free agents up front in Derek Ryan, Matthias Janmark, Devin Shore, Ryan McLeod, Klim Kostin, and Nick Bjugstad this offseason. On the blue line, all our blue liners except for Evan Bouchard are around for next year, so we have pretty good security. And oh, by the way, Stuart Skinner and Jack Campbell, the tandem for at least the next 3 years following this year, should both players retained. But now we come to the LTIR money, which is Clefbaum and Mike Smith and Ryan Murray. And then you've got Andre Sekera's buyout coming to an end of 1.5 this year. Last time that's happening this year. And James Neal still his buyout history at 1.9 for the next 2 years. Milan Lucic's retained salary comes off of the books this year at the end of the season, July 1st. So there you go. That's what you need to know for the Oilers cap situation. It's a pretty good little situation now starting to evolve. And as we get going here, Epiphany is back. The Oilers are, if you call us, we'll listen, but we're not calling you. That's exactly where they are in the territory right now. Kraken may also be in on Klingberg, and they're taking offers on Carson Soucy, according to Patrick there as well. So there you go. As we will also find out that there was quick work by the Condors equipment staff to get Cam Dineen set up with the number 4, and I believe that is Keegan Lowe's old number 4 in Bakersfield. Cam Dineen now taking it, the 24-year-old right there. As the Kraken are simultaneously entertaining offers on Carson Soucy and Will Borgen to potentially capitalize on some of the high prices on the trade deadline market. So keep an eye there. Shane, welcome in, and everybody else that has just joined us here, welcome in this evening as well. This morning, sorry, I'm not used to it. It looks like it's dark out because I got the basement light off. I'll have to turn that on in a moment, but as we get rocking this morning, friends, we're starting to get in towards the 10 o'clock hour, and we're rocking towards, well, it's finally maybe something happening here, and that would not be a bad thing because we have had a very, very quiet morning thus far. Again, to recap, for those of you that have just joined in over the past 5 minutes, it was Nick Bonino and a 5th round, 7th round pick going back to San Jose Shark to allow Bonino to go to Pittsburgh. St. Louis gets Jakub Vrana for 50% retained from Detroit for Dylan McLaughlin, and a 2025 7th round pick is what they ended up getting back. So, friends, that's where I'm starting to stammer over my words a little bit. So I'm going to take a quick break to go grab some water, and I'll be right back as we continue to cruise through here on the stream. Thanks for being here. Alright, sorry friends, a quick bio break, and of course a refill on the water was much needed after all that time. We'll give you a quick update here as we obviously have some time. That's a little bit of a problem, but let's see if we can figure this out here, if there's been any news in that 5 seconds I ran upstairs. Let's go see what we can find. Quick work, still nothing there. A little bit of a story about Jesse Puljujärvi, and that is all you need to know. So we'll do some quick maths here. 1732. And friends, we are up over 205 hours on the day already here on the stream, so it's coming along. It's coming along. Rustic, welcome in. We need to trade a prospect for a good depth defenseman. You need cap space to add a depth defenseman to the roster, though, first, and that's where we're currently sitting. We have no cap space available to make that next move that we, as Oilers fans, would love for Ken Holland to make. And as we're going along here, friends, give you an update as well where we're sitting at on subscriber terms right now. Is it's been a crazy past 2 days here on Dolynny TV, hitting 11,000, and now currently as we get set, we're at 11,083. So if you have a second at any point in the live stream today and you're enjoying hanging out and you want to see what Dolynny TV is really about, because this is not a good example of it, but you want to see what Dolynny TV is really about, you can consider hitting that subscribe button here on the channel. I'd love to have you aboard for the rest of the Oilers season. Oilers, 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 Oilers. If you're an NHL fan tuning in, I don't know about you, but you would understand that if you were me, that I cover the Oilers full-time all the time, and that's something I'm very much so looking forward to doing the rest of the way home. And as I said, there is some special live coverage of hockey in Cold Lake coming up at the end of March, so please stay tuned for that. But as we get rocking and rolling here, friends, towards the 10 o'clock hour, there's still no news. So obviously we've got the news of Jakub Vrana and Nick Bonino being traded, but there is still nothing substantial here. Per NHL rules, a player must be on an NHL roster to be sent at 3 p.m. Eastern in order to be eligible to be sent down from the NHL at any time for the rest of the season. Good reminder for today, this doesn't apply to junior college end of season signings call-ups. So you got to keep in mind here as well, the Oilers are going to have to figure out what they're doing with Devon Shore to figure this out. And there you go, you got a couple of guys giving the camera a stare down. Daniel, welcome in from BC today. And that's where we're sitting. And Corey, I'm an Oilers fan. What gave it away for you? Was it the, hold on, let me move out of the way. Was it the Team Canada jersey down here in the corner? I think that's what gave it away. But yeah, friends, absolutely. As we will see hopefully an update on Evander Kane during tonight's broadcast. I do not expect Evander Kane will be playing today, but it is expected that Evander Kane should be back onto the roster at some point here soon. As Patrick did say, he was a couple of weeks away. Last we heard from Ken, so one or the other. I mean, the Oilers never really seem. What was it? Was it Brock Besser or JT Miller yesterday or 2 days ago, that was supposedly out week to week, and then he was going to play that game that night? That was kind of one of those things everybody was joking. Oh, Penguins quit calling, so they must have healed him up magically and got him back into the lineup, I guess. But that's where we're sitting at. But yeah, there's not really much to add to the whole mix as of yet this morning. It's been a very, very quiet morning. And I think, too, based on what I was expecting out of this morning for the Oilers, a disappointing morning because, simply put, the Oilers don't go out there and get another pick or anything today. And Troy is saying, Lazar to the Devils. Let's refresh this. And Darren Dreger right there on the trade. Pierre LeBrun retweeting it as well. 41 seconds ago, the New Jersey Devils have acquired Curtis Lazar from the Vancouver Canucks. So the New Jersey Devils continue to get better as they are sitting second in the Metro, I believe it is, right now, and they're sitting there looking pretty good, I would say. So acquiring Curtis Lazar, if we could sit there and find out the return, that would be great. We'll have that Lazar to New Jersey for a 4th in 2024. So another draft pick ends up getting shipped out, and this time New Jersey sending it to Vancouver for Curtis Lazar. So that is the Canucks fans on my timeline starting to question what the heck's going on here. And look at that, Troy. We do have a trade. Lazar going to the Devils in exchange for that 4th round pick. So that's the next trade of the day. They still haven't broke it on Trade Center. They're still chatting away, but they're chatting with Ray Ferraro, so I understand why. Former colleague that's no longer really with them anymore. And as we go here, if I can just quickly refresh to Cap Friendly and see if they've got it updated on the website as of yet. They still don't have it web updated, so I'm looking for full terms on Curtis Lazar and everything, but we're getting close, as I believe that fourth round pick is already hashed out, as it is returned fourth round pick in 2024. And that's all we're sitting at right now, friends, is that's it. And also don't forget, there's a one-day draw for the 50-50 for the Edmonton Oilers Foundation today. They have Lee Bryce luge seats, ledge seats actually available at Tourism Jasper Getaway Trip, and 250,000 Aeroplan points and a grand prize jackpot up for grabs today alone. So make sure to grab your 50-50s if you have some spending money on a Friday. Of course, if you're anything like me, it was a good day today, and hopefully we can all enjoy a good weekend. That's comment of the day, Patrick. That's comment of the day. But here we go. Here's New Zealand coming into the live stream. Why are my next 10 hours crazy? Because of this right here, live streaming. Live streaming instead of working. We don't mind that at all. And obviously too, I think it's been a pretty productive morning so far. We just crossed 1,800 views on the streams, so we'll take that. But as Curtis Lazar has been traded from the Vancouver Canucks to the New Jersey Devils, Lazar does, this terms according to Hot Take Hockey, John over there at Hot Take Hockey, has 2 years left at $1 million. The Canucks want to see he wants to see a huge deal out of the Canucks yet, so there's plenty of potential for this trade deadline to still stay interesting. But right now, as it sits, friends, things just kind of winding down here towards the deadline. It's 9:50. We're just about to the 10 o'clock hour, which, right, you will see another ad at that point, but we're just continuing to go as commercial free as possible throughout the hours as we can. We're getting closer. I did hear from Dolynny TV late last night. He was still up, struggling obviously with the kids, so we should hear from him here in the next about half an hour, and then we should be able to get him in, and then we'll go back to back. We'll get him in, then Patrick in, and then we'll see if we can get anyone else aboard that I might be able to think of here in the next little bit. Let me see if I can find out when my man Mikey's when's your lunch break? Find that out, and we should be good to go. We're closing towards things here. And Vancouver trades Lazar to New Jersey for a 4th round pick in 2024. You betcha, that is where we're sitting at. Check out the salary cap information for Nick Bugstad over at Cap Friendly. Oilers Nation tweet note Cap Friendly right now. Curtis Lazar in exchange for a 2024 4th round pick, as Vancouver gets another piece back. And I'll keep it in the barrel. Let's see here. Yes, Owen Lazar has been traded, and this is the other side too. I think what we'll see a lot of is folks coming in and out of the stream to react to the trades. Obviously, folks have school, whether it be middle, elementary, high school, college, whatever the case might be. Some of us have work. Some of us have appointments. Like, it's going to be a full, long day of everybody coming in and out and tuning in throughout the day to just chat Edmonton Oilers hockey and NHL hockey as things continue to roll along. And I'd just like to say, if you've been tuned in for a while now, I really appreciate that, because we have crossed for the first time in a long time on a Dolynny TV live stream 7 minutes and 15 seconds average view duration on the stream, so we're crushing along today. Here's Gord Miller with CJ and Darren Drager, and Curtis Lazar acquired by the Devils. Canucks receive a 2024 4th round pick, officially official on TSN. Ray Ferraro memory about calling that game where Patrick Stefan missed the empty netter. See, that was before I really paid attention to TV commentary. The picture was way much more important, but it's crazy to think that Ray Ferraro was involved with our whole broadcasting back in the day. Yeah, we're going. And Ottawa is winning the cup. Casey's going for Ottawa for the cup. Aye. I don't know about that. That's a bold statement. But yes, it's Curtis Lazar traded to the Devils for that 4th round pick. That is our 3rd trade of the day. And it is our essentially 3rd trade of the day involving an NHL player for picks, right? Dylan McLaughlin, just a prospect. And that 7th round pick going for the Jakub Vrana trade. And then Nick Bonino getting traded for 2 picks as well. So nothing substantial as of yet on the board today, but we're coming together for sure under a pretty good long day. I'm starting to get stiff, so I might have to go ride the bike for a minute, turn the camera over, and get it going here. But we'll just continue to stretch it out. I didn't do that prior to starting the live stream today, so that's my bad. But the Oilers, they're done, appearing to be done anyway, as Ken Holland has not officially said the words "were done," but that would appear to be kind of where we're sitting at as Oilers fans today. Our general manager gets his 2 big pieces he wanted, and that's where we finish for the time being, at least. And right now, another follower on Twitter as I continue to rack up the Twitter followers as of late. That's an interesting get, as we're almost up over 1,200 followers on Twitter. That's something that I've never seen, so that's where we're at right now. And in terms of what kind of bike I've got, Shane, I've got just a Gold Gym stationary SMR bike, so nothing major, and I don't even have batteries for it, but it's always good just to rotate the legs around and try to get the blood pumping a little bit. I mean, it's stuck in 1 gear, so there is some kind of challenge to it, but yeah, I just have the stationary bike down here in the studio, so as when I'm talking about video ideas or trying to figure out video ideas, I can kind of get the blood pumping a little bit. So if you ever see that I'm out of breath starting a video, that's normally why, unless I run down the stairs because there's breaking news. But yeah, we're just having a quiet morning here, friends. I really did not expect it to be this quiet given what we've gone through all week long, but that's where we're sitting. We're pretty quiet this morning, and obviously only 3 trades on the boards as of yet. I guess I can say 2 is, again, just a little advertisement to stay tuned for a big live stream event coming out of Cold Lake here on Dolynny TV in the next month. About March 31st to April 2nd is what we're targeting to have a big time live stream up here on Dolynny TV. Patrick will be aboard for it, and obviously Gillies TV as well, so we're really looking forward to bringing you some big time coverage here in the next little bit. But let's see what we got going here on Twitter and obviously YouTube to see if we can find anything anything here to cover. As the 2013 NHL Trade Deadline 10 years later brought out there, nothing here. And yeah, there really isn't much at all. Price of CDs is apparently going up, and that's really all we're at right now. There is not much as Curtis Lazar goes to the New Jersey Devils for a 2024 4th round pick, and it's minus 1,000 against the cap space of the New Jersey Devils. So let's see if Cap Friendly's got this updated, and we can sit here and find out what we got going here. And there we go. Curtis Lazar, minus 1,000 against the Devils cap hit. So they now drop down to having $260,000 available. So unless the Devils deal another player, they are done for the day as well. So there you go, unless they trade a prospect or something like that. But that appears to be it. Another team comes off the board after making their last move at current. So there you go, friends. We are cruising along today. We're almost to that 10 o'clock hour. It's been a long grind. I mean, we are 3 hours live, and there's been a trade an hour right now. So that seems pretty crazy to me, but that's where we're sitting currently. And friends, too, we're up over 228 hours on the stream. So we continue to crush along the live stream numbers. So thank you for that, as I appreciate everybody just sticking it out with me, because I imagine it's just as brutal to watch on your end as it is on my end. Curtis Lazar now on the phone with the TSN Trade Breakers. And can Stuart Skinner raise his game beyond 920 or so with the defensive upgrades? I think 100% there is, and I guess to go back to, I can probably hit back on that, I can probably hit back on that, and I can probably hit back one more time to get back to the Oilers stats that I had pulled up moments ago. Let's go back to Friday the 3rd, teams, there we go, stats, and here's the stats for the Oilers as it currently stands. Jack Campbell 17-8-4 with a 348 goals against average and an 884 save percentage. Stuart Skinner up at 912 and he's rocking a 288. So keep in mind, right, it's not crazy, but both goalies at least a +3 in the win column over the loss column, and both goalies allowing just about 100 goals this season, but Stuart Skinner obviously in 2,000 minutes as opposed to 1723 for Jack Campbell, and that 912 for Skinner is huge. He's faced 1,091 shots this season in those 35 games. So Stuart Skinner, just for reference as well, obviously he's coming in relief of Jack Campbell once or twice this year. You look at it right now, he's faced an average of 31.2 shots per game. So Stuart Skinner stops giving up goals, we could be getting going, but here we go as well. We've got another trade. Patrick breaking the news there as the LA Kings trade Brandon Lemieux to the Philadelphia Flyers for Zach McEwen. So there it is, friends. Again, another trade on the board as Zach McEwen, two grindy guys, right? Brendan Lemieux, a grindy guy in the playoffs last year, goes to Philly for another grindy guy in Zach McEwen, who comes off of the board. So there you are as well, another trade on the day, and I will try and find a way here if I can to get the window captures to work, but I don't think I can. So there we go, another trade as Brendan Lemieux is headed to the Philadelphia Flyers in exchange for Zach McEwen. Yeah. So a 5th and 24 going to the LA Kings as well by the sounds of it here, if I've got that correct. Let me see as how can Ken Holland spend his final $167? How about an Uber to get Mr. Yes Pugliarvi to the airport? That's for sure. So sorry, Troy has got the information here. The Flyers also get a 5th in 24. So it's the LA Kings trading Lemieux and a 5th to the Flyers for Zach McEwen. That's what you're going for there. And Slapshot, have I seen TSN's Bad for Bedard song? Yes, I did. Caught a little bit of it while I was interviewing Patrick earlier this morning. As we continue along here today on the channel, friends, we're into the 10 o'clock hour, so I'm going to throw you an ad quickly. And for those of you that don't get an ad right away, what I'm going to do is ask you, if you're new to the channel, to consider hitting, sorry if I don't double click at the button, consider hitting that subscribe button here on the channel. I'd love to have you aboard for more Oilers coverage as we go along the rest of the season. I'm really grateful to everybody hanging out with me today, and obviously we're up over 11,083 subscribers, so we have been banging along today as well as we continue to keep going here, and that's where we're sitting right now. If we can find anything here, let me just take a look. Patrick now up over 716 views on the video this morning, so the appetite for Oilers news is well and alive this morning, that is for sure. As we continue to try and find out some details on the trades today, they continue to break down on Twitter. Things starting to move and shake a little bit more. Let's see where we got. Oilers have 20 games left in the season. 3 are versus San Jose and 2 each against Anaheim and Arizona. So 7 games against a couple of the worst teams in the NHL. You should be able to make up some ground there and get it going. In terms of catching up in the Pacific, Edmonton gets Vegas and LA twice each, and Seattle once. Home and home versus Winnipeg starts today, so against the Winnipeg Jets at home. So keep that in mind. The Oilers looking to do their thing and hopefully get it going. And can Troy unsubscribe and then resubscribe? You can do that. It doesn't count towards the numbers, but you can do whatever the heck you want. And Owen, welcome in. Asking about Ethan Bear, round 2 from the Vancouver Canucks. I mean, you never know what the Oilers have up the sleeve, but I doubt Ethan Bear will be returning to the Oilers this year. And as we keep going here, just some reaction to the trade for Zach McEwen and Brendan Lemieux. Oh, my goodness. Wow, okay. A little bit more tired than I realized as we enter hour 3 of the live stream. And yes, it's Zach McEwen and Brendan Lemieux plus a pick being flipped around between the Flyers and Kings. As that's the big breaking news following the Curtis Lazar trade. And thankfully now we will start seeing deals happening a little bit quicker, friends. So again, with that, I'm going to take a quick break to run and grab some more water. I'll be right back in a matter of moments, and we'll continue along with the coverage here on Dolynny TV. Thank you for being here. And there we go, friends. Sorry. Just grabbing a quick Oreo upstairs and trying to quickly take a quick break to stay hydrated and obviously stay away from getting hungry here on the stream as we continue to rock and roll along today's live stream. It's been a slow day, I think many would argue today, but it's also been a quite busy day for us as we've had 3 hours plus of live streaming so far this morning. And the Oilers officially ruled to be out by the sounds of it, according to Jeff Merrick, Bob McKenzie, and several other sources. Sorry, my apologies. A little winded from trying to eat an Oreo running down the stairs. Yikes, my life. But as we go, it is Zach McEwen and Brendan Lemieux for a 5th round pick. Lemieux's name had been out there for a little bit, and the feeling was if the Kings were going to move him, they wanted to send him east. And they indeed get that done. The daily face-off deadline show is now live, apparently, so that's a possibility for you to go watch. And that's where we're sitting here as well. Could Nashville flip Barrie today's slapshot? They very well could if they so chose. I don't know what the market would be or where he would end up. Haven't heard that out there, but that's where we're at. Hunt, welcome in as well. And we are sitting here just cruising along. And there we go. I know somebody would quote it in the chat, but there isn't really much to this NHL trade deadline as of yet. Curtis Lazar, Nick Bonino, Jakub Vrana, and Zach McEwen and Brendan Lemieux, the biggest names so far in this trade deadline conversation. We've got less than 3 hours to go in the deadline, so that's the big thing. We're 3 hours away, so realistically we're halfway through the live stream at this point, and we should be good to rock and roll and finish this one off, that's for sure. Andrew Barrie is getting flipped. I would not mind seeing Tyson Barrie get flipped because that would be a big deal on deadline day for sure. And if the Nashville Predators wanted to flip him somewhere, that would be greatly appreciated to the east, if possible, please. Just not to the Bruins or anybody that we're going to have to face in the conference or in the Stanley Cup final, unfortunately. And let's just quickly take a look here, too. So we'll take a look here. The Red Wings have acquired a new member. Sophia Perron was born today, as congratulations are in order to former Edmonton Oiler David Perron, his wife Vanessa, and the entire Perron family on the birth of their newest child. And let's see where we're at. There isn't really much else on Twitter, so that's where we sit. starting this 10 o'clock hour, friends. It's 10:08 here in Alberta. We are very close to this trade deadline wrapping up here now, 3 hours away. I don't get the sense that there will be a backlog of trades this year. I think, right, the Oilers might sneak in a prospect movement there somewhere to try and just change up the dynamic of the Bakersfield Condors. That's about all I'm figuring. But yeah, it's about that time of the day where it would be realistically nap time as we continue to see what we go over to. We go over to Craig Button, who is chatting away on the desk here for TSN. This feels old-timey throwback for me, watching TSN live coverage. Something I used to do a lot in high school and middle school back in the day. In middle school, it was guaranteed all of those years after the Ryan Smith trade that trade deadline day was a snow day at school. Almost convenient how that worked out in Cold Lake back in the day, but it is where we're at. And yeah, it's where we're sitting. And Andrew, unfortunately, it does not sound like Yamamoto's either going to the LTIR or being traded. From all the sources we've heard from today, it sounds like the Oilers are indeed done with trades today. So that's where we're sitting currently, as it will be an end of day situation where the Oilers don't make another move the rest of the way home. So unfortunate as it might be, we could have used some drama today. And I'm sure Patrick's sitting at home, sitting here chomping at the bit. Come on. You guys, do something. Do anything, please. I want to post a video. I want to talk about the Oilers today. And Patrick, of course, has talked about the Oilers. If you haven't been able to catch the video earlier today from Patrick, just a quick update on the Oilers situation, obviously, because of them being more or less done right away out of the gate in the morning. We'll have this right here if I can get this into the chat for you. As we'll go paste that there, as that is Patrick's update video on the Oilers situation. As we started this morning, that was the morning update. We'll obviously have more updates to come the rest of the day, but currently as it sits, friends, the Oilers trade deadline done. The trade deadline seems to be pretty quiet at current, so there really is not much to really say overall here about anything other than we can recap the trades that have just happened, the flurry of trades that have just happened in this past 2 minutes. Curtis Lazar for a 4th round pick, that was about 20 minutes ago, and then Zach McEwen traded to the LA Kings for a 5th, and Brendan Lemieux from going to Philadelphia. New Jersey acquired Curtis Lazar in exchange for that 4th to the Vancouver Canucks. Curtis Lazar, surprisingly, here's the thing about Curtis Lazar. He had a lot of high hopes when he started in Ottawa, and over the course of his career, he has now played for the Senators, Flames, Sabres, Bruins, Canucks, and Devils. So that's a lot of teams. He's played for 3 out of 7 Canadian teams. He had quite a few years in Calgary, actually. 65 games in 17-18, 1 game in 18-19, played 4 games in 16-17, and then played most of the rest of the 18-19 season in Stockton, and then of course 19-20 with the Sabres, 14 points, 10 points, and then Buffalo again in 2021, 33 games, 9 points. Bruins for 4 points in 17 games that year. Then Bruins 16 points in 70 games in 2021-2022, and 5 points in 45 games with the Canucks. A kind of sure sign that they weren't really serious about doing much, unfortunately, when a big free agent signing for them was Curtis Lazar. And that's where we're at, friends. Time to cry. No more Oilers trades. Well, I wouldn't say no more. I'm going to keep leading you on that front, just because I strongly believe that the Oilers may very well have something still up their sleeve, but it would be, the sense is, unless it's absolutely available and for cheap, the Oilers will not be making that deal. So it sounds like, from everything we can glean, the Oilers should and probably will be done as of this morning. So that'll be the sucky part about this deadline, but hey, you know what? At least we got our big 2 moves, and Matthias Ekholm and everything like that changes the complexion of this Oilers team tenfold, so we're not going to complain too much at all there. But just as we kind of wrap into the next little bit of segment of views here, we're just closing in on 2,000 views on the stream. Let's see here, 1984 times 7.55. We are up over 250 hours watched on the stream, so we continue to blitz along this afternoon, this morning, wherever you're tuning in from. Is Yamamoto good health-wise, TS? Health-wise, yes. Yes. That's how I understand it to be. And as Patrick comes in here, we have to keep in mind if the Oilers are going to go after Karlsson at the deadline, we have to keep some of those picks to do so. So probably only roster player and later draft picks, so nobody big. That's exactly a good thought there, Patrick, as the San Jose Sharks are going to have quite the asking price in the offseason for Mr. Erik Karlsson. That is for sure. And just as we get going down here low, if you look here, the Oilers draft pick situation is they've got their first in next season, but they've given up their first this year, and then as well they don't have a third, fourth this year. They don't have a third, fourth next year, and right now, as it currently sits, the Oilers have their first, second, fifth, 2 sixths, and no seventh in 2024, and no second rounder in 2025, which was traded away for Reed Schaefer, who we've turned into Matthias Ekholm. So the Zach Kassian trade tree continues to be absolutely interesting. And just to go back to Zach Kassian here for a moment, if I can just remember what we traded Zach Kassian for all those days ago, or trade id to get Zach Kassian, sorry. Zach Kassian, and I still say it Kassian with 2 Z's. That seems like the right way to say it to me. Trade history. Zach Kassian has been traded 4 times in his life. We traded Ben Scrivens. So that's way back when. The Oilers trade goes back through Ben Scrivens, which you go back to Ben Scrivens and his trade history, his 3 trades. And you go back to it, he was traded for a 3rd round pick from the LA Kings. So the trade goes all the way through Matthias Ekholm, in some sense or another, all the way goes back to that 2014 3rd round pick that we had that was number 63 overall that the LA Kings used to select Dominic Turgeon. That's where the trade tree starts for Matthias Ekholm in a sense. Quite honestly, that's a weird stat, but there you go. That's something you didn't know today. And here we go. Ben Scrivens, the professor. And he's still on Oilers Plus, I believe, if you have a subscription to that. There we go. The Devils went down to Vegas. Went down to Vegas. Okay, sorry. Went down in Vegas. I wasn't sure where that was going. But yes, there is a couple of trades being announced here. Zach McEwen is a big body at 6'3" and a pending RFA, playing mostly 4th line minutes in Philadelphia. He was second on the team in hits with 130 in 46 games this season. Move opens up 66 in cap space for $6.6 million available today per Puckpedia for the Go Kings Go. There you go. That's what you need to know. And it's safe to say it's to save the 3rd retention slot, likely so they can retain on an Erik Karlsson trade in the summer. So that's why the San Jose Sharks 3rd-partied their trade today. So that's where we're sitting right now, friends. We're just going through things casually, slowly, as things continue to rope along here today. It's been a slow start to the morning. It'll be a slow afternoon, I'm sure. And then we should be good to go into trade breakdown coverage here on Dolynny TV as we can finish off the day here sometime soon. We continue to go along. Again, if you ever have a question at any point, you can put it in the chat. Let me know. We're at just cruising along here, an absolute crazy start to the day. I did not know what to expect with this NHL Trade Deadline stream, but currently being at 2,000 views by 10 o'clock, despite there only being 3 trades. Don't mind me, 4 trades now. It's been a pretty good day. But yeah, that's where we're sitting going into this mid part of the 10 o'clock hour. I mean, end of the day, there really is not much happening out there. If you have been scrolling Twitter today, you would have seen that there's a lot of reaction from fans of teams seeing their trades being broken, but other than that, there really isn't much else to recap. I mean, the Red Wings trade reaction by Thrash94 Gaming on Twitter, going up there, getting his YouTube video up, but again, that's just where we're sitting today, and I'm going to drop just as we have some time. There really is some dead air here right now, so let's fill it up a little bit and try and find out how we can get this going. Let's go over here and subscriptions. Let's go over here to see if I can get over to Patrick's channel right quick and drop you a way to get him a subscription here, as we'll click on the Oilers Fanatic. If you haven't had a chance yet, we'll be having Patrick join us in about 10 minutes time again here. And let's go here, watch or subscribe to Patrick in the chat there. If you'd be so kind to hit that, I'd greatly appreciate that. Of course, the man's trying to push over to 5,000 subscribers, and today's a great day to try and direct some folks his way, that is for sure. And friends, that's where we're at. If the Oilers scored, oh jeez, Gage is having a little bit of fun with it. Kale, just seeing your comment now. If the Oilers were to make a move, hypothetically, who would you think it would be? I think currently everybody would go to say Radko Gudas is kind of the best available player for us at the deadline now. So again, Radko Gudas would be a pretty big pickup for the Oilers if they could get him. And other than that, there's really nobody available that's going to be life-changing for the Oilers on the blue line nor up front at this point, as the deadline continues to evolve slowly here today. Yeah, there's not much else, as we'll quickly, I think I should, just seeing that other folks are now tweeting out their live streams. Let me just cover that quick. Live covering the NHL Trade Deadline. Oh, hold on. Now Twitter's going to freeze. Nice. Alright, hang on. There we go. Boom, and watch, and boom. There we go. We're good to go here. And that was a beautifully edited commercial for the Yukon. And there we go. Watch. And I think that's a very nice photo of myself that I got for the trade deadline thumbnail tonight. Oilers fan coverage. We like to see it there. And there we go, friends. We are rocking and rolling. Sorry, just a little awkward watching me type that in, I'm sure. But we are crushing along today, and I am just sorry. Getting a little sore from sitting down. I like the number of likes we're at right now, but I'm sure we could hit 70 if somebody hit that button for us. But yeah, we're cruising along today, and just to say as well, Patrick having quite the day here this morning. He's going to have a 10,000 view video here on his channel coming up here in about the next 2 hours, I would say, at 9,200 views, so we don't mind seeing that. And then this morning's video up at 8:08. So I'm going to take a quick bathroom break and send Patrick a quick text message here. That's the problem of talking as much as I am and pounding back as much water as I am. And let me get going here. Let's see. Alright, boom. Give me a second here, friends. Friends, here we are as we're going to get rocking and rolling to get Patrick aboard for this live stream here. Let's go over to facebook.com and fill some dead air again, but fill it with the best possible available guy. When you are talking about getting knowledge on the Oilers here today, let's get it going. Let's go over here. Patrick again. I don't know why it doesn't save that I chatted with Patrick 5 minutes ago, but here's what it is. Let me queue up a video chat, and we should be good to go in a matter of seconds, friends. Looks like my camera just kicked in, so that's good news. Calling Patrick right as of now. And we're almost there here in a second as soon as he answers the call. And we just got him back scheduled here around that 20-minute mark of the hour, as he's just ringing right now. And we will check Twitter here though quickly in case there is anything that we have missed at current, as we've got another notification, so that's interesting there. And still ringing Patrick. He'll ring me back here right away. And is there anything else to really see on Twitter, as it's just taking its time to load? Obviously maxing things out. Some chatter with less than 3 hours to the deadline. San Jose wants a draft pick for Nemeshnikov. Winnipeg, Dallas looking at a bottom 6 forward. Jets also eyeing bigger addition, and for some reason that is just circling around doing nothing. So we're just going to hang up and let Patrick call us here in a moment. But as it comes together, LA's Bjornfoot and 2 firsts offered for Chychrun. Quiet in Calgary for now, and Seattle been in the mix for Mr. John Klingberg. That's what you need to know at current. And as it comes down to the comments section, that is just Jimmy coming in there liking that tweet. Thank you, Jimmy. And we are seeing that Dave Gust cleared Twitter, or cleared waivers, sorry. And there's Patrick calling me back. So now let's hopefully not put him on mute again, as we'll just see this load in here in a second. And Patrick, my man, you are live with me here in a second. There you are. Perfect. All right, you ready to not be on mute this time? Sounds good. All right, I like it. As I'm going to just scroll this over and look at that dead black screen. All right, and here we go, my friend. It's 10:20 on game day. The Oilers and Jets. The Oilers are done at the NHL Trade Deadline by, whether it be apparent by the lack of moves to this point, or whether it be apparent by Jeff Merrick sending that tweet earlier. What do we know about game day?
Not much anyway on that either. I haven't seen much posted on Twitter for that either. I saw a few people asking who's starting tonight. I'm going to guess Skinner, but yeah, I haven't seen anything announced. There was just a breaking trade. I don't know if you got it on there or not.
What's happened?
Nemeshnikov to Winnipeg for a 4th-round pick.
There we go.
So he went to San Jose and now to Winnipeg.
So I think too, San Jose got some retention on that trade, if I'm not mistaken. Not like retained on Nemeshnikov, but Tampa Bay retained on Nemeshnikov, if I'm not mistaken. I might have seen that earlier today. I'm not 100% sure, but yeah. So there we go. Perfect. So
update from Jason Greger here. Holland will speak at 11:30ish, which suggests the Oilers won't make any moves before the deadline.
Okay, so there we go. So Mr. Ken Holland scheduled to speak at 11:30. Good to know. And I guess maybe we're into that realm of possibility now where we should just kind of sit here and recap. So do you want to run me through what's happened today?
Well, for the Oilers, not much of anything. Yeah, hopefully we get some news there at 11:30 about what's happening tonight. But yeah, it sounds like, it's nothing for the Oilers today. I mean, I heard there was some rumblings on there that the Oilers put some offers out and Ken Holland was just basically going to sit back and see if anyone called him back. But yeah, it's been pretty, like, none of the deals today have been really exciting, right? Zach McEwen for Brennan Lemieux, Nemeshnikov to Winnipeg. Usually it's the bigger deals happen around like noon. So I'm kind of looking forward more to that. But yeah, kind of a really quiet trade deadline day today. But kind of to be expected with all the stuff that happened this week. Seems like nobody was waiting for trade deadline day this year. All the deals were happening early.
Well, and
I
it
mean,
was
well, like
sorry.
for Horvat weeks ago, I think now it was
Yep.
the Bo Horvat trade. Yeah, a lot of things happening early this year.
Well, and that was kind of the whole start of the Avalanche was the Bo Horvat trade, right? Is and it kind of gave us a preview of what we expected this week. Is it was a midday trade, middle of a sudden, bang, it happened, and you're right there. Oh my goodness, okay, now what? And that's kind of been our lives this week. I know we made the joke several times. Man, if this happened at 5 o'clock, we would have been fine. But both Oilers, well, all three Oilers trades today, or this week, sorry, happening prior to 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah, well, we all make the joke that one goes to bed early, so
That's right. I mean, yeah. I don't want to venture down that path because we were having
yeah,
way too much fun with that one last night. But yeah, no, it's one of those things. I guess twice over, Ken Holland getting his work done early and early in the day when he was getting it done early. So not necessarily a bad sign, and I think it also fit in with the rest of the NHL where it was deal after deal after deal all week this week, and potentially I think getting more towards that old school, not old school, new school NBA kind of way of how it goes, right? Their trade deadline is almost like trade week, it seems sometimes. So
yeah. Next year I might have to try and plan like a vacation week around trade because it seems always something exciting happens for the Oilers. I mean, I guess last year wasn't too crazy, just Brett Kulak and Derek Brassard, who barely even ever played for the Oilers.
yeah.
But yeah, this year was definitely huge. I mean, it was nice having Ekholm in there early for the Toronto game because I think he made a huge difference in
Oh,
that game. Maybe that game goes different if Ekholm isn't there. So having him early was great. And I mean, yeah, it's nice if all the stuff happened today so we could give you live coverage of it. But I mean, it's been an exciting week nevertheless. So
well, and that's just it, right? It's thankfully we have stuff to talk about at the end of the day, whether it be
mhm.
stuff happening today or stuff that's happened this week. And the best part too is we quickly transition from the end of 1 o'clock this afternoon, 1:30, 2 o'clock, whenever it's safe to shut off the stream, to it's game day.
Yep.
And the Winnipeg Jets are on a 4 game losing streak entering play today. This is the funny stat that I found out earlier on the stream. I'm sure you were listening. That Winnipeg and Calgary are fighting for the last wildcard spot, and the way they're going to fight for it is who can lose the most.
Well, two teams I think lose. I mean, yeah, it's always fun to play Calgary in the playoffs, but might be too easy this year if we played them in the play.
Well,
The way
not
they're
That's my biggest fear. I know I mentioned it on stream earlier. Is my biggest fear is quite honestly if the Flames do make it into the playoffs and the Oilers do face the Flames in the playoffs, is you know what we sit here and say, oh man, it would be way too easy to beat the Flames, and then all of a sudden you lose in like a sweep or something like that Winnipeg Jets series in 2020, and then you just don't hear the end of it for 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years.
oh yeah, that happened. Like I say that jokingly. Yeah, like it
Yeah,
doesn't matter how the
no,
finish if they. It's not going to be an easy series, but
no.
yeah,
That's my biggest fear, quite honestly, right now. Is you know what, learning what I learned from last year, talking about the LA Kings series going in. Like I was not doing this full time. I wouldn't even say I was doing this part time. I wouldn't even say I was doing this casually last year. By the time the Kings series came around, but it was one of those things. I think going in, I made the mistake of no, we're gonna crush the Kings. What are you talking about? We got this in like 4, 5, 6 games. We're gonna wrap it up. Connor's gonna go supernova. Thankfully that came true, but it was just one of those. You just honestly, the playoffs are such a different animal, and I think that's where it's really nice to now have a guy like Matthias Ekholm for that situation.
for sure. Yeah, like looking back on the years when the Oilers were just like the fringe team, just getting in. Like you can't underestimate anybody. They upset the Dallas Stars. They upset the Colorado Avalanche. Like you can't take these lesser teams lightly. And as we saw last year, the LA Kings gave the Oilers all they could possibly handle. And the Kings didn't have Drew Doughty and who's that other forward they were missing too? The guy that used to play from Nashville,
Arvidsson.
Arvidsson. Yeah, he
Yep.
was out of the lineup. So yeah, I don't think there's going to be any easy outs in the playoffs this year, as it should be. Like every series should be difficult, and yeah. But yeah, we'll see what happens here. Curious to see if Carson Soucy moves today for the Kraken. I know they're talking about it.
I know that's probably the biggest thing you're keeping an eye on all day. That's something you've talked about all year long, whether it be Oilers related or not. And I know. Oh, hold on.
Oh, got an update from Mark
Okay.
Spector. Looks like Skinner starts tonight.
There you go. Let's go, friends. That is the news. I think the best news we could possibly get on trade deadline day. Going into the back half of back-to-back, Stuart Skinner starts at home. So for those of you attending tonight's hockey game, you should see pretty decent goaltending. I mean, Stuart Skinner at 9-12. It can still be hit or miss, but I think right now, let Mr. Jack Campbell kind of just take some time off and get right again.
Well, just because it's a back-to-back, we might see him tomorrow.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're getting the joke tweets now. Like, my sources tell me Sam Gagner is in Edmonton. Well, yeah, he's in Edmonton to play Edmonton.
Yeah, I mean, a guy who's been dealt by the Oilers at the trade deadline before.
Yeah, I saw some people like hoping we could get him back, but I'm like, the Jets aren't going to move him. They're trying to get a playoff spot. Maybe if they were out of it, but we would have had a chance to bring him back. But
and he's been fantastic for the Jets this year. Talk about a guy who. Oh yeah. No, I don't need to open that can of worms.
I couldn't get all the people that didn't want Sam Gagner coming back. Like, he was coming back on a cheap contract, and he would have made a big difference this year, I think. But
I mean,
clearly he wasn't done.
Well, what do you pace out Sam Gagner over a guy like Devon Shore, right? And it's right-hand shot, can take face-offs, can play the wing, can do some things. But here we go. How about this? Top 3 in the lottery picks right now on TSN. 25.5% chance for Columbus to land Connor Bedard. Chicago at 13.5. Anaheim at 11.5. Montreal has a combined 9.5 chance.
I just have this feeling he's going to end up in Chicago, but just a gut feeling. But I mean, anything could happen. Watch a complete surprise team get him after everyone tries to tank for him.
That's just it. I think the biggest thing you could see here is right now Detroit's on the outs. So is the Islanders pick that Detroit holds. But then you've got Nashville in there in the mix. You got Calgary in the mix, and tell me how much mass chaos theory that would be if somehow Calgary ends up picking Connor Bedard.
Oh, that would be complete and utter chaos. I mean, it would sure make the Battle of Alberta a lot more interesting. Connor versus Connor every night.
That's
I don't know the Flames to improve that much.
Yeah. Well, and here's the problem too: is we're sitting here on trade deadline day, friends, and the biggest, most exciting thing about the trade deadline this year on TSN, based on what I've watched, is Connor Bedard.
Yeah.
Nobody's trading Connor Bedard at this deadline. Nobody's trading for Connor Bedard at this deadline because all these picks are going to be top 10 protected, I'm sure. But here we go. This has been the primary focus because why?
Yeah. Well, he's going to be the number 1 pick, obviously. But yeah.
And then we just don't have any action today. I mean,
well, yeah, it's been a sad. Like, it's usually this way with trade deadline day, though. It usually picks up a bit. Like, I'd say, what are we hitting? Just about we're at 10:30. I'd say around 11 we're going to start seeing some more trades.
And we can only hope because my goodness, it has been a slow day. Curtis Lazar, Brendan Lemieux, Nick Bonino, Jakub Vrana, the biggest names that have moved. That's it's not a regular trade deadline as of yet, but I know too we've kind of gone out and had, as we mentioned previous, that huge trade deadline in a week leading up. Here's the other thing: the Sharks did not retain any additional salary on Vlad Namestnikov on the trade with Winnipeg. The Tampa Bay Lightning kept back 50% when he was traded earlier this week, so we keep that in mind. And yes, now just seeing the Stuart Skinner news, and I think you're seeing everything else that I've already seen or seeing, so there's nothing more.
Yeah, Jason Gregor just saying it looks like same lineup for the Oilers tonight. And yeah, Bukestad, I think they mentioned that yesterday. He doesn't look like he'll play today, so hopefully he gets in the lineup tomorrow.
And I'm also seeing Daniel Nugent-Bowman here say Kailer Yamamoto is skating with the Oilers this morning, and it's a full morning skate.
Well, that's great news.
That is the big news you folks need to know back home. Kailer Yamamoto unlikely to be heading anywhere today. Much we thought after the Matthias Ekholm deal happened, and now too he's fully healthy, ready to go for tonight. As Patrick reported, it is the same lineup.
Yeah, got an update here from David Pagnotta of the fourth period.
Okay.
Some noise getting louder around South Florida. The Flames. The Panthers are taking calls on defenseman Radko Gudas, tough physical defenseman who comes with a $2.5 million cap hit and can become a UFA this July.
So that is a guy that could potentially fit for the Oilers, should actually things develop for him today. If Devon Shore goes to the minors, I believe that gives you $850, and if you were to get double retention on that, you could make it happen. That's if.
Yeah. I think with the 11:30 press conference, we're not getting anything.
No, I'd say Ken Holland's going to call it a day and be up and done with it at Currents. So that's where we're at. And looks like
the tweet we're looking for is that the Oilers have delayed Ken Holland's press conference.
Boom.
That's the tweet we want.
That's the tweet we would like to see. If the Oilers delay that, indeed, we could have something here. And obviously, you said that's scheduled for 11:30.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're scheduled for 11:30, and currently we're waiting for this to get up and underway. So, other than that, I think, yep. Another thought?
Probably not for today, but just thinking back, was it last summer? No, the summer before. Ken Holland was doing his press conference, and the Derek Ryan signing got announced while Ken Holland was at the podium. So, I mean, probably doesn't work the same for trade deadline day because you can keep signing whenever, but
yeah,
something to mind.
Okay, there we go. Well, then I will let you keep scrolling Twitter and now start thinking about lunch. It'll probably be close to pretty much lunchtime by the time we check in, but that will be following Ken Holland's press conference. Is what we'll throw that on later in the afternoon. We'll probably get you about noon, 12:30, depending on when Ken wants to finish up. But thanks for again joining in here. You're making a hard day's work a lot lighter when I have somebody to talk to for at least part of it. We should, friends, again, as Patrick will be heading out here in a second, we should be seeing Brandon from Gillies TV joining us here in the next half hour-ish prior to Ken Holland's conference. So we'll see him in the next little bit, and then we'll get Patrick back on. Like I said, we have a good full lineup of the same guest all day, and hopefully some other guests joining us for the rest of the day. But Patrick, thanks again, my friend. We will...
Let's hope we get something interesting out of Ken Holland today.
Okay, I was going to say, you looked at your computer again, and I thought there was something there, but nope, nothing. Okay, we'll let Patrick go and go figure out what's for lunch. And friends, that's my Facebook again. So we will cue off Patrick, and we will talk to you guys in a little bit. Thank you, buddy.
Yeah, no problem.
And there we go, my friends. We are rocking and rolling along here. Patrick joining us there to cover that off. Ken Holland's press conference scheduled for, oh boy, there it goes. Scheduled for 11:30 today, and we will see what ends up happening here. Let's see, JLS talking about Mr. Connor Bedard and Gavin Pollock. Good day from New Zealand. Early morning here down under at 6:30 a.m. Yeah, my friend in New Zealand was up pretty early this morning to be sending me that Snapchat. Weekend grind, I guess. And that's where we're at. Any more action from the Oilers yet? Nothing as of yet as we refresh Twitter here. I always feel so weird trying to get Mr. Patrick back to just enjoying the trade deadline because all it takes is you have to refresh Twitter and then we have another 5 minutes to talk about. So it's kind of a crazy thing. But McDavid, Hyman, RNH, Draisaitl, Yamamoto, Fogle, McLeod, Yanmark, Costin, and Shore, the top pairings for the Oilers today. Nurse, Ceci, Ekholm, Bouchard, Kulak, Broberg, Desharnais. So the nice part is here now, right? Broberg's gotten a pretty much full-time role up till now. Now he'll get a chance to sit back and relax a little bit the rest of the way home and enjoy himself a good hockey game this season. So, or a good rest of the hockey season. So let's see. Just let me see if I can figure this out here. Sorry, I'm looking for something and I scrambled up my eyeballs and can't figure it out. Refresh that tweet there, and that's a jersey raffle for Dino Cambians in Bakersfield. And that's it. So we'll get back to the comments here quickly as we don't have another trade or anything to announce. Mr. Epiphany, when the GM basically tells his players that I don't expect you to throw games, but if you play well and win, I will send you down and black ace the team. Yeah, that's true enough. And what is the Stuart Skinner news? Stuart Skinner will start today for the Oilers against the Winnipeg Jets. That much is confirmed. Rustic, Jeff Merrick saying earlier this morning that the Oilers are done. Yes, that was a fact, and the only thing that could change that, I think, is Radko Gudas. But like I said with Patrick, it's double retain, if, and if. And done, and done. As we get going here, friends as well. Just sorry, I got something going in my eye here, but if I can just quickly get that out. I don't think there's any other news. And Ghost to Ghost saying maybe we trade Yamamoto. I would expect we are done on the trade front today, as Ken Holland does have that conference at 11:30. And sorry, I didn't realize I didn't move my screen over. My apologies. That's my bad. Let's get that back over to the side here, and there we go. Good to go. Boom, full screen. Rock and roll. But as we go here, we are getting in towards lunchtime here. It's 10:45. There is just about 2 hours left in the NHL trade deadline as we get towards 2 o'clock. 2 hours and 15 minutes left before the trade deadline. So we're just about there, just about done, and quite possibly the Oilers will be done at 11:30 Mountain Time with an hour and a half to go. So let me see, 21.92 divided by 292 watch hours. We don't mind that at all. And that's where we're sitting, as there's not much trade deadline time left. And I, indeed, myself also have to figure out what is for, figure out what I have to have for lunch. So give me a second here. I'm going to go see what's in the fridge, run upstairs quick, grab a bathroom break, some more water, and I'll be right back down in just a moment. Alright, here we go, friends. We're crushing along here this morning. And we are now just officially less than 2 hours and 15 minutes away from this NHL trade deadline coming to an end. Obviously, we continue to wait for the Oilers to potentially do something, likely not happening today, though, however, so continue to keep that in mind as we roll along. I'll try and sell the hope as long as we can sell hope, but I doubt we end up getting anything in terms of a trade. Radko Gudas seems like the most likely option if at all the Oilers are in the market, but it seems like the Oilers are pretty much out of the market at this point, and we are awaiting Ken Holland's press conference at our friends. I think it'll be on Oilers Plus at 11:30. Sorry, I'm just trying to add some stuff up quickly here. Try and make sense of my day on YouTube so far. And we are absolutely cruising along here today. Bing, bang, boom. Yes, sir. Good to go. So, goals achieved for the day already, and it's only 10:49. Don't mind that at all. But again, we'll continue to talk about the game tonight as the Oilers do have a game this evening. And one player to watch for at forwards. Teams looking for forwards is Oskar Sundqvist of the Red Wings. So there isn't really much else happening. Just a couple of little bit of news here in terms of Oskar Sundqvist. That's really all we're getting. It is bare bones and dry out there for anything we need to know. And Pocket Ace is saying, who scores first tonight for the Oilers game? I would say, and I would bet, it is going to be somebody like Connor McDavid, Zach Hyman, Ryan Nugent-Hopkins, or Leon Draisaitl. But I'd love to see Matthias Ekholm pound a clapper home from the point. Don't mind me at all. And Bjugstad, tough cuff to your point, is not in tonight. He is not expected to play today. The weird player still on the ice for the Oilers today was Jesse Puljujarvi, who's still waiting for his work visa, and David trolling a little bit there in the comments section. I like it. And we're waiting for Nick Bjugstad to get in the lineup tomorrow against the Winnipeg Jets in Winnipeg. So we'll continue to wait for that. And the Winnipeg Ice versus Regina Pats tonight at 6 p.m. on TSN. I completely forget that TSN has the CHL broadcast nowadays. And definitely have to catch one of them sometime soon. Connor Bedard, Adam Fantilli, Leo Carlson, Zach Benson, Will Smith, Matvey Michkov, Colby Barlow, Brandon Yeager, Matthew Wood, Ryan Leonard, Edward Sale, Oliver Moore, Nate Danielson, Caleb Ritchie, Dalibor Dvorsky, and Alex Sandin Pelika. Quite a mix, a lot of Canadian content up top in the top 15 this year, projected by TSN. And figure out what time, Leo. There you go. But we are getting rocking and rolling today, and we are just about into the 11 o'clock hour, friends. So what I'm going to do just quickly is send you an ad right now, and hello from Prince Edward Island. Bradley, hello to you as well, as we continue to keep things rocking along in the live stream. New people joining in at every turn, and this is the problem. The voice is starting to fail me a little bit. We are just about 4 hours into the live stream this morning, if you can believe that. That's a long haul, but if you're new to the channel, friends, you're just here for the first time, I'd love to have you aboard. This is my sales pitch to you. There's 11,085 of us Crazy Oilers fans culminated here on Dolynny TV. I'd love to have you aboard and be part of the crazy community we've built together here. And obviously, too, by extension, get you a part of the Oilers Fanatic community as well over there on Patrick's channel. But as we're coming together, it looks like everything's kind of working in unison here on the channel today. Things are coming together. Team Martellus, welcome in from Ottawa this morning. Again, I screw that up every time. Don't worry about me. I'm in the basement. That's what I didn't do, friends. I forgot to turn on the basement lights so as I have some sense of daylight. Give me a second here. Oh, that is better. That is much, much better. Down. tuning into the channel this past week. I'm down to one A&W root beer left out of my New Year's Eve stash. So that is another interesting fact there. All right. Should we recap what has happened with this NHL trade deadline? I guess we could before I get to my Mr. A&W root beer over there that I'm going to crack right now. And you heard that right. And let's see here if we can get this trade tracker clicked up. And the NHL Trade Deadline trade tracker, as we'll go here as the trade is Vlad Nemesnikov to the from the San Jose Sharks to the Winnipeg Jets for a 2025 fourth round pick. That's the latest trade on the board. Zach McEwen in exchange for Brendan Lemieux and a 2024 fifth round pick, a trade between the LA Kings and Philadelphia Flyers. New Jersey Devils made a trade today as well. Curtis Lazar acquired in exchange for a 2024 fourth round pick to the Vancouver Canucks. The big trade of the morning, Jakub Vrana from Detroit going to St. Louis, 50% retained for Dylan McLaughlin and a 2025 seventh round pick. And then Pittsburgh acquiring late last night, early this morning, Nick Bonino for a fifth and a seventh round pick. That deal still yet to be fully fleshed out and completed. And there we go. We're getting close to this deadline coming down. We got exactly 2 hours and 5 minutes. Have I had my BioSteel? Unfortunately, I don't have any BioSteel in the fridge. I need to go to Costco or somewhere and find a case of it, to be quite honest with you. That's the best situation because, tell you, the BioSteel at $5 or $6 a thing every day. Not $6 for one, it's $6 for two at the gas station, but 7-Eleven cannot have that much of my money every day. And Stuart Skinner starts versus Winnipeg tonight. That's your other big news you need to know. So keep that in mind. And other than that, she's a slow news days, friends, and we knew that was going to be the case. So it's not like I didn't know what I was getting myself into, but it's getting to be that part of the live stream where it kind of hurts a little bit to be live. The Oilers additions, January 1st to March 2nd. Ekholm, Bjugstad, the big two, obviously. Subtracting Jesse Puljujärvi and Tyson Barrie, the big two going out. But I think the Oilers, got bigger on the blue line, got bigger up front by trading both those players. And you got to remember, yes, Puljujärvi's 6'4", 6'3", so that seems pretty crazy to me, but it is true. And as we keep going here as well today. Gav, you heard yesterday that Jonathan Quick is now in Vegas. Have LA shot themselves in the foot with that trade? I don't know. I doubt it. But it's interesting to see right there. An Oiler, you're coming in saying acquire Klingberg or Soucy. I'll tell you, the Oilers are done. We are waiting for a 11:30 press conference from Ken Holland. That is what we're waiting for. And that will pretty much wrap up proceedings today. If Ken Holland does indeed say he's done today, I will pretty much head out and finish off my trade deadline broadcast right then and there. Because there will be not much more point of continuing on from that point if the Oilers are not going to be in it, right? You see in the thumbnail, it's not something that I promised a full trade deadline broadcast. I was promising in case the Oilers made the trade. So we'll take a second and enjoy a deadline off work. All right, to Mini Sticks asking for a recap. Let's go back to last night. The Oilers acquired Nick Bjugstad for Michael Kesselring in the 2023. Also get Cam Dineen. Dylan Sikura and Max Golden switch between Chicago and Anaheim. Dallas receives Max Domi and Dylan Wells from Chicago in exchange for Anton Hudobin in a 2025 second round pick. We get to this morning. Nick Bonino for a fifth and a seventh. Bonino goes to the Penguins. The San Jose Sharks get things rocking that way. Then all of a sudden the St. Louis Blues receive Jakub Vrana in exchange for a Dylan McLaughlin and 2025 seventh round pick. And then Curtis Lazar goes from the Canucks to the Devils for a fourth round pick in 24. And then Zach McEwen goes over to LA. This is the real dangerous one for us. Zach McEwen goes to the LA Kings for Brendan Lemieux and a 2024 fourth or fifth round pick. And then the last one of the day so far at just 10:23, so we've got another half hour gone. Vlad Nemeshnikov for a 5th round pick. This time Nemeshnikov going from San Jose to Winnipeg, and then a 4th round pick going back to Winnipeg. Sorry, from Winnipeg to San Jose. My apologies. A little bit scrambled up here. It will be lunchtime right away, that is for sure. I'm not sure why I'm watching a man run through the bush where he sees another guy having a fire. And they run into the bush and chase each other around, sure. I don't know what's going on here. Sure. Bob. It's 2 guys. I'm going to know it on camera. You're out there. Find your wildhood. Go RVing. There you go, friends. Theme of the day. Go RVing. Sorry, that was a trippy commercial. As we're just continuing to cruise along here today, friends. It's been a day. It's been a day. If you're just joining us and you've heard me go in circles a couple of times already, it's been a day. How would you rate Ken Holland's trade deadline work this week? That's a good question by Oilers Nation. And I quite honestly could not tell you how I would rate it because it's one of those things. It was kind of a weird situation here for the Oilers to get their trade deadline stuff done before the trade deadline stuff, but they got it done. And now the question becomes, is there anything left? I doubt it. And they've still got the highlight of Ray Ferraro saying this is the worst trade deadline show. Anyway, we're rocking and rolling, friends, into this 11 o'clock hour. Welcome aboard if you're just tuning us. It's been a long morning, 4 hours deep, okay? Longest stream on Dolynny TV in a long while. And as we get going here, my plans for the summer, I believe I will be camping somewhere, either Carstairs or somewhere this year. I know that I will be spending a lot of time in hotels this year. I've got a lot of jobs booked on the rodeo circuit here in Alberta this year. And I do have a wedding up in Cold Lake this year, according to what the plan is for sometime late August. So we continue to wait for things to happen there, but let me send another question over to Gillies TV here, as we'll see if we can get him going. Let's see. It's one of those questions for the Oilers and for me. How busy is my summer going to be for the Oilers, and how much will that affect me? That's a $1 million question there. If anyone knows Patrick over at the Oilers Fanatic, and you've watched him as well as I have, you would have seen, and this is part and parcel for what got me back into this whole Oilers gig again, is you would have seen him absolutely light the internet on fire in the month of June, July, and August when it came to the Oilers and signing Jack Campbell and Patrick Kane and this and that. There was a lot going on in the month of August, and it made me the month of July, and it made me really, really want to get back to it, seeing Patrick put up those crazy numbers that he was. And again, right, is summertime for the Oilers, really you get the month of August off. That's about it from live coverage. And secondary to that, you will see some rodeo reports here on Dolynny TV. I guess I can give you that plan for the summer. There will be some rodeo reports from my nights of action out in wherever the heck I am this year. But yeah, there's a whole bunch of crazy potential things I've got lined up this summer, and I keep having to say no to work now after saying yes to it all, because there's a lot of stuff going on at regular work. And as it stands, Oiler, like I said, we're done unless something crazy happens. So for the Oilers, it's been a good week, but it seems like trade deadline day will be a little bit flat. Ken Holland scheduled to speak at 11:03. And then we'll know if this whole crazy live stream is continuing on from there, or if we're canning it and calling it a day of work 4 hours into my shift. I don't know. It'll be interesting to see what ends up coming of it. And this is embarrassing for Flames fans as well. And let's just see this question mark here is Kesselring is on the ice at Coyotes practice today. What? Coyotes? What? Michael Kesselring may be making his NHL debut with the Arizona Coyotes tonight. That is a big time W for Michael Kesselring, former Oilers prospect that went in the Nick Bjugstad trade. That is fantastic to see. That is a big time W. And there we go. We've got another trade, my friends. This one's a big one. All right, everybody buckle up. Big trade alert right here on Dolynny TV. Breaking news. Frederick Allard has been acquired from the Los Angeles Kings in exchange for forward Nate Schnarr. That trade going, I think you can probably guess it, between the Montreal Canadiens and LA Kings here. That is a pretty big deal. I mean, hey, we've got another move on trade deadline day. That is a pretty big deal. I mean, hey, check it out. We got another trade. It's going to get into that kind of territory right away here. But that's awesome. We've got another trade on the board. So Nate Schnarr and Frederick Allard swap teams. Minor league pros, and Nemeshnikov still the last trade on Sportsnet. But who's left? Who's left? Not many. That's who's left, unfortunately, for the Edmonton Oilers to get anything to go. There isn't much else. Ekholm spent the day off doing a bit of video house hunting around town. A couple of young kids and another on the way, so he says he needs to have as much space as possible, and had dinner with Broberg right there. That's the news we want to hear today, friends. Mr. Philip Broberg getting his first real audience with Matthias Ekholm, the Swedish king on the blue line nowadays. And as we get going here, Shawzy, welcome in. We got so many right-handed wingers. Why not trade one of them for a D? I would not say we have a lot of right-handed wingers. We have Hyman, Yamamoto, and I get it. It's a joke. Yeah, no, that's where we're at today, friends. We're having a hard go. I barely ever woke up this morning, and I'm barely awake now. That is for sure. Gene, good morning. Let's get going here. How can Vegas afford quick? And we can't. We can do all these trades we want, but for a legitimate cup run, we need a goalie. Here's the thing, my friend. Gene, to your answer, what you need to know is the Vegas Golden Knights. Oh, excuse me. Knew that was coming up, but I tried to hold that off. Hold on. Live on Daily Faceoff. I didn't want to do that. Get out of here, Daily Faceoff. I didn't want to give you a site click through. Anyway, where we're at right now is the Vegas Golden Knights are above the salary cap with another $2.9 million to go by $14 million. The Oilers have $0 in LTIR dollars left and are only $9 million above the salary cap. So it's all that LTIR space. And when you look at who Vegas has on the LTIR, you got to remember who we have on the LTIR. Clefbaum, Smith, and Murray. But you look at this one here, they've got Mark Stone on the LTIR at $9.5 million. They got Robin Lehner on the LTIR at $5 million, and Nolan Patrick at $1.2 million. So that's kind of how they're able to do it, Gene. To answer your question, is a lot of LTIR. Joe, to answer your question about Evander Kane being back available for the Oilers today, does not sound likely, unfortunately. So that's where we're sitting, is we're still waiting for this to get going. It won't really... It won't it won't really. Oh my goodness, what am I trying to do? I'm trying not to die here. All right. Okay, cool. Don't think there's really much else to say here. Let me just see here. Ken Holland about to speak on Oilers Plus for today, so we'll have live coverage of that here in a moment as soon as Ken Holland gets it going. Trade deadline day, 2 hours to go, 4 trades officially announced. 2022 had 30, 21 had 17, 2020 had 31, 2019 had 20, and 2018 had 18. So we don't have much really about to happen here. And Nate, I really wouldn't worry about Jack Campbell. You got to remember his record is like 16-8 and something for the Oilers, and especially add Matthias Ekholm into the mix and Nick Bjugstad. I think I'm a little bit more comfortable. And for a lot of people, you got to remember we got rid of that liability that people would call him. Yes, Puljujarvi, I wouldn't call him a liability, but a lot of people would. And you've now upgraded the defense. So how much better can Jack Campbell be? I assume there would be some kind of room for improvement and marginal improvement immediately because of it. Let's go here. 2384 times 8.1. 19,310 divided by 60, my friends. 321 hours on the stream so far today. So again, we continue to absolutely pound up some numbers on this YouTube today, and I don't mind seeing that at all because it's pretty fantastic to obviously see things coming to fruition live and in real time today, because it's been kind of a long run up to this NHL trade deadline. If you're anything like me, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Is the rumors. I had to post them, but they were killing me just as much as they were killing you, I'll be honest with you. And thankfully now we're just about done all this craziness here at this point. And just to get to things here, we're up to 11,084 subscribers on Dolynny TV. So if you haven't had a chance as of yet, you're tuning in for the first time, hit that subscribe button if you're new, because I promise you there's a lot more energy on the channel than regular, but I am falling apart bit by bit here as we try to get towards Ken Holland's live coverage of the trade deadline. And it sounds like Dmitry Kulikov is headed to Pittsburgh by the sounds of it, according to Pierre LeBrun. And hearing that, yep, Dmitry Kulikov getting going. And trade breaker, nope, it is officially official. Dmitry Kulikov traded to the Pittsburgh Penguins, so it's not even will acquire, it is has acquired. Alright, we don't mind seeing that. So Dmitry Kulikov going to Pittsburgh as Anaheim has made the trade. There you go. Who's in goal against Winnipeg tonight? It is Stuart Skinner in net this evening. And Philip, who do you think our starting goalie will be in the playoffs? I think 100% it has to be Stuart Skinner. I mean, right? Jordan Binnington won a cup coming out of the ECHL earlier that year, so I would have full faith in Skinner to lead us to the Stanley Cup based on what I saw against Toronto last night. North, welcome in again, as I'm just seeing some names pop back into the chat here, in and out, as I expected everybody to be today. Really, again, as this might be it for the stream here in the next little bit, as we have Ken Holland announce what he's thinking of doing this season as trade deadline into the rest of the year. He might be announcing that we are officially done today. If we are, then I am done as well, because I am absolutely tired. It's been 4.5 hours almost, but that's where we're sitting. I'm just waiting to get things going. But yeah, no, it's been a good day, and hopefully you've enjoyed things so far, and I hope you continue to enjoy things as we continue to blitz along here on the stream until Ken Holland officially rules us done. I am not done. And to your point, Skinner is the future. You can see his confidence and poise getting better every game. Hope Campbell gets better for a future trade. I don't think Campbell's that bad, realistically. I think the Oilers in front of him have been a nightmare most of the season. And if you kind of level a playing field, he's slightly worse than Skinner. But at times, as the goalies go back and forth, things have been pretty even throughout the course of the year. So I'm not going to mind that at all too bad at all. And Gage, you've been hanging out for the past 2 hours, friends. I can tell it in the watch time. When you have 2,400 views on a live stream and you have 8 minutes and 8 seconds average view duration, that means a lot of folks have been hanging with me for a long time and hearing me go in circle after circle after circle after circle. And this would be just about the time we'd queue up Patrick, but I'm going to let him just make sure he gets lunch in him before we queue him up again here. And of course, let him listen to the Ken Holland media availability before we ask him too many questions. Because then I think at that point we'll queue up a live stream over on the Oilers Fanatic, and we'll come in and break down the rest of the trade deadline from there, because there won't be much else left to break down. As another comment comes in, Patrick retweeting us on Twitter right now, and earmuff getting a little too tight to the air. I don't think there's a trust issue, Joe. I just think the Oilers, especially early on, might have been a little lackadaisical with Jack Campbell in net, because he's a bona fide NHL goaltender, whereas they were protecting an NHL rookie in Stuart Skinner, and the mentality difference between the team defensively wasn't there, but or was there, and now maybe it's not so much. And sorry, just hold on a second. There we go. That's better. Just jaw was a little bit out of place and just had to pop it in there. Sorry. But yeah, as we keep going here, friends, there really isn't much else to add. Shazi, sorry, Shazi, what was your original comment there? I've already forgotten it. Oh yeah, we do have a ton of prospects, but it's just we have no cap space if we trade prospects. So no matter how you look at it for the Oilers, it's going to be a tough sell to make anything happen the rest of the day, and I think that is why Ken Holland speaking at 11:30 to say we are up and done. That is the expectation. That is not the knowledge. Projected lineup tonight against the Winnipeg Jets, the D pairings, everything you need to know, tweeted out by the Oilers here in the past few minutes. As Kyler Yamamoto is expected to go. It's McDavid, Hyman, Nugent Hopkins, Drysdale, Yamamoto, Fogle, McLeod, Janmark, Costin, Shore, and Ryan. So they'll rotate players in and out with Hyman and McDavid, which is nice to see them doing that. Nurse, Ceci, Ekholm, Bouchard, Broberg, Desharnais, and Kulak will be the 7th defenseman. Philip Broberg. Ooh, buddy, let's go. And winger Kyler Yamamoto took reps at morning skate on the second line with Ryan Nugent-Hopkins, Rocky Nugent-Hopkins, and Leon Draisaitl before confirming in his pregame media availability that he's good to go tonight. So there you go. No LTIR, no weird cap space for the Oilers. Nothing there. Thankfully, the Edmonton Oilers keep Yamamoto healthy and ready to go. Tyler, good day as welcome in, and Norstead, that would pretty much be it. And wicked cool, where can you watch the Ken Holland media availability? I believe it's only on Oilers Plus, because of course it is. That's the new reality we live in. So thankfully I live vicariously through all of you who tell me what's going on Oilers Plus. That's kind of the exciting part, is I've got enough friends that take care of me that tell me what's up on Oilers Plus. But oh, look at that hair. Look at that hair. Just look so mint today. I've been doing very well with finally getting my hair back to where I needed it to. A couple of weird haircuts in the summer and then a couple of weird haircuts earlier in the fall. Really devastated what is normally the tradition on Dolynny TV of very good hair with short sides. But as we continue along here, friends, enough about my hair, okay? Let's see if there's anything else on Twitter here that we've missed. It's still very, very quiet. Very, very, very quiet. And let's see what we got going. There ain't nothing, not much here. As Oilers Nation, Begged Milk will be live tweeting the Ken Holland press conference for everyone with a real job. As we get going, there we go. So we will be live here with the Ken Holland press conference in a few matter of moments. Let's get this going here. as I will go quickly before I finish off my root beer, take a bathroom break, be right back, and we'll crush off the rest of this live stream here in a matter of moments. There we go, friends. Let's rock and roll here. Sorry, my apologies. Is Bukestad playing tonight, Joe? Not as far as we know. As far as we know, he will play on Saturday. We're good to go. So that's where we're at. And where are we at? Joe McDonald and just regular old Joe. It's very, very quiet today. Obviously, that was to some expectation what was going to happen because of all the moves earlier in the week. But that is kind of what's come to fruition here. So, unfortunately, that's where we're at. And the player going back to Anaheim in the Kulikov trade is Brock McGinn. And Jay Woodcroft said Nick Bukestad will start his tenure at center. The coach added he likes Bukestad's flexibility and won't hesitate to use him on the wing. So he won't be in the lineup tonight versus Winnipeg, but he will be starting at center tomorrow for the Oilers. And that's where we're sitting right now. So let's see where we got Cam Dineen's on the ice for the Bakersfield Condors this morning. So good, exciting moments for the Condors fans. And 4 points to grab. Who wants them more? That's a good question between the Oilers and the Winnipeg Jets tonight. So here we go. We got James Duthie during a commercial break. Bruce Boudreau, they're pulling it out. A little bit of fun there by TSN. I love it. As we get going here, watching Barry gets interviewed on Sportsnet. You want to cry? That's fair enough. I'm watching the TSN coverage, so we don't have cool things like that. We just have Bruce Boudreau saying the F word every 5 seconds on camera right now. And as Mr. Just catching up here. Brock McGinn cleared waivers this week and carries a cap hit of $2.75 million. Okay. And though Ekholm can be right D, Woodcroft wants to put him at a place where he's most comfortable, and that's left D. Woodcroft wants to give Ekholm Bouchard pairing lots of opportunity together. He likes that Ekholm can play right D in a pinch, so you could see Darnell Nurse and Matthias Ekholm on the ice at the same time together. And that's where we're sitting right now, friends. We're just waiting for Ken Holland to speak on Oilers Plus, tell us what we're doing the rest of the day, and then we should be good to go, as the Penguins are sending Brock McGinn and a third round pick to the NHL Ducks for Dmitry Kulikov. There you go. That is what you need to know. So that third round pick is the key in that trade between the Ducks and the Penguins, as they make another big blockbuster trade deadline deal And Kulikov could be that piece that makes the Penguins the team that bing bang boom, but you just, again, never realistically ever know. Yeah, as we're going here, we've really got nothing much more to say as they're going to take it out to the Canucks coverage here. And that's JT Miller scoring on Linus Ullmark, making it look crazy. But yeah, there's really not much else left in this day for the Oilers as we've got about 7 minutes to go. And we are just about there. And Anaheim takes part of Kulikov's salary as well, so Anaheim retains salary on top of it. Keep hearing the Oilers are done. Andrew's coming into my Twitter mentions here, and once we make the playoffs, anything can happen. But I don't think we're good enough yet to win the cup. I wouldn't say that we're not good enough to win the cup because, again, to your point there, Andrew, on Twitter, if you're in the chat right now, I would say you don't know you're good enough to win the cup until you win the cup. That's the hard part about winning the Stanley Cup. And even like if you've ever played NHL 23 franchise mode or any EA Sports NHL franchise mode, you can have a 99 overall team running through the NHL all regular season. You get in round 1 and you somehow get swept. Like, quite honestly, it's a legit thing that happens. So it's crazy to see that happen there. And so Nick Bukestad will not play tonight. He arrives around 3:45ish. Big screen is on the big screen. Tyson Barrie is on TV while his former Oilers coach Jay Woodcroft talks during Sportsnet NHL Trade Deadline. So Jay Woodcroft covering things off here today. And that's really all we've got is Jay Woodcroft will speak for the next 5 minutes, and then we should be just about there here in Ken Holland's broadcast. And Dakota, welcome in. And what do we got here? I'm just going to go through. Sorry, the comments coming in faster than I anticipated them to at this point as we just kill clock. We've got about an hour and a half to the NHL trade deadline, but we are just pretty much about done for the day because the Oilers are going to be done and there really ain't much point in really to do it now. Alright, just trying to figure out the logistics with Patrick here on getting the recap done today. I know that's something that we've had kind of on our radar all day, but the problem is we kind of expected the Oilers to do something today. That's the problem. When you kind of have all this expectation and all this well-meaning intention, but the Oilers don't do anything on trade deadline day, it kind of makes for a rough day, but it also makes for an interesting day in the fact that we just continue to chat about nothing all day, but try to figure out if the Oilers will do anything. If you see any Royal trades, hit me up since you're grinding the views today. My man Josh. There are none. I am failing you. But there we go. We are just about to that 11:30 marker, friends. Before we get there, I guess I should stop you one more time. If you're new to the channel, thank you so much for being here. I guess that's the hard part too. I'm going like 20 minutes at a time without asking for the subscribe, which I feel is great. But if you're new to the channel, please consider hitting that subscribe button. I've been grinding away here all day, and it's been a long morning so far. I mean, I've had some rough days at work, but 4.5 hours on the clock so far this morning, and we are just about done for the day here. Once Ken Holland comes to talk and tells us we are officially done for the day, that would be nice to see. Is then we have some finality to the situation. Unless, of course, as Patrick texted me a minute ago, unless Ken Holland drops a bomb during his press conference and says, bro, no, wait, there's more. And perfect. There we go. We can get that going and allow Patrick to rock and roll that way. We're good. And we are... I love watching myself back on camera. I'm quite the character sometimes. Not tooting my own horn, but just watching myself gives me a chuckle even. course, now I've got my mustache in my nose after scratching my nose, so this is going to be suffering here, but we'll survive and we'll make it happen. As Ken Holland awaits to see if he can get to this. There was a miscommunication. Ken Holland to speak at 1:15 Mountain Time. Okay. Okay. That's going to change the plans a little bit, I guess. We're going to go do this whole thing. Guess we're going. Ken Holland will speak at 1:15 Mountain Time. That is officially official now, according to Daniel Nugent-Bowman. So maybe the Oilers not officially done 90 minutes before the deadline. This has been delayed until after deadline at 1:15. Holland presser has been pushed back to 1:15. That's your big news. There you go. That's what you need to know, friends. Oh yes, Holland presser pushed back. Okay, here we go. Giddy up. We've got an hour and a half to figure out audible. Holland pusher pressed back to 1:15. Framed as a communication mix-up, not Holland jumping back into the market. Sure, you can frame it all you want that way, but just because it's framed that way doesn't mean that's actually the case. And of course, the Oilers wouldn't want to tip their hand that they've got something going in the trade market. So, hey, I don't want to say something's up, but something might be up here for the Oilers if Ken Holland's going to delay speaking over the next little bit. And just to kind of recap, friends, again here, we now have 11:30. Yeah, we're just going to relax a little bit here, get through lunch, and see what ends up happening. But we got another hour and a half to go until Ken Holland speaks. So we are just about ready to get into the last hour and a half of this trade deadline time, friends. We have been crushing along today. It's been a long day already. Thank you so much for being aboard. And thank you to everybody just joining us here. Daryl, is there a feed for the Holland press conference? It has been delayed. The Holland press conference has been delayed to 1:15, framed as a communication mix-up. However, we will see. As I would assume, especially if every single media person was tweeting out 11:30, and nobody in the Oilers decided to correct them until 11:30, I would assume there was something that changed in Ken Holland's mind before he decided to speak. So that would be, there might be some conversations. Gazzola is saying that Gudas has been looked into. Hold on here. Am I not following Tom Gazzola on Twitter, or is this somewhere else that you're listening to this? Yeah, I'm following Tom Gazzola. Why haven't I seen this yet? Hold on, let me see. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything here. Sorry, Patrick, you'll have to tell me where you're finding that. I'm missing it. But Tom Gazzola apparently reporting that Radko Gudas has been looked into by the Edmonton Oilers. So keep it locked, friends. We may very well still have something coming out of the Oilers here this afternoon. Just when I was legitimately ready to say we are up and done, and now we are back fully into the trade market. Whether we actually are or not, that's not the question. We're fully in the trade market now because Ken Holland doesn't want to give us a merciful end until the end of the day. So let me calculate this out here, friends. We're just going to quickly take a look here. 2509 times 8.3 divided by 60. We are crushing along 347 hours on the stream. So that means 600 hours on the day, friends. This has been an absolutely insane day today. And that's crazy. And there we go. There's Bruce Boudreau talking about Bo Horvat and JT Miller giving him the big belt about at his time at the end of Vancouver's tenure as his coach. And let's just see if there's anything more Oilers related here. Goodbye. Yes, Puljujärvi heading out of Edmonton, and there isn't much else. Yeah, there's not much else here, as it looks like that's about it. And yeah, no, that's all we have right now, friends. We are Gonna wait for the next hour and a half to get us going. And there is another tweet live from New Zealand coming in this morning. And not a bad Friday. No, it has not been a bad Friday at all. And if you haven't had a chance yet, friends, we're going to keep housekeeping notes going. Obviously, there's not much happening in terms of trade, so we're more or less just live to be live at this point. But if you're enjoying the stream and you haven't left a like yet on the stream, I'd really appreciate that. We're closing in on 100 likes. We're at 85 right now, so we can get there. Of course, likes on the stream just allow other folks to find this stream a little bit easier. They know it's a good, highly recommended stream, so that's huge. And now, all of a sudden, the insider from Bakersfield is coming in here. And just basically recapping what we know, except for also giving the eyeballs emoji, which means we might have some actual movement here in Oilers land when I see the Bakersfield insider getting to work. And it's coming together today. And we'll send another Snapchat here as I just want to update this. As let's go over here. And let's get this going here. Bang. And good to go. So we are crushing along, friends. I'm all of a sudden those nerves, you know. I was saying last night while I was sitting at the dinner table that when I was sitting at the dinner table working on some business stuff for that trip up to Cold Lake at the end of the month, I'm sitting there and I'm like, I can feel my body just vibrating more or less, and I'm like, oh, what's going on here? And I suddenly realized I was already nervous for today's live stream. Quite honestly, the weirdest thing in a while, but I knew today was going to be a fun day, and today so far has been a blast of a day here on stream. Done a lot of talking, had a lot of fun, but I think we're going to be enjoying this. And to update that Tom Gazzola report, Patrick is saying not sure where Gazzola said it yet, but tweeted secondhand. So it is out there, and it's out there apparently. So that's where we're at. And who would go out if Gudas is coming in? I think there's a potential to just have to send down Devon Shore, but I guess it really depends what the Oilers want to do with the defense as to how you would then send out a guy like, or send in a guy like Radko Gudas. Brain's not functioning at all. And Island Tony, to answer your question, it is not happening tonight for our guy Nick Bugstad to get into the lineup. So he will play Saturday against the Jets in Winnipeg. And the Oilers Fanatic, seeing that Tom Gazzola did indeed say it on TSN 1260. So as far as we are done, the Oilers are not officially done as of yet. We thought we were close to it being over, but now with less than an hour and a half to go, we're far from over because Ken Holland has pushed back his press conference. And that's where we're sitting at current. AHL defenseman with Michael Kesselring headed to the Tucson Roadrunners. That is not correct, Norstead. The big news today is that Michael Kesselring is at Bakersfield, went from Bakersfield to Arizona's practice, not Tucson, Arizona. So he may indeed be getting called up at some point today. We will see waivers in about 23 minutes time, so keep that in mind as well. And John Letherman to the Red Wings on a one-year deal. He has a .927 save percentage in 24 ECHL games played this year. And Hall Presser is not up now, is actually going at 1:15 p.m. And there is nothing much else to add to this here as the Montreal LA Kings trade just swaps a couple of guys. Last season versus this season, the Vezina finalists, the goals against, first to 14th for Shesterkin, and save percentage first to 17th. Goals against for Markstrom, 3rd to 25th, and save percentage 4th to 43rd. And UC Saros, 14th to 20th, and 8th to 10th in save percentage. So the last three really having a struggle this year, and obviously Jacob Markstrom, bottom barrel goaltending for the NHL this year. And Tyson Barrie sends a thank you to Oilers fans following his departure to the Nashville Predators. And smiley guy, always looks upbeat, always looks happy, man. I will miss him, and I was pretty sad that day. Despite us getting Matthias Ekholm, I was actually very, very crushed that we indeed had traded Tyson Barrie. Sorry, I'm just going to shuffle my back here a little bit tight. I did get that massage the other night, and obviously now it's all the pain's coming out and feels good. I feel much, much better. The pain in my arms has subsided substantially since I got that massage done. So it was definitely a much needed maneuver, but we're currently waiting for this. And the insider there again saying, I wouldn't mind Gudis. That's what everyone else is thinking. So there we go. So there may be some traction here for the Oilers, and we'll see what ends up coming out of it here in the next little bit. But again, friends, that press conference scheduled for 11:30 for Ken Holland has been pushed back till after the trade deadline, and the Habs are playing third-party broker in the Nick Bonino trade between San Jose and Pittsburgh. They get a fifth-round draft pick for the trouble. So there you go. The Montreal Canadiens will retain salary on Nick Bonino for the time being. And that's really the biggest update we have at current. We'll once again recap all the trades to the moment, as Marty Biron is on our television sets right now. And Dmitry Kulikov goes to the Penguins in exchange for Brock McGinn and a third-round pick. Nate Schnarr to the LA Kings in exchange for Frederick Allard. And then Winnipeg gets Vladislav Nemeshnikov for a 2025 fourth round pick. I screwed that up because of 2025. Going to the San Jose Sharks. Zach McEwen to the from the Flyers to the Kings in exchange for Lemieux and a 24 fifth round pick. See, that's back-to-back confusing. And then New Jersey receives Curtis Lazar in exchange for giving the Canucks a 2024 fourth round pick. St. Louis picks up Jakub Vrana at 50% retained. And the Red Wings get back Dylan McLaughlin and a 2025 seventh round pick. The Penguins see Nick Bonino shipped across the continental USA. And the San Jose Sharks in return will get a 2023 fifth round pick that probably goes to Montreal, and a 2023 seventh rounder. And then the Dallas Stars last night, we don't need to cover the moves from yesterday. Those are your moves today. So that's where we're at. What does Gudis make in salary? Yeah, so right now his cap hit is 250, Jeff, or 2.5 according to Island Tony there. So what we're sitting on right there is the Oilers would have to shuffle down Devon Shore and then get double retention to make it happen. That's where we would find it. And Haley, welcome in from Sweden this evening. Good evening. Yeah, I guess it would be good evening to you as you're tuning in. Probably about, I want to say 6, 7 o'clock on your board. So glad to have you aboard this evening. And there are easy ways and hard ways for the Oilers to make a Radko Gudas trade work, and we will see all be revealed here shortly as we get to 11:41 here in this moment. So I'm going to take a quick 5-minute break as we will just go upstairs, take a bio break, and come back down with some cookies in hand, I guess you could say. Be right back. Alright, friends, let's get this going. Quick Oreo crushed off, and we should be good to go for the next little bit here. Let me see if we can just add some stuff up quickly and see what we can figure out here in terms of what's happened on the channel here the past few hours. Trying to add things up and calculate everything out to see if this trade deadline day has worked out as well as I thought it would. Obviously, it's been a pretty successful stream for how I thought it would start out, not come to fruition. So, hey, we'll take what we can get, and we're rocking and rolling along. 360, 421, 1113, and let's just see what we got rocking and rolling here. Sorry, friends. Just a quick calculation that I'd normally run about this time at lunch at work. And yes, indeed. Okay, so it's been a successful day. I can officially say that taking the day off has been worth it. That's 100% at least truthful in this instance. Is the day off at work has turned out to be a very good plan. So thankful for that as we come along this afternoon. Other than that, we don't have really much else to add. We're up to 90 likes on the stream. Of course, we are crushing along the subscribers as well here on Dolynny TV. We're at 1185 a second ago, and if I refresh this here to take a look, it's the slowest trade deadlines ever. 1100 or 11,088 friends is where we're sitting tonight. So there you go. That's the numbers you need to know. But as we get going here, there isn't really much else to know for the NHL Trade Deadline. Everybody's pretty much talking about this. And Ben Nicholson, nothing happening here. Yeah, that's about it. The Habs playing third-party broker is the last update we got in the Nick Bonino trade. So there you go, and we are starting to see some league movement. It's the final quarter of the season. 23 teams either hold a playoff spot or sit within 6 points of one, including 5 clubs who hold a postseason position that did not qualify in 2022, that being New Jersey, New York Islanders, Vegas Golden Knights, Seattle, and Winnipeg. And it looks like the Washington Capitals have absolutely called up everybody they possibly can to play defense. Gabriel Carlson and Vincent Iraro. And that's where we're sitting. It's just another little bit of shuffle of the deck here. So we're going to see what comes here together for the Oilers. Just saying, if we've traded for Gudas, one of Kulak's, CC would probably have to go the other way. No, that's not the case, unfortunately. The lamest result, and the reason I'm pushing back here, Tony, is the lamest result is that the Oilers send down Devon Shore, which opens up 850 of space, and Gudas at 2.5. You can get half retention and then 25% retention, I guess, and easily fit him under the cap instead. Obviously, yes, does a defenseman have to move out? I think so, but that's where we're sitting right now. So that's the weird part of it all. But as it currently stands for the Oilers, we'd like to just try and find out what that move is. And I'd love to be shocked by any return for any player we trade for at this point, because it would mean we have a trade to talk about, which has been a long time coming today and probably ain't coming today, to be honest with you, if it is indeed just a scheduling mix-up by the Edmonton Oilers to get Ken Holland out there. So, yeah. Let's see where we're at. Yeah, I don't think there's much else to really add as of yet, friends. We're just coasting along at this point, waiting for 12 o'clock to come. That's our next deadline, I guess you could say, when we see what players are on waivers today. That'll be the first real big test of what the Oilers see on the market. And obviously, too, with the Oilers potentially claiming some players maybe. If there's a depth add piece, we have 45 contracts available at current. So there's 45 contracts out of 50. So that means we have room to add 2 or 3 players still if we really wanted to without moving anyone out. So if there's any depth pieces added, that is a complete possibility for the Oilers as it currently stands. But again, A lot of hoping and dreaming in this stream, that is for sure. And the Arizona Coyotes scoring an outstanding 2.67 goals against per game. That is absolutely rough. And the Toronto Maple Leafs, they're Jan 1 to March 2nd. Ryan O'Reilly, Noel Acciari, Luke Shen, Jake McCabe, Sam Lafferty, Sandin, Engvall, Anderson, Abramov, and Gaudette all moved out. So pretty much the entire Toronto Maple Leafs bottom 6 at times this year moved in for O'Reilly, Acciari, Luke Shen, Jake McCabe, and Sam Lafferty. Interesting get. Metropolitan Division 86, 85, 79, Carolina, New Jersey, New York, and then Pittsburgh and the Islanders in the wild card spots above Washington, who is sitting 6th in the division and looking to steal one of those wild card spots away from one of those teams. And is Kulak even on the team? Yes, he is, Jeff. I know that's probably a joke, but Brett Kulak, he's been mentoring our man Vinny Desharnais, and he's been having a great time doing it. I think actually it was kind of noticeable that the plan was to get somebody for Evan Bouchard once you started seeing Barry and Bouchard play together a bunch, and then seeing Kulak with Vinny Desharnais instead. And Festus, are the Oilers done? I would assume as of now the Oilers are done. Although the only real speculation that we've got going on here today is Radko Gudas going to be an Edmonton Oiler at some point today? That is the question that you can ask yourself, you can ask me, and we can ask each other, because that is the only logical, talked about move left that the Oilers could possibly make at this point. So we'll see if it ends up coming to fruition. But friends, as we cross in to the 375 hours streamed mark of the stream, I'd like to absolutely thank everybody for being aboard. I'm going to send you an ad quickly here, and just again send you a quick, if you're new to the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button, because I'd be really grateful to have you along for the rest of this Oilers season. It's been a great one so far, and we look forward to getting into the playoffs and doing this whole live stream thing on a much bigger scale come playoff time. But that's where we're at, friends. I'm going to take a few seconds just to clean up my workstation here. I've got fruit gushers. I've got pop all over the place. Ay. Alright, here we go. I think I might have accidentally flipped off the stream. I was trying to point that it'd be 1 second, but I think I might have accidentally flipped off the stream instead. I don't realize what I was doing there, and yep, maybe I don't know. It was a quick, brief second. My apologies, friends. That was not the intention. That was not the intention. I was just saying 1 second, I'll be right back, as I don't think you could have heard me. I had my microphone muted there, but let's just quickly get back to this for a second here, as that'll breathe some life into me as I had taken an embarrassing lap at myself. And the Oilers not making a trade, but the Montreal Canadiens have acquired a 5th round pick and defenseman Tony Sund from the San Jose Sharks as part of a 3-team trade. So there you go. That's the official announcement. Tony Sund becomes a member of the Montreal Canadiens in the 3-way trade that sends Arvid Henriksen to the San Jose Sharks as well. So Tony Sund comes via Pittsburgh. Nick Bonino goes 50% retained via Montreal. And then San Jose gets a 7th and a 5th. Okay, so a mess of a trade there, but 3-team trade makes it happen, and Bonino is back with the Pittsburgh Penguins, acquired to return to the place he last won the Stanley Cup in a crazy time that was. And Shawzy, if we do get Gudas, do we bump down Broberg or Desharnais? I don't know what you do in that situation, right? I will worry about that if it happens, more or less, instead of trying to play the speculation game, because, I mean, quite honestly, the Oilers could carry 8 defensemen if they really wanted to, and wouldn't be any worse for wear because of it. And so here's the thing, Epiphany, The numbers with how do the numbers work for Radko Gudas if you send down Devon Shore? The numbers work. If you get Devon Shore down, which is 850, you retain half of Gudas from the Florida Panthers and then half somewhere else. So right is 1.25 becomes 6.25 or 625, and suddenly then the number works to get him under the movement for Devon Shore. So it's a double retention scenario, 50 and 50, which becomes 25% cap hit. So it's a tough ask, but you can still make it happen if the Oilers are really interested in making it happen. Gage, you think the Oilers versus Jets will be one of the greatest games of the season? You think I don't know. I guess tonight might dictate if we get a little bit of hate on between the two teams and the Oilers really go at them hard. It could be interesting for sure. Here we go. It is the quiz on TSN Hockey right now. Who's the most impressive scorer in world? Is it Connor McDavid, Nella Lupaslanova, Linus Ullmark, or Connor Bedard? Oh, impressive options. Linus Ullmark's got my vote. There you go. But that's where we're sitting, friends. We're just waiting for some more Twitter information here to show us what's going on. Full details on the Bonino trade as Curtis Pashelka has it. And let's see here. San Jose trades Bonino in their 2024 fifth round draft selection to Montreal in exchange for the rights to Arvid Henriksen. San Jose trades defenseman Tony Sun to Pittsburgh in exchange for Pittsburgh's conditional 2024 fifth round draft selection and Pittsburgh's 2023 seventh round draft pick. The conditional fourth in 2024 will become a 2024 fourth rounder if Pittsburgh advances to the 2023 Eastern Conference Finals. And Montreal trades Bonino to Pittsburgh in exchange for Sund and will retain 50% of Bonino's salary. There you go. That's your full details. So that's where we're at right now. Cheryl Pounder brought a prop of the Lupaslanova jersey. And there we go. As let's see. I don't think there's much else to add here. Sorry, TSN's quiz has me all kind of confused. Alright, let's see if there's anything else to add to Twitter. Tyson Berry says thank you to Oilers fans. And there really is not much else to add as of yet. So friends, we are just waiting here for this noon hour to kick in. This may indeed be the quietest trade deadline we have ever seen. Darren Drager standing at the desk, just getting a few minutes in as the quiz continues on TSN, and I really don't see what we are going to get out of this trade deadline if we're the Oilers. Obviously, right, Radko Gudas is what's left for us at this point, but I really don't see what we're doing here. Is we're gonna try and finish up the deadline here. Okay, sounds good. But we should be close to getting it. So Gillis TV is going to come on and hopefully finish off the deadline with us to 1 o'clock. We're going to get him in here just about 12:30 for his guest spot on the channel today, but that's where we're sitting right now, friends. We are just waiting for this deadline to come to an end now. It's 11:57. We've got 1 hour and 3 minutes to go, and there has been a total of, here you go, groundbreaking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 trades today. She has been a quiet trade deadline, that is for sure. I think the biggest big name player is Vlad Nemesnikov or Jakub Vrana on that list of players. Max Domi going last night, so not much else there. As yeah, Jeff, I don't know if there's really anything much more to happen here. It is where we're at. And then Gage, you like riling up the Jets fans. Well, I mean, The Jets fans get pretty loud in the old Dolynny TV live streams, and that's the other side part here too. I was really hoping Ken would announce we were done at 11:15 or at 11:30 because I could have used the break, right? We got a hockey game to stream tonight, and I don't know if I'm going to have the lungs for it, and I also don't know if I've got the time for it, unfortunately, as we'll go kind of get you set for what's going to happen tonight. Seattle plays in Columbus at 5 p.m. The scoreboard for tonight looks like this. You want to watch? Let's watch. As let's go over here and find out who we've got to watch on the scoreboard. Kraken Jackets at 5 p.m. Hurricanes Coyotes at 7:30. Canadians Ducks, and the New Jersey Devils need, oh lordy, to win a hockey game against the Vegas Golden Knights tonight. That's all I got to say. The Oilers need to get this job done against the Winnipeg Jets. That is for sure. And for some reason, they're saying this game is Sportsnet Now Premium. Give me a second here, friends. Business call. All right, there we go. That is the first work call of the day, which is really impressive. That's the only one that's come in so far today, so I don't mind that at all. Hey, we'll take a day off and get going. And what do we got going on here? Would goodness be good enough for us? Oh, Epiphany, and just finished up having a nap, and almost nothing happened. Yes, indeed, Magic, that is the case. Nothing really happened as of yet for the Oilers or anybody else across the NHL. It has been a very, very, very quiet NHL trade deadline day, and for that I am kind of grateful because it's allowed us to just kind of relax and recharge here on stream. And a three-way trade for the San Jose Sharks, Pittsburgh Penguins, and Montreal Canadiens acquiring Tony Sund, and that's where we're at right now. Is it's just a quick little business call there, and then back onto the trade deadline news as we continue along here this afternoon. We're crossing into the 8.5-minute average view duration on the stream. So again, thank you to everybody that's kind of just hung out with me and just tried to figure out if anything's going to happen, if at all, and really nothing tends to be happening here. We continue to climb towards 400 hours on the stream today, so that's welcome to see as well as we continue to just kind of blitz along today and hopefully get somewhere there. As nope, nothing happening there. They're just recapping all the trades of the day now on TSN. So we're into the 12 o'clock hour right now, and nothing has yet to substantially happen across the NHL. A weird kind of everybody wanted to get the business done early kind of trade deadline, and kind of maybe similar to how the NBA situation wraps up. But yeah, no, a pretty solid trade deadline right now for us, and things are looking like we're going to be rumbling into tonight. Pretty much the same roster we had before, plus Nick Bjugstad and Matthias Ekholm all combined together on Saturday. So that's where we're sitting, friends. We are closing in on making today a pretty worthwhile day, to be honest with you, though, as things continues to see. And nice to see our lineup solidify. This grows depth. While I think what happens now is you alleviate pressure too. Depth kind of helps with everything in the background, but Matthias Ekholm is an impact player on this team, and I would not be surprised to see Matthias Ekholm at points in training camp next year wear an A on his jersey. Would be very shocking if he didn't. As Matthias Ekholm's that kind of guy you want on your team. He wore an A in Nashville, and I'm sure he will get some kind of letter of responsibility at some point in the next 3 years as a member of the Edmonton Oilers. And could we have been able to keep Barrie and get Ekholm? Unfortunately not. That would not have worked out. You would have either been at a 20-man roster or you would have been at a situation where the Oilers just could not afford him, unfortunately. So that's that kind of part and parcel problem right now. And right now, as it sits here, let me see here. What do we got? What do we got? As we are just looking along here, as we've got another follower joining the Twitter crowd here. Nothing much as of happening, as former Oilers prospect Michael Kesselring will make his NHL debut. Another business call. Okay, I'm going to stay live here for a second, friends. I've just got a little bit of a situation I've got to attend to quickly. I'll be right back, and then we're going to get Gillies TV in here to cover off some NHL Trade Deadline stuff the rest of the way home. Give me a sec. Alright, here we go. Let's get Gillies TV in here, friends, and let's get this going. As we are, dumb question. Can somebody tell me how LTR money works when the player's injured, come back? If you've signed another players with that money while they're away, you have to get rid of that money. Quite honestly. That's the situation. You have to get rid of the money, and looks like we've got a trade deadline trade bait. Brock Besser remaining. And future JT Miller is also up in the air. So let me get Gillies TV in here. Our second guest of the day after Patrick's many guest spots earlier on in the morning, getting us through the 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, and 10 o'clock hours as we developed the day. And here we go. Let's see what we got going here. We'll call up Gillies TV and see if we can get him on the broadcast here today. Live from up there near Edmonton, so he's got boots on the ground. He can tell us what's going on. Guy could wish anyway. Let me see here. Let's go here and just quickly call him up and see what comes from this. So friends, we'll earmuff both earmuffs here as we get the call tone in there, and we should be good to go for this broadcast here quickly if he ends up answering this call. Of course, for some reason when I call people, it never seems to usually work out. There you go. My friend, there you are. You're going to mute yourself or mute whatever you got to do, and you're ready to rock and roll. Okay, give me a sec here. I'm gonna mute you here for the time being, and there we go. I'm gonna shift on over, and my friends, this is Gillies TV joining us here as we get set for the last 50 minutes of the NHL Trade Deadline. What we know is that the Minnesota Wild haven't made any moves. I'm sure you've been hearing about those. That not happened a little bit this morning. And secondary to the Oilers are yet to make any moves and seem to be done for the day.
Yeah, for Minnesota, our buddy's a Minnesota fan, so he's been in the Snapchat group just going off like they need to get a center. They need to get a center. For the Oilers, I don't expect much. They did their pre-deadline stuff. The only way they could really make a move now is money in, money out, or Yamo goes on LTIR or on the injured reserve list till playoffs.
And the situation with Yamamoto is he is confirmed to be in the lineup for tonight's hockey game. So, right, those were the possibilities going into today's game as to how the Oilers could possibly make it work. And right now, we have very limited options. I mean, the only other real option is Devon Shore, which I think, I guess this would be the question I haven't asked Patrick yet today. What have you thought of Devon Shore's game the past 5-6 since he's been recalled and stayed up with the Oilers?
Barring that, the goal drought, or he's only had one goal, a few assists, it's the physical play in the offensive zone leading this stuff. Drawing that 4-minute minor against, I can't remember who it was, changed the game for the Edmonton Oilers for sure. His game of late's been really good. I'm interested to see what they do when Kane comes back. Yes, he's not scoring like Janmark has this season, but right now I believe Janmark might be the odd guy out, and Shore has passed him.
All right, well, that is fair as Janmark continues. He is a penalty killer too. That's the one thing Janmark has to keep in the Oilers lineup, but to some extent you can do that with Devon Shore as well. Sorry.
But you also just got Nick Bukestad who does the exact same thing.
And there you go, that to it as well. So we've got Go Oilers in the chat there as well. If you could give me a Go Oilers just to keep the chat
Go
happy.
Oilers.
Hey, I like it. Okay, that's where we're sitting right now tonight is the problem is we've got about 45 minutes to the trade deadline officially being over. However, we've also got a situation where the Oilers play a hockey game tonight, and this is what I was kind of finding trapped in there with Patrick earlier today, is the fact that we've got a game day to worry about. Stuart Skinner starts in net today against the Jets. It's a back-and-back, home-and-home kind of situation, and Nick Bukestad not in the lineup. But how much versus what we saw on New Year's Eve do we expect things to change against the Winnipeg Jets this time around?
Well, you look at it, we are a lot more physical now, especially on the back end, adding Ekholm. Vinny Desharnais came up, and I know a lot of people are like, I'm on Facebook, I'm in those Oilers pages, and it's like, if they do go get Gudas, do we drop Proberg or Vinny Desharnais? We don't need another defenseman. Vinny Desharnais and Proberg have proved they belong in the NHL. Proberg's game is rising as we speak. He's been pretty good. At the start of the season, you could see him a lot giving up the puck and whatnot. Now you don't even recognize that he does that stuff because he does so many good things. And I know we'll go back to Boston. I had this conversation with Cam last night. That slash Vinny Desharnais did. That's because they were all over Skinner, and the relationship that Vinny Desharnais and Skinner have right now caused that to happen. You see it after the win against Toronto, how they were celebrating the same way they do in Bakersfield. It's just the friendship they have that actually made that happen.
That's kind of where we sit right now, right? Is like you've got this team that the Oilers have built up, and I mean built up this team from the ground up. Stuart Skinner, Vinny Desharnais, Philip Broberg, Darnell Nurse, Evan Bouchard. That's your back end. Those are homegrown guys that this Oilers team has built up. Then as well, you've got up top, you've got Devon Shore, who isn't homegrown but has been a guy through the top and bottom of the organization. You've got guys like Matthias Janmark that have done the same thing this year. Same with Klim Kostin, a guy in the top 9 like Nugent Hopkins, who's been through the minor league system and the organization, but also a draft pick. Obviously, the top end guys, really, when you look at it top to bottom, the only really odd guys out are Derek Ryan and Zach Hyman in the top forward group as well that haven't been top to bottom in this organization. So, I mean, the homegrown recipe for success is something that we were long starved for. And now, right, it does show up in situations where a guy like Desharnais takes a slash and call because he's out there defending a guy like Stuart Skinner, who he's been raised on this team with top to bottom.
Yeah, exactly. This homegrown stuff, and you can throw Dylan Holloway in that aspect of things too. And it's great to see that the Oilers are finally, hey, getting these guys up here, because the last 3 years, we've always talked about these depth guys. It used to be Benson and McLeod. McLeod's finally up here. Tyler Benson still trying to find his way. But for Devon Shore, he said it best. No matter where he is, he comes in with the same mentality, if it's the AHL or NHL. And that's the kind of guy you want in the locker room, either or in the NHL or AHL, who isn't upset that he got demoted to the AHL. He's there to play hockey. He's there to try and get back up to the big club. And I don't know if that stint down in the AHL for conditioning helped him, but he has changed his game a little bit for the Oilers.
Well, and as we'll just take a quick check here, I'm going to scroll through Twitter, get out of the chat on my end, and just quickly scroll through Twitter to see if we have any news happening here. Ken Holland due to speak in an hour's time from now. And we got bad news on Vladimir Guerrero Jr. leaving the game with knee discomfort in spring training. That's concerning. But Jordan Greenway is heading from Minnesota to Buffalo. And the Buffalo Sabres have acquired struggling forward of the Minnesota Wild, Jordan Greenway. So that one right there, we were talking about our Wild friends and Wild trade Greenway to Buffalo. So there you go.
Yeah, just talking to our Wild friends and whatnot and watching him against, Edmonton over the last couple of years and just random games we do live streaming on Clemhawks there. Jordan Greenway's been invincible this season. He's good for throwing hits, but that's it. He is pretty much like Zach Kassian without the whole what's the word for it? Giddy up and like likable personality in the Oilers organization. Jordan Greenway lost it, and same as Matt Dumba. I think those two guys were the guys that fans are just throwing under the bus after a while and saying, trade this guy, we don't need him anymore, and eventually it did.
Well, and that's where we've got the Sabres acquiring Jordan Greenway, but we don't have any updates. And then secondary, it is for a draft pick, according to Kevin Weeks. That's what we know. And Yamamoto was removed from Toronto game for precautionary reasons. He feels his game is coming around after a year long dealing with injuries, so that's good, important information to know. And it looks like the only big trade here is Jordan Greenway has been traded to the Buffalo Sabres. As we recap there, sorry, mustache hair up my nose there, and that is really all we have to report. Everybody who cleared waivers yesterday or everybody that was on waivers yesterday cleared waivers, and as of 16 minutes ago, we don't have anybody. Oh, we do have Berube, Fitzpatrick, and Derek Pouliot on waivers. And that is all we have to come to fruition for waivers today. So quite a simple little afternoon here. Nothing much happening for the Edmonton Oilers. And obviously the Minnesota Wild on the board for the first time, making their deal for a draft pick for Jordan Greenway.
Yeah, like I said, I don't expect much from the teams that kind of did everything post pre-deadline. It's weird to see the Oilers do that. Haven't done that since what, 06? But yeah, it's been a quiet deadline by the looks of it. It's been all not high-end players, just those top 9 players that can help the other teams out on the third line. Yeah.
That's kind of where we're struggling today. Is it's been a really rough, just trying to crack anything for news kind of day. Jordan Greenway, yes, was he expected to be traded? Yes. Is he a big name in Minnesota? Yes, but end of the day, there really isn't much else to add to a trade deadline when you're adding a guy like Jordan Greenway that has 7 points going to the Buffalo Sabres for a draft pick, as Daryl's reporting in the chat here as well. But Holland's press conference sitting at 1:15, and that's kind of the move we're waiting for. Is will the Oilers have something to say? Chris Johnston currently leaning over his television set, or his computer, sorry, at his set on the TSN trade breaker, and as part of the Jordan Greenway trade is a second round pick for the Minnesota Wild. So that, my friends, is a little shocking right there.
Yeah, I would have thought maybe a 4th at max. They did move Bork yesterday, the Buffalo Sabres did, so it didn't make room for Greenway. But I'm kind of surprised that it was a second round pick.
Well, here's the other thing too. Michael Russo reporting now a second round pick and a 2024 5th round pick for Jordan Greenway. No salary retained. They free $3 million in cap space in the next 2 years to help with conducting business this summer. And it sounds like as soon as they get that going, Oscar Sundqvist is heading to the Minnesota Wild. So there you have it.
Yeah. Good couple trades. Then there was a signing I see on TSN here. That's why I keep looking to my right.
Yep, Nicholas Solvay.
Yeah.
What do you got for details?
That's a pretty good signing by the Capitals. 1 year, 1.225. That's a pretty good signing by the Capitals. Just for next year, I'm curious if we see maybe a TJ Oshie trade, if not this deadline, next deadline.
There's a ton of potential for move, and Ryan Rishaug now reporting for the Edmonton Oilers via Patrick here on the Oilers Fanatic that Rishaug said doesn't sound like a deal is coming, so we might as well can it. The deadline for the Edmonton Oilers is, for all intents and purposes, and has been all day, over for it. So that is where we're at right now. That's where we're at for this one. So that's where the Oilers need to kind of see what happens going forward. We got 20 games remaining, and I guess to the point here that I was asking Patrick is if this is it, and this is more than likely it, how comfortable do you feel with this Oilers team going forward?
Defensive wise, I think we did upgrade. Ekholm brings a lot more physicalness. Doesn't bring the playmaking or offensive ability like Tyson Barrie. And I like Tyson Barrie, don't get me wrong. But when you're playing on the top power play unit, of course you're going to have more points. You got to look at the 5-on-5 numbers and stuff. Because our power play is lethal. Why do you think Nugent Hopkins is having a career year? Hyman, all those guys is more so the power play. Yes, Hyman does do a lot of physical work, and they do score 5-on-5. But having Tyson Barrie on that really upped his game. I think he had 130 some points in 170 games with the Edmonton Oilers. How many of those were really on the power play? But with Nick Bukestad, I think it creates more competition than there already is in that bottom six. Is if Jay Woodcroft goes with the 11-7 like he usually does, how are these guys going to react adding another bottom six guy, and especially with Evander Kane on the way back in a few weeks?
That's just the whole thing too. Is Evander Kane is sitting on the outskirts of all of this, whether he's ready tomorrow, the next day, next week, next month. Evander Kane is just sitting around waiting for us to get him back in the lineup. And now when you look at kind of the overarching theme of what Ken Holland did this trade deadline, and you can say to yourself, okay, so Ken Holland said that Evander Kane's going to be a trade deadline acquisition. So we go out, we get our big left-hand shot defenseman, and we go out and get our depth centerman. But now you also, in the next few weeks, add a top six winger who's had 19 points in 24 games this year. Yeah, you know what? That doesn't end up being too bad of a deadline for Ken Holland, in my opinion.
No, it's a really good deadline. And I think more the fact that everything happened earlier is with the back home and home against the Winnipeg Jets tonight and tomorrow. He wanted everything done by before that, just for flight reasons, playing reasons, and whatnot. It was a lot easier doing it then than going shorthanded for 1 or 2 games against the Winnipeg Jets.
Well, and that's just the case right there for the Oilers too. Is you need to have you need to have that security in your roster. And unfortunately, the way it comes together for us, we had that game on Wednesday against the Leafs. We have a game on Friday against the Jets on deadline day, and then you as well have a deadline day rematch against the Jets the next day. That's tough.
Yeah, it is. And, I've said this a couple times in the last few weeks. They should just, on trade deadline day, to help teams out in a sense, is don't put any hockey games on that night. No games on that night, just so players can get to their new teams can get their new players set up. Beckholm was fast, of course, but Nick Bukestad isn't in the lineup tonight.
No.
So it kind of helps with that scenario. Hey, we're taking trade deadline off. If you got a player, get them up that day or the morning of and play that night of the next night.
And here is officially tweeted now by Ryan Rishaug. Doesn't sound like there's a late Oiler deal coming, likely done as widely speculated throughout the day. And that's something that, doesn't shock any of us, but the unfortunate part here is that you just don't get anything out of this trade deadline for being live for 6 hours in terms of anything that would be really impactful here. But it looks like there was a photo taken with newest Oiler Nick Bukestad at the Phoenix Airport earlier today, about an hour ago. Unfortunately, he's not playing tonight. And that's where it is, as Darren Drager now officially tweeting out that Shayna on Twitter did indeed have the Oscar Sundquist is heading to the Minnesota Wild story. So I guess to be grateful for anything, at least our friends in Minnesota have something to talk about today.
Yeah, and something they hoped would happen sooner than later, and it did. And for us Oilers fans, we got our early trade deadline presents. Like I said, if Yamo was, done for the season or so much, then okay. If there wasn't, you look at that bottom six, you can't trade anyone from it. It's unless you're getting a guy that can fit in your top six and they retain half of it and you give up a bunch of first round draft picks, like for instance, let's just say Brock Besser. Okay, then maybe I'd think about moving one of those bottom six. But when was the last time Edmonton had two bottom six lines, or the five guys producing like this? It's been a while.
All right, that's a fair enough story. They got Brett Kissel singing on my television set, so as a good Lakeland boy growing up, you tend to pay attention to that. Sorry, I zonked out whatever you were saying there because they threw Brett Kissel on my television set. But that's where we're sitting, right? Is for the Minnesota Wild and for the Edmonton Oilers is deadline day is done, and for us the bottom six too for the Oilers to have the guys we have down there. Clean Costin now evolving in there. Matthias Janmark having a not too bad season. And as well, Devon Shore emerging as of late. And you had Nick Bukestad in there. It sounds like it's going to be a pretty good situation for us to have in the bottom six going into the playoffs. And I think, too, I think for a lot of folks that were concerned about the Oilers' team toughness coming into this season, how much do you think that's been solved by trade deadline day?
It's been solved a lot. I think the Oilers were more pushed around, and a lot of people will say it started with the Vander Kane last season. No, I'm gonna say Klim Kostin. That trade for Sam Marukov, Klim Kostins came in and said, "Hey, I'm here. I want to be in the NHL. No more of this AHL stuff." And he has shown what physical is, scoring, and then you just add on with the whole Vinny Desharnais, Ekholm, and Bukestad. This team is, and when Kane gets back, will be scary to play against. And that was sort of what the Oilers were missing in the whole playoff series against the Colorado Avalanche was the physical game disappeared. Calgary was phenomenal. LA phenomenal. Against Colorado, it just disappeared on them.
And that's where we're sitting and kind of deal with it is now all of a sudden the physical side. And the physical side took half a season to show up for the Oilers here to begin with, though. Is that game against LA on the road trip through California last time out is where it absolutely evolved for the Edmonton Oilers. We got pushed around, something we said enough is enough. And bang, we've been fighting, scrapping, hitting, doing everything since. And it's been a big time emergence for this Oilers team.
Yeah, and we haven't seen that. Like I said, last year against Colorado, it was invincible, and I think part of the morale was Kazian didn't want to do it anymore. I think Kazian was more focused on goal scoring, and that's not what we needed from him. And Klim Kostin knows he can score. He does. You talk about the goal Connor McDavid scored against, I believe it was Toronto, where Klim beat the guy to the puck, threw out front for Connor, and it was in the back of the net.
Yep.
That could have been against Boston, you know. I'm still sleepy right now.
Yeah, I think that was the game against Boston, the 2-goal effort. But that's where we're sitting, friends, is we're just waiting to come down the wire to the trade deadline here. 12:31 to go. I'd love to say we have more to talk about, but I really don't think there's anything left to talk about at this point. So I'm going to let you roll off the stream here. If we do have something to talk about before 1 o'clock, I'll bring you back on. But as we'll sit right now, thank you for coming aboard, my friend. And friends,
no
give me a second here. I do have one last thing to do as we get Gillies TV out of here. We'll go get him brought up. And actually, you are a top search result for yourself nowadays, eh? You ever realize that?
That's good to know.
And
That's good
copy
to know.
link, and let me go over to my channel here and bring this up here as we get going and share it out in the stream, my friends. If you've been watching Gillis TV here at all during the trade deadline, he's been covering a lot. Sub to Gillis TV, and there we go. We've got that going. We've gotten both for Gillis TV and Dolynny TV and the Oilers Fanatic today. It's been fantastic, friends. He's Gillies TV. I'm Tyson. I know. We'll get him out of here for now, and we'll talk to you in a moment. There we go, friends. That is it. We've got the last half an hour to go. You've got half an hour left with me, and then life is up and done at long final last. If you're new to the channel too, I want you to hit that subscribe button here on Dolynny TV if you've just joined in lately. Sorry if I've been missing the chats. Of course, it's hard to do it with the stream the way it is. And friends, what I'm doing, the reason I cut Gillies TV out there right now, I just need to go grab myself a quick drink and a quick snack, and we'll be good to go. But it sounds like the Oilers are done for the day, so we'll take the last half hour to recap everything, all the craziness that's happened here on the stream, and we'll be right back. Alright. If we haven't yet hit the like button on the stream, I'd appreciate that right now. As we're close to getting this one done and dusted here, my friends. The Oilers are just about 25 minutes away from the stream being up and over. And we are just about done and over with this one. It's been a long 5.5 hours of streaming, my friends, but we are now 25 minutes away from it getting all done here instantly for the Oilers. And let's just see quickly what we got going on. Doesn't seem to be much of all left in the trade market as of right now. Let's quickly go take a look at what we've got available to us here. As Dryden Hunt to Calgary for Redeem Zahorna. There you go. As Hayshe also has another scoop there. Dryden Hunt heads to Calgary for Redeem Zahorna. And let's see, projecting the Canadian American Olympic rosters with Trade Center Canada right there. Nicholas Aube-Kubel signs that contract. And we're looking forward to grow and get everybody healthy here. Says Jay Woodcroft, recapping the week and previewing tonight's matchup against the Winnipeg Jets. As we continue to get closer to tonight's live stream between those two teams and talking oil and relying on internal development. And the Ducks and Sabres have also made another trade. Chase Prisky goes to the Anaheim Ducks as Austin Strand heads to the Buffalo Sabres. And it will be a pick to Detroit from the Wild for Oscar Sundqvist as well. So probably that second rounder or something like that in exchange for the trade there for Oscar Sundqvist. We've got 6 more tweets to get to here. The San Jose Sharks have acquired Jacob Peterson from the Dallas Stars in exchange for Scott Rady. Who the heck either of those two guys are, I could not tell you. And other than that, too, the Dallas Stars making the trade alert, and there's not much else to it, as thanks to the new Preds defenseman Tyson Berry for joining on Daily Face-Off Live. So there you go. As Redeem Zahorna just moved, remember talking about him in training camp. Yeah, Redeem Zahorna could have been a definite monster to have on the Oilers roster and would have been beautiful to have down there in Bakersfield. He had some pretty big moments for the Wranglers while I watched them the 4 times this season or whatever. But that's where we're sitting right now, and enjoyed spending talk with those. I had nothing else to do today but work in the evening, and great work. Thank you so much, Gage. Really appreciate that. Had a feeling, well, JVR to Detroit. Hold on, Patrick, breaking the trades in the chat here, as we've got hearing JVR to the Detroit Red Wings pending a trade call here, physical as well, pending physical and trade call, as even Red Wings fans are asking why would we trade for that guy. And apparently that's it, as we will get through the trade deadline analysis. Luke Gazdick wearing his Oilers toques and stuff on screen today. As we get down the stretch here on trade deadline day, friends, we are just about to the end of it all here. And live stream amassing just about 3,000 views, so not a bad giddy up day at all either. So the Oilers just trying to get through this last little bit without making a move, I guess, trying to force us to get through without making a move. And let's see quickly if there's anything else we can glean here, as Bruce Boudreau talking about his appearance in Slapshot back in the day. And Brett Kissel is a big fan that he had covered himself, and very excited. Jakub Vrana is a member of the St. Louis Blues. He will wear number 15 for them. We've got exactly 20 minutes left in this trade deadline, friends, and there's only a couple of trades left. And the only way to pass the trade deadline is with Oodle Noodle, according to Oilers Nation. And we are pretty much there, friends. JVR to make to Detroit makes 0 sense. Well, they are in a playoff push in some sense, but again, I don't know what Detroit's trying to get out of JVR. I don't even know what JVR's situation is this year, but we're just currently waiting for this game to get up and done with here, this whole trade deadline game, and then we should be good to rock and roll into tonight's live coverage. Again, there hasn't been much announced about the Oilers here, and is there anything else? I don't think there is, friends. This one's coming down to the wire in terms of the end of the trade deadline day, but it looks like the Oilers will indeed be done here by 1 o'clock, and that will close things out. Yeah, there wasn't really much to add to today, unfortunately, and that's kind of, I'm already surprised that it's over. I mean, I've been live for 5 hours and 40 minutes. My eyes are going buggy, my brain's fried, and I can't believe it. But if you've been tuning in, thank you so much. I'd just right now like to preface this with, if you haven't already, please consider hitting that subscribe button here on the channel. But we are pretty much up and done, friends. There's 20 minutes to go, about 19 minutes to go. There isn't really much left to add today. If you've got any questions, any concerns, anything you want to ask about the live stream today here, definitely throw it in the chat below. But other than that, they're doing the Bruce Here It Is segment, and thankfully he was able to come aboard for TSN, or their day would have been absolutely terrible. They did not get a whole bunch of anything out of this trade deadline, nor do I imagine Sportsnet did, as they had to interview Tyson Berry, who was traded a couple of days ago now. And right now, another AHLer swap between the Stars and Sharks was Reedy and Peterson, and the Stars swapped 23-year-old centerman Jacob Peterson has played one NHL game with the Dallas Stars this season. Both defensemen Ellison Strand and Chris Prisky are currently playing in the AHL. Strand has played 5 NHL games this season, recording 2 penalty minutes and a -2 rating. And Dryden Hunt played 9 games for the Maple Leafs, recorded 1 goal, and that's about it. So that's your quick notes there on that. And Oscar Sundqvist has been dealt on back-to-back deadlines. Last year, the St. Louis Blues sent him to Detroit for Nick Leddy and Luke Witkowski, and now the Detroit Red Wings have dealt him to the Minnesota Wild for a return to be announced. And is there anything? Is JVR likely headed to the Red Wings? Deal isn't done, as the Red Wings are in the process of moving another player, so keep that in mind there. There's another deal coming for the Detroit Red Wings. So again, we don't see anything about the Edmonton Oilers involved, but that's where we're sitting, hoping the Oilers can get this going, catch you up on trades. Darcy, I think I did. Jordan Greenway to the Buffalo Sabres for a 2nd round pick and a 5th round pick back to Minnesota. Dmitry Kulikov to Anaheim, or to Pittsburgh, for Brock McGinnon a 3rd. Nate Schnarr, Frederick Allard from the Kings and Canadiens, and then Winnipeg Jets and Nemesnikov to Jets from San Jose for a 2025 5th or 4th rounder. Trip that up every time, and I think we've recapped everything from Zach McHugh and Brendan Lemieux, and a 5th round pick involved there. Curtis Lazar to the Devils for a 2024th, and Jakub Vrana, you've been all through that, so we don't really have much else to add. And here we go. For the first time all trade deadline day, I have a kitty in my lap, a little Zap coming to see me. Hello, Bitsy Boo. She's looking rather fluffy. I need to get her a haircut, hopefully this weekend or next. And Calvin asking me how many cups of coffee I have been able to swallow down today. I've only had 1 cup of tea. I've been focused on water and a can of root beer so far today. It's about what's got me through, and about 4 Oreos. That's what I've been running on since this morning, and nobody has really been traded as of yet that's big name. Obviously, we do have the trade coming for JVR here soon, if Detroit can indeed in the next 16 minutes submit the trade to pull off the other player to allow for Vrana to be traded, or not Vrana, sorry, James Van Riemsdyk to be traded to the Detroit Red Wings. And I'm just trying to get this nasty mat out of my cat's hair. She is suffering here with way too long chin hair, but it is what it is. And Gage, I hope you enjoy the game tomorrow. We are now 15 minutes away from the trade deadline, and there's still a whole bunch of guys on TSN with their arms up in the air with no real indication as to what's about to happen here. And let's see, trade breakers. Gord Miller coming in to make this trade happen here on the trade breaker desk. And Darren Drager has James Van Riemsdyk news for us. Should be interesting to see what he has to say here on this front, as Detroit is still trying to make a few trades. Black, it's all good. Welcome aboard. And the Red Wings have been the sellers to this point, but James Van Riemsdyk gets involved for the trade deadline for the Detroit Red Wings, as he's trying to break it down for us here. And the Detroit Red Wings are moving another piece, according to Darren Drager. Oscar Sundqvist, I believe, is that player. And that is what you need to know right there. So, Epiphany, you have to go. Thank you for all the kind words today, and we will catch you very soon, I am sure, for the live stream, probably later tonight, if you have a chance to tune in. And I'm just trying to rip this mat out of my cat's hair. She's just clawing me all the heck. I'm probably hurting her a little bit here, so we'll let her be. But friends, we've got exactly 14 minutes to go in today's NHL trade deadline. Not a whole bunch really to get excited about all day long, and not really a whole bunch to get excited about now. I'm seeing a bunch of tweets about Dylan Holloway here cropping up for some reason, unless this one of the fighters that is Holloway. But let's see if there's anything. Latest tweets, walk through. There is nothing here for some reason. It just is cropping up that people are tweeting about Holloway randomly, and it's all coming together for them. So okay, sure, sure, okay, and that's where we're at, friends. That's about it, as James Van Riemsdyk goes to the Detroit Red Wings. More than likely is the case here, as he's trade bait. He will be a UFA next season, so the Detroit Red Wings buying a rental here in James Van Riemsdyk. And am I doing a video tomorrow before the Oilers game? Oh, more than likely. I'll probably have a video later tonight before the Oilers game as well, just to kind of fill the gap before we get there. And told that James Van Riemsdyk is not getting traded to the Red Wings. Okay, so James Van Riemsdyk, according to Chris Johnston, is not getting traded to the Red Wings. Oh boys, things changed fast on JVR, so there you go. All of a sudden, things trade again. James Van Riemsdyk, the top trade bait, number 1, Brock Besser number 2, and then Joel Edmondson number 3. And none of those 3 guys are going to be leaving their team unless something substantial happens here fast towards the end of this trade deadline, with 12 minutes to go, friends. JVR trade is off apparently, so just like that, things evolve that quickly. And Darren Drager, just joking, stop talking about it, it was fake, it was not real, or it just fell apart. And that's where we're at. So yeah, that's as quickly and as possible as it could possibly happen. And we've got exactly a total of 12 minutes to the deadline, friends. We are coming down the pipe, so I'll send you an ad quickly here. I didn't do that at the top of the clock at noon, so we'll get that done, and I am going to go for a quick bathroom break before we get to that exact noon marker, and then we should be good to go. But give me a second, friends. We'll talk here in a matter of moments. Be right back. Alright, let's finish this whole thing off, shall we? Let's see what we can do here, friends. It's Anthony. My Puli RV needs to be updated. No, my Puli RV will stay up there. That's I'm glad to have that jersey. That'll be something that I'll keep up here no matter what. But I guess what the plan is to go the full way around. Like, I'm gonna have a 365 of jerseys by the time I get my house either bought or built or whatever I end up doing here in the next couple of months. But I'm gonna have a 360 jersey wall. I think it'll be pretty much something. And just hanging on for the Uncle Ken press conference. Gavin Paul, I feel that. Then I'll be off to bed. We'll be done over the last 6 hours. Thank you. And how many Oilers jerseys do I have? So every Oilers jersey that I have, you see on the wall here. I've got this one. I've got 5. I've got a Condors jersey. I've got the Team Canada jersey. And I've got a Colorado Rockies jersey. That's about it for my jersey collection as of now. But trust me, once I get my own house, there will be an entire collection dedicated to it. But friends, that's where we're just sitting right now, is we're just waiting for this trade deadline to finish itself off. We're 9 minutes to the deadline. As far as I understand, the Oilers are done, so I will be heading out right at 1 o'clock in anticipation of having to make a video if needed. But they're just showing the shuffle of the people across Trade Center as the day goes on. And we've got 8 minutes and 20 seconds to go with absolutely nothing to talk about, I believe. I don't think there's much else here, as they're going to get Michael Farber in here to talk with a couple of them. And something happened with JVR in Detroit, pulled back from the deal. All right, cool. Detroit pulled back. Let's see how it plays out. Panthers have received a lot of interest on Gudas today, have been weighing their options. 12 minutes to go until the deadline. So unless the Oilers really make something happen, it looks like Radko Gudas will either go elsewhere or be staying put in Florida at current. And the injuries, obviously Matt Murray and Jake Muzzin, are out longer term or kind of mid-term for the Toronto Maple Leafs. And I'm just going to give my little city kitty, my 3-legged buddy. Come up here, buddy. How's your belly looking? Oh, belly's looking good, buddy. Belly's looking good. As he will come up and cuddle in the lap for the next few minutes here, as I'm sure he'll want to lick all around my laptop and stuff. I'm sure I spilled tea or something there. And more trades will come out until at least 2. Troy, you're not wrong, but the fact that I was able to make it to 1 live streaming is fantastic. So we'll get done at 1, and then we'll see what shakes out from here. And my little city kitty. Hey. Little city kitty. But that's where we're sitting. We've got exactly 7 minutes to the deadline, friends, as we are just about this close to being done at long last here. And obviously we should have a good picture of who's getting traded where by the time the deadline comes due, and then we can kind of make up our mind if we stick after the 6 p.m. deadline or not. But yeah, or 6 minute deadline from now. But Darcy, to your comment, yeah, I'm a little shocked as well that that Radko Gudas did not get traded, whether it be to the Oilers or to anyone else. It's actually a little shocking in my mind that they wouldn't move somebody like that. But as the Leafs announce the Radim Zohorna move, as reported by Elliot Friedman earlier. Okay. Nope, that's just funny tweet I'm seeing. And there is nothing else to really see here, so that's where we're at right now. The Oilers just moments away from seeing the deadline come and go without making a move. And Scout wants to see my little kitty again. All right, oh, little city kitty, come here, little city kitty. Here is little Thumper, little thump, little city. Hey, little city. Hey, little city. He's just a cute little adorable 3-legged guy. That's what you would see there, little 3-legged little kitty. And that's where we're at. So hi from all of us at the Plumbing World. Anthony, oh, that's what I should have figured when I saw when I saw Anthony's name in there. I get that. Anthony tuning in from work today. I was like, oh, the plumbing world. Wait a minute. Yeah, absolutely, dude. I had Trevor in here earlier, so the boys from work showing a little bit of support on the stream. I really appreciate that, guys. I really appreciate that, and I'm actually missing being at work today because I've had a couple of calls. And oh, here's Troy coming in with Troy Stetcher to Calgary. So that will be the breaking news here. Troy Stetcher to Calgary from Arizona. So that's what you need to know here. Troy Stetcher goes to Calgary. A weird move, and it looks like Calgary's now made 2 trades. Troy Stetcher, I don't know how that moves the needle for the Calgary Flames, if I'm being honest with you, but that's where we're at currently. Is I guess Calgary decided to start buying at the end of the deadline? Sure. As it looks like everybody's just going to retweet Elliot Friedman's tweet now and end up in my timeline as Troy Stetcher ends up going from Arizona. So that explains why Michael Kesselring will make his NHL debut tonight for the Arizona Coyotes. Of course, Michael Kesselring, former Edmonton Oilers prospect, now traded for Mr. Nick Bjugstad, and Kesselring probably will score likely or so in his NHL debut. Wouldn't be surprised to me at all to see that. But as we get going here, friends, that's where we're at. So Troy Stetcher to the Calgary Flames, and Brad Trey Living just decided, according to Patrick there, that he is bored. And Trevor comes in. Oh, there we go. Smoke break for the boys at work as well. So there you go. Talking about Anthony coming in from the plumbing world, from the other side of the business. Trevor and Mr. TUW coming in to say Kulikov to the Pittsburgh Penguins. It's been a heck of a day, friends. We are winding down. We got 3 minutes to go to the deadline, and we're just waiting for the return on Troy Stetcher here, and that will pretty much recap us, as I'm pretty sure we're going to go into Ken Holland's press conference here if things keep flooding in. Obviously, if the news keeps rolling, I'm not going anywhere, but if it's just going to kind of die off, then that'll be that. But doubt the Oilers will make a trade in 4 minutes. Yeah, I think the Oilers have been down since this morning. Surprised Calgary didn't pick up Garland from Vancouver. They could have. And they could have certainly done a whole lot more, Darcy, to be any honest opinion. They could have done a whole bunch more this trade deadline, and they just chose not to. And Gage, my plans for the rest of the day, pretty much sit back, relax, watch the rest of the trade deadline unfold, and then go out, grab something to eat, and come back home to stream the hockey game tonight. That's kind of the idea this evening, is just kind of get out of the house. And then following the Oilers game, I think I'm only streaming the first and second period, if I'm correct, tonight. I've got my family member coming into town tonight. There was, and this one I feel really bad for, because there was a few days ago an idea between Patrick and I that could have seen us do a live commentary together right down here in the studio, but unfortunately I already had some plans that I didn't necessarily have the full say on, and we had to miss out on that opportunity. But I tell you, as we had Patrick on earlier this afternoon, this morning, we did announce that there will be, as long as everything goes ahead with the broadcasting rights that we're looking to acquire for a tournament in Cold Lake at the end of April, or at the end of March, start of April, there will be a live show live from the Cold Lake Energy Center on Thursday night. So if anyone's in the area from Bonnyville, St. Paul, anyone wants to come out and grab a sticker off me, grab a business card off Patrick, we will definitely be out there in Cold Lake, available publicly before the tournament for a broadcast here on, I think that'll be on the Oilers Fanatic actually that night, because we'll be doing a lot of stuff on Dolynny TV over the course of the weekend, trust me in that. But as we go, friends, we are just waiting for this trade deadline to come to an end. I'm going to refresh one more time. There's been 9 tweets, and we should be able to get breaking news now out of it. And there we go. Patrick Brown from Philadelphia to Ottawa. So that's actually an intriguing trade. Patrick Brown, a name we haven't heard too much of lately. Now, James Reimer, Nico Sturm, and Capo Kakinen have all left the ice. Practice is supposed to start in 4 minutes. So James Reimer, Capo Kakinen, and Nico Sturm all off the ice. And James Paxton apparently tweaked his hamstring. And the Calgary Canucks, Markstrom, Tanev, Toffoli, and Stetcher. And Stetcher goes from Calgary to Arizona, and that's the latest we have right now. So Patrick Brown to the Philadelphia, from the Philadelphia Flyers to the Ottawa Senators, and now we're past 1 o'clock. The trade deadline has buzzed. And there you go. That's where we're at right now. The trade deadline is over. So now we'll find out what's in the pipeline, and we'll trickle through here in the next little bit. But that's the benefit here. Now we have no more deals allowed to be made or submitted to the NHL trade offices. So now we just have to sit back and watch what happens here before we go to Ken Holland's live press conference at 1:15. And I guess we'll carry through until that and see what happens there, because friends, we're picking up steam. The NHL trade deadline now over, and a day that really wasn't. That's kind of the weird part. This was a day that was a major disappointment if you're an Oilers fan looking for the Oilers to do something, but I think we knew that the Oilers weren't going to do anything today, so that's kind of the benefit here. And I think too, an interesting thing, nothing late coming for the Oilers. The team is done for the day. Carolina is done for the day. No trades. Friends, with Ryan Rishaug saying nothing late coming for the Oilers, team is done for the day. That will conclude the first ever marathon live stream on Dolynny TV. And I don't know how to thank you all for staying with me all afternoon, my friends. It was fantastic to have you along. I've just streamed for 6 hours. With the Oilers not about to do anything, I'm going to go head for lunch and go out and get myself something to eat and talk to you here in the afternoon after that. But thank you so much for spending your afternoon with me. You want to know what the impact overall of the live stream here on Dolynny TV was today? It was absolutely unreal when you consider it here. 8.55 divided by 60. We're talking about 444 hours watched on the stream in a span of 6 hours. So that is 444 divided by 6, and there we go, 74 hours per hour watched. Thank you so much. And of course, as I'm seeing, everybody's coming through on the stream to make sure they're thanking Gillies TV and Patrick from the Oilers Fanatic coming on board for today's live stream. I could not have done it without them. You have watched me for 6 hours, some of you today. I quite simply could not have done it without them. Very much so appreciate them, and I look forward to getting the crew together in the end of March, start of April up in Cold Lake. This is the last big live stream until then, but of course there will be Oilers game streams in between then for sure. I'm Tyson, this Dolynny TV. Thanks for everything today. I am 6 hours and 3 minutes later up on out of here.